What is up? Welcome to Python 2020 tutorial. This is gonna be the tutorial of the year. This is a straight up banger. So my team and I, we were thinking about why we should do a tutorial on something like this. We see everybody making these boring tutorials. We want to make something epic for you that hits home, that teaches you all the skills and the freelancing skills that you need to know, and something exciting. So if you don't want to be bored, you want to learn something epic, start watching this. Just like we recently made one for JavaScript, that shit is killing it. And we dropped one for Django. Boom. You guys seem to be eating it up. So we thought, why not give you something more, something epic? Here's the Python 2020. Help me make this the best Python tutorial on 2020. Enjoy. In this tutorial, we're gonna be covering the complete basics and fundamentals of Python. If you're a beginner, you're in the right place. You're totally fine. We're gonna be covering everything from basics of Python to building projects like tic-tac-toe, Twilio texting app. We're also gonna build the Craigslist app clone. That one is gonna be pretty amazing. And you're also gonna be building a to-do list app with Django. So we're also gonna be learning web development in this tutorial. And at the end of this video, if you stick around, I'm gonna be giving you the Python freelancer guide of 2020. It's pretty epic. Real quick, before we continue, smash that like button. Help us beat the YouTube algorithm by literally going and smashing that button. We're trying to get to 10,000 likes. If you could help us do that, that'd be fantastic. What's up? This is Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com. Right before we jump into the meat and potatoes and we start the training, I do want to let you know, if you want to become a freelance developer, I have a 3-part masterclass for you. It's absolutely free. It's one of the best. It's in the description below. It's free, go enjoy it, you have nothing to lose. Sign up, once you put in your email, we give you all 3 videos, go enjoy it. With that said, let's jump right into it.
What's up, you guys? This is Aaron.
And this is Frankie.
Get rid of that. And thank you for watching the Python 2020 course. What we want to say is that we have another Python course hosted on Teachable, which is a cleaner and better platform for learning things. I think YouTube's kind of just like, you know, the YouTubes. It's a free private course, and we released it just so you could further solidify your Python fundamentals. So all you have to do to access to the private course is just go down to the description, click on the link, pop in your name and your email address, and you'll be good to go. So definitely check it out.
Yeah, guys, we have more than 62,000 students registered in that course already, so it's helped a lot of people. Everything's going to be condensed into one particular website, so it's going to help you a lot knowing what classes you already took from this course and whatnot, and you can just access it whenever you want. Just click the link below and register with your email, and we'll see you guys there. Peace.
Peace.
Hey you, what is up? This is Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com. In this Python tutorial for absolute beginners, we are gonna cover everything from A to Z, step by step, and I'll also even show you some tips and tricks to become a freelancer. And I also have a special gift for you at the end of this video. We're gonna start with very simple basics, which is, what the hell are variables in Python? So let's get started. Now, in terms of installing Python, there's something easier for you that I have and recommend. If you want to install Python locally on your computer and you're crazy about that, this is the video to watch. But you don't need to install Python. You can actually get started without it. So go to repl.it, repl.it. I've also put this in the links below where you can click. I'm going to give you access to all of my code as I code it, and you can then go and make changes to it, whatever. So go to repl.it, you're gonna go here, type in turtle, and then when you click on that, we're gonna start coding. Okay, so now basically what's going on is you have Python open, and we're going to talk about what variables are. Okay, so variables are very simple. I can say a is equal to 5, and then if I do print a, print just means show, and if I run this thing, it's gonna show me in the console, it just says 5, okay? That's all that it is. Now, if I do b is equal to some string like this, anything that's within quotes is just called a string, okay? It's just a fancy way of saying quote, all right? And now, if I do print b and I hit run, what do you get? You get hello. So on the right-hand side, you can see what it's showing. So I'm like, this is my variable A, this is my variable B, and as you can imagine, the point of a variable is like, so you also don't have to remember stuff, right? So for example, if you had a variable like credit card, and it was some crazy number that you had to remember, you don't have to remember it anymore. You can just say print credit card every time, hit run, and it would print out that number. So cool. Now let's do something else, because how I want to teach you Python is in the fastest way possible, in the most practical way possible, and I also want to show it to you in a way where you can actually learn visually, because I think that's the best way to learn. So to get the visual step started, that's the reason why we're using something called Turtle, okay? And I'm going to name this what are variables, okay, plus turtle. Okay, I'm just gonna name it that. Okay, cool. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do something cooler with variables. So let's say we say Kazi turtle is equal to turtle like that. Make sure you capitalize it in the right places. You put the dots in the right places. You put the parentheses in the right places, because if you get that stuff wrong, code doesn't work. Code breaks down. It's you're talking to a genie with incredible power, right? So if you're talking to a genie with an incredible amount of power, you need to speak its language. So computer is like a genie with unlimited powers, but you got to speak to it, and you got to speak to it very precisely, which is very important. So with that said, now the Kazi turtle is there. Let's go Kazi.turtle, Kazi underscore turtle, my bad, Kazi underscore turtle dot forward. And we're gonna say go forward by 100. Now I'm gonna click on result instead of console, and I'm gonna run this program. Now that I am gonna do something with the turtle is gonna be this graphical way for us to learn. So at the top, we have to write something called import turtle, okay? This is very important. Now that we do this, this code will work. I'll say Kazi underscore turtle, and how I'm auto-completing it is when it pops up, I just hit tab, it auto-completes it. And I'll do turtle.forward 100, I'll hit enter, and you can see the turtle just move forward, right? The turtle goes like when I do turtle.forward 100. Now, what if I did turtle.right 90 degrees, okay? So turtle.right, and I do 90 degrees, watch what's gonna happen. The turtle's gonna move forward and then turn. So what did it do? It went and then it goes like this. All right? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it turn 90 degrees. And now, the cool thing is that I can just go like this, hit enter, like this, and now the turtle, what did it just do? It went turns around and goes Now if I wanna make a square, I give you that as a challenge to do. That's a challenge for you to do right now. Pause the video and see if you can make it a square, a full square. All right, now unpause the video and let's go. So basically, all I have to do, my friend, is I copy this guy, hit paste, I run it again, and now the turtle goes pop, 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 pop. It turns around, goes pop, 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 pop. It turns to the right again, and it goes pop, 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 pop 100, okay? So what are we gonna do? We're gonna repeat that same step one more time. I'm just gonna go ahead and paste that line of code twice again and watch what happens. Boom, 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 and the square has been completed. How freaking cool is that? So not only have you learned what variables are, you've also gotten started to learn Python visually, and that's gonna be the really important fundamental building blocks for when we learn if-else statements, and when we learn functions, and when we learn all this other advanced stuff. What's gonna be super cool and super dope is that we're gonna be learning it all visually. So if you wanna make 10 squares, we'll just write this loop-de-loop and it'll make 10 squares in a row, right? And that's gonna be pretty awesome. I'm excited for you. As always, I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back to Learn Python Programming for Complete and Absolute Beginners. So thank you guys for jumping in here. Now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go to the next step, all right? The next step is I'm gonna show you how functions work. It's gonna be super simple to understand. You know how variables are used to remember certain things like credit card number? What's really cool is you can use functions to remember lines of code. So for example, this over here, right? What do all of these lines of code combined do? When I run this program, if you notice the lines I'm highlighting from 13 to 20, well, what are they really doing? right? What they're actually doing is making a square. So I'm gonna write something called a comment, all right? Comment is something the computer code doesn't care about. Like for example, let's say I write something like this, right? My code will break, it'll give me, if I go to the console, it gives me an error. It says name comment not defined, everything breaks. But if I actually put a little hashtag here, it knows it's for humans and it won't break my code. My turtle square still gets made. So I'm gonna make a comment, and my comment is just gonna say, this is a square. Okay, now if I run this, it'll make a square, and anybody else who's reading your code will go, oh, I understand what this piece of code does. But what would be really cool is, instead of, like, if you wanted to make another square, right, what would you have to do? You would have to copy all of this and then paste it here again and then run the code. But that's not such a cool way to do that. So what we're gonna do is do a cooler way of doing that. So we're gonna create something called a function, all right? So I'm gonna go define, and I'm gonna call this function a square, and we're gonna hit enter like this. Now, there's 4 spaces here, okay, which you need to pay attention to. When I hit enter, it's indented, and the indentation is really important because all of this code is part of this function, okay? That's the idea. And now literally what I can do is I can actually copy this entire square code and paste it in here, and I can certainly remove it from there, okay? Make sure you highlight all of this and hit tab to indent it so it's all part of this function, okay? It's all part of that. For functions, to make them show up, you have to call the function just like you have to call the variable. So here, we just define the function. But now if I do square, like, all right, so we have square. Now when I run it, if we go to result, let's go to, oh, whoops, we misspelled it again. Let's go square, oh, square, man, that's bad. All right, so now that we've got square, you can see that the square actually goes and gets made. So now what's really cool is every time I just say square, it'll make that square, okay? So for example, I can say square, and then I can say turtle.forward, and I can say 300. So what it's gonna do is gonna make the square, and then it's gonna walk forward by 300. And now what I can say is I can just say square like this and hit enter. All right, so now it's gonna make a square, walk over 300, and then make essentially another square. Oh, it's starting that square from the start, which is not what we want, because we don't want a new turtle to be made every time we run this code. We basically just want the same turtle, but who keeps making squares. Basically, what first thing we're gonna do is we don't want the turtle to keep being made over and over again. We're gonna pop that, the Kazi turtle all the way at the top, okay? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say Kazi underscore turtle dot forward, and then we're gonna say by 100, okay? Now when I run this, check it out. It makes a square, and then Kazi is gonna go 100 forward. Well, what we can do is make it, let's say 200 forward. So it should make a square, and then it should go, whoo, sprint 200 forward. And now what we can do is basically make another square like this, and hit enter. So now it should go make a square, go 200 forward, and then make another square, all right? It kind of looks like glasses if you look at it sideways or whatever. That's what's really cool about leveraging functions, because it makes it easier to recall your code. It makes it really easy to understand your code and read for people, because if you had those 8 lines of code that were really repetitive, it just kept saying turtle.forward, 100, turtle.right, 90, and it kept doing that. Well, now you defined it in one spot and you can just keep referring to it. So functions are super powerful, super cool, and you can do a lot of things with them, okay, that are much more complicated than what I'm showing you, but simplicity is very important when you're learning in the start. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. If more videos are gonna be coming out that are gonna be teaching you all of this. Lastly, I have all your notes in this one called How Do Functions Work? So this is the URL for it, just in case. And if you go to it, then you can have access to all my code. You can just run it, use it however you want. And it's also gonna be in the descriptions below so you could leverage it, okay? With that said, thank you so much for watching. I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, what's up guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer again. So today I just want to go over this cool little module I found called Calendar in Python. It's pretty nifty. I actually haven't seen it before, but I stumbled across it and I just want to share it with you guys today. This might be a shorter video. I just thought it was really cool. What could it achieve? So yeah, let's jump right into it. First, let's go to my repls, up in REPL IT as usual, and create a new REPL. I guess the button is up here now. It used to be a little red plus sign in the bottom right, but they seem to have changed that. Go down to Python. Is this Python 2.7? Have I been using Python 2.7 all this time? Where's Python 3? Hold up, you guys. Python, here we go. All right. Unacceptable, unacceptable. Let's just call this calendar module. So this should be Python 3. If it specifies Python 2.7, then yeah. If it doesn't say, then it's Python 2.7. But if it says just Python, then it's safe to assume that it's Python 3 because that is the standard nowadays. So make sure you click on Python, not Python 2.7 like a Dumbo like I did, okay? Let's continue on. Create this REPL in Python 3. And now we can get started. So this little module that I found is called calendar. Literally just calendar. Like ER, AR. Got it. I can never spell that word right. But that's how you import it, okay? Import calendar. And with this, you can do a lot of cool little function calls. I actually think this ties into a couple other modules later on that I will explain. But for now, let's just go through this module, and then I'll mention those at the end again. And then maybe you guys can go and do your homework and tie some things into it and like play around a little bit and learn that way. That's the best way to learn after you watch these highly entertaining videos to a very small subset of people. So let's just start with calling some functions. So there's gonna be a bunch of little cool functions. So let's start here. Let's go calendar.week. Oh. calendar.week header. Okay? I'm just going to call this function with a 2. All right? So what this will do is it gives us the headers of a week. So a week is just like you have a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way through Sunday, right? Python starts the week on a Monday. So we're just going to assume that a week starts on Monday here. Okay, guys? So when I run this, what should pop out are the week headers after calendar is downloaded. So you can, all this stuff here is just I actually don't know what this is, just ignore it, whatever. But down here is the output. Okay, this is what we wanted. The week headers here have been printed out nicely for a week. We have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and this 2 here that I put in signifying the length of these headers. So actually if I put a 3 in here, then we hit run, then suddenly what is going on here? Available. Okay, it seems to be working just fine. Just ignore all this stuff. Sometimes computers complain a lot, like somebody who bickers a lot. Yeah, so you see down here how now each of the week headers actually is of length 3 instead of length 2. If you put length 1, does that work? Apparently so, yeah. You just have the capital letters here, but I'm going to use 3 because I like it being more descriptive. It's just more appealing to me. So that's the first little function that you can do with Python. I'm just going to add a new line there, or 90. New line. Kabam. Kaboom. Okay. The next one is calendar.first weekday. So this one's kind of useless, but I'm just going to throw it in there because, why not? All this is going to do is going to tell us what the first weekday is. So Monday is 0. Tuesday is 1. Wednesday is 2. This is 3, 4, 5, 6. So the first weekday is Monday. So this is actually just going to print out to 0. This could actually be useful later on, I realize now, because there's some other functions where you need the numbers of the day instead of the actual string to do different things. So this might actually be useful for that. And then you can just add numbers. So if you know first weekday is Monday, then you can just add 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 to it to get the other days. Let's just print this out and see what happens. As you can see, 0 prints out because Monday is the first weekday, and Monday has an index of 0. So nice and easy there. Let's wrong editor over here. Let's add another new line. An empty print statement will just have an empty line there, so you can have some nice spacing here so it's not all clumped together. But yeah, let's continue on. So now things get really, really cool. It almost seems like you're a magician here, like typing in magic. So the next function that I want to go over is month. So all you do is you literally just call calendar.month. Okay? Calendar.month. That's it. all you have to do is put in a year. So let's put in this year, 2019, and the month. So it is January, February, March. Yes, I still count on my fingers, but it's March, the third month. So let's put 3 here. So it's March, right? Yes, it's March. If we print this out, this will actually print out the current month. So let's see how this looks. And would you look at that? It says March 2019. You have the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then you have all the days here of the month. Pretty cool, right? It just spits this out in a nicely formatted string for you automatically. Okay? I believe there's actually some other variables. Let me find it for you real quick. Print calendar. Or actually, I'll leave that up to you guys to be an exercise. You can actually find the Python documentation on month and actually go in and try to find out what variable. There's another parameter here you can add here, because if you notice, all these weekday headers are only 2 letters long, but I wanted them to be three letters long. You can actually go in there and find the correct one. It might be like M or something, or C, something like you would put something like that in. But go practice finding it in the documentation. And from there, you can figure out how to read documentation, which is a very, very useful skill, because there's no way you're going to memorize everything in any language or any framework. You're always going to be looking up documentation and Googling stuff to figure out. You're going to be constantly forgetting, constantly learning, but getting good at knowing how to figure stuff out, that's the skill you want to develop. So go look in the documentation, find out how to fix that, and fix it for me, okay? Yeah, like, don't make me do everything, all right? Because it's probably just not a good idea. So that's there. Figure out how to make all of these 3 letters long instead of 2. So that's the month function. Now, another cool thing we can do is actually get this month in matrix form. So let's see what that would look like. Calendar. The function, I believe, is month calendar. Okay, just like that. And then you just stick in the same parameters. So yeah, the only change here is you literally just change the function call to month calendar rather than just month. But that should be it there. Let's run this and see what happens. And as you can see, down here, this matrix got printed out. So this might not mean anything to you, but if you look closely, this is actually a matrix, a 2-dimensional array, I believe, of this exact number array here. So these 4 zeros is these 4 empty spots here. This Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at the beginning that doesn't have anything in it. And then this 1, 2, 3 continues here. And then the second list in the multidimensional array is actually this. And then the third one is actually this. See how that works? So you can actually, instead of just getting the string, like how would you get all the data out of the string? You can actually just get it automatically in an array, nice and clean like that, just by calling this function month calendar instead of month. Very useful if you're actually going to be doing calculations on dates and stuff, which is something you're probably going to have to do if you ever want to schedule something, like schedule your computer to run this thing on, like schedule your computer to run this Python script, to automate this thing, to launch this program, to do this thing, to hack this system, to text your friend, to do something. You know what I mean? You can do whatever the heck you want, but you're going to have to know calendars and times and whatnot to schedule those tasks on your computer. And so that's where I think something like this will be very useful and come in handy like that. So that's why I'm touching on this now. Kind of ties into a new product we have coming out called How to Automate Stuff with Python. More on that at the end of the video. But that is that for the month and the month calendar functions. Now let's go on, okay? Another cool one is, what if I just want to print out the entire freaking year? Well, ta-da, you can do that too. Well, assuming you get these words. I wish there was a better autocomplete on this editor here, because I can't type correctly a lot of the time. But anyways, it's not going to be year as I thought it would be, but apparently if you look up on the documentation, which will tell you what it actually is, you're actually just going to call calendar.calendar, okay, just like that. And then we don't need a month because we're trying to print the entire year, not just a month. So you just put in just the year, just like that. And then when I hit run, you will see magic happen, okay? Click run and kaboom! Look at that. The entire freaking year is printed out super prettily. You got the year at the top, 2019. You got January, you got February, you got the entire month headers, the week headers here, Monday through Sunday. You got all the days of the year, all 365 or 364 if it's a leap year. I don't know how that works. But hey, I think that's the day that I fell off the bike in front of my crush. Yeah, February 27th. Anyways, What else? What was I saying? I got off track here. Print. Yeah, printing out the whole year. So this is very, very handy. Now you might be wondering, okay, if we could print out the entire month and we could get the matrix for the month, then can we get the matrix for the entire year? No. I thought the same thing. I was like, okay, cool. So you can just get like a really, really big like 3-dimensional array of all of this crap. But apparently you can't for some reason. No, I don't know what that was. So some weird prompt popped up. Just ignore that. Somebody was hacking me. I think it said Rafe. So I think I think Kazi's trying to take over this tutorial from a remote location over there. But anyways, you can't actually do that. But what you could do is you could iterate through every month and then get the multi-dimensional array yourself and then construct something like this for an entire year on your own. That's another little exercise you can do. So why not go and try it? I haven't tried it yet, but I'm sure if I put 5, 10, 15 hours into it, I could figure it out. But I'm sure you guys can do it in 5, 10, 15 minutes. If you look up that calendar.month calendar one that gives you the array, and then just try to iterate and make a for loop and iterate over every month. That would be cool. A cool little exercise, okay? Moving on. What else do we have here? You can also get, there's a cool function here called day of the week, but it's actually the function actually called week. Oh, that's the variable name I gave it because that makes more sense. So day of the week, okay? That's what I want my variable to call. Remember, self-documenting code. Turns the ladies and the gents on. All hot and bothered, you know. If they're into that kind of stuff. But this function is just going to be called calendar dot weekday, and then you just chuck in the year, and then you chuck in the month, and then you also chuck in the day of the month. So today is the 8th, man. Today's the 8th, right? 8th. Okay. We pop that in there. So month, year, month, and day. And what we're going to get here is, remember how I said up here when we have the first weekday, Monday became 0? What it's going to print out is actually an integer that corresponds to the current, whatever weekday this is. So today is actually a Friday. So that's going to be Monday is 0. So again, counting on my fingers. Laugh at me if you like. Monday. So Tuesday will be 1. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it'll be 4. It should be integer 4 that prints out from here, okay? Let's hit run, and I did not print it. I make this mistake all the time. Apparently, I never learn. Now let's run it, and boom, 4 right there. Exactly what I thought. 4 actually means Friday. So we can actually put any year. So let's put in freaking year 3000 and see what happens. Is it still going to be a 4? It's going to be a 5. So apparently in year 3000, March 8th, it's going to be a Saturday. I mean, we're all not going to be there. We'll probably be on Mars and Pluto and stuff. Thank you, Elon Musk. You're awesome. But yeah, that's how that function works. What else? Again, probably a useful function for when you actually have a date and then you want to know the weekday to schedule it. Like, oh, I want to schedule every Friday or something, or every Wednesday. You could use this to filter out the integers somehow and figure out the dates, and just you'd have to problem solve and think about it. I don't even know what problem I'm trying to solve with it, but if you're trying to schedule things on a calendar, like this seems like it would definitely be useful. And I'm sure it is because it's in the library, and most things in the library are useful. Not everything, but I mean most things. But moving on, there's a few more. So there's also a function that will tell you if a year is a leap year, which is pretty cool. So let's go calendar.isLeap. And then what is this year? 2019? I don't think it's a leap year. So when we, again, oh, I caught myself, you guys. I need to print this. Is leap. I didn't screw up. I'm learning. Just like you guys, learning just like you guys. So apparently 2019 is not a leap year because it comes out false, but I think 2020 is. So let's run that. And hey, what do you know? Yeah. So every year, every 4 years, there's a leap year. If you guys didn't know that, which just means there's one less day in February for some weird cosmic reason. There's like the astral gods got pissed off and they decided to troll us or something. I don't know. But I mean, every 4 years, there's a leap year. So this can tell you if a certain year is a leap year or not, which is important if you're calculating days, like, because those will add up. Like every 4 years, you're off by a day. You don't want to be off by a day. Okay. You don't even want to be off by a second. When you're coding, you want to be very precise with everything. So it's very important to be very clear about what you're trying to do and get done, and then get it done 100% cleanly, because even 99% there's a little room for error, and then it'll break sometimes. Like, you don't want that. You're trying to always go for 100%. So as best you can. It's not always possible, but that's at least the idea. Okay, guys? So yeah, a little trick here. Everybody knows, well, I know that 2000 was a leap year. So you can kind of calculate, okay, every 4 years, 2008, 2004, 2008, everything up there. If it's a factor of 4, then you know that it's a leap year from year 2000. Cool stuff. Now, moving on, I think there is only one more function that I saw that was cool to actually play with. Everything else is kind of nitty gritty. They might be useful in weird cases if you're actually trying to problem solve, but nah, I didn't feel like showing it on a video on YouTube. You know, like, I'll dig it up if I'm actually doing a project and it's useful to me, but it's just boring. Like, it would just bore you guys more than I am right now. So the last one is how many leap days. So this is exactly what I was talking about, how you don't want to be off by 1 day every 4 years if you're trying to calculate over a long period of time, whatever you're trying to do, especially if you're doing, actually, I had an internship where there was a guy who did he was an astronomer. He went to some big school. I forget. This was years ago. But he was doing astronomy and did a lot of coding for big astrological things. I don't know, big cosmic thing, whatever the word is. I'm not an astronomer. Sue me. But basically, when he's doing calculations on that scale, like years and millenniums, those leap years really, really add up. So you actually need to know how those tiny little things change. You need to be like that precise again, because when you're on that scale, even 1 day will screw you up. So very important. But this little function here is how many leap days, and then all that it does pretty much is it tells you how many leap days are in a range of years. So let's collapse this a little bit so you can see. So from year 2000 to year 2001. This might be exclusive or inclusive. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll test it out. That's usually the best way to figure it out. It's one or the other. Just try both, and then you know the answer. Like, it's almost faster than Googling. Sometimes just like, oh, try something else, and then you know. So year 2000 was a leap year. Remember that 2000, the little 2000 trick I used? And 2000 was a leap year. 2001 is not a leap year because it only happens every 4 years. So this should print out as 1, okay? When I print this, hey guys, I'm learning. I didn't forget it again. How many leap days? Let's print this very last one out. Click run, and it says 1. So cool. It picked up that year 2000 is a leap year. 2001 is not. So in this range from 2000 to 2001, there was only 1 leap day that was skipped or added. I don't know if they added a day or subtracted a day. I think it's added day. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, but you get the point. Let's see if this is inclusive or exclusive. So the way I would test something like this is actually put in a year that I know is a leap year, so 2004. So I actually know in my head that 2000 and 2004 are both leap years. So there are 2 leap years in this range, but that's only assuming if this is inclusive. It might ignore this year and actually only go 2000 up to 2003. So now when we run this, if we get 1 or 2, it's going to actually answer our question of if this function is inclusive or exclusive on the second parameter here, this 2004. So we'll hit run, and it's 1. So it turns out that it is exclusive. So actually, it ignores 2004. So if you want to include 2004, you'd actually have to put 2005, just like that, or any bigger one. So now it should print out 2, right, guys? Right? All right. So, hey, look, 2, right? We're all right. We're all right. All right all the time. Always right. And then if you wanted to put in maybe like up to 2020, remember exclusive, so it's not going to choose, not going to include that, and we hit run, then we'll probably get 4 or 5 or something. Yeah, that sounds about right. And year 3000 should be about 250 because there's 1,000 in there, and 243, close enough. Interesting. Actually, maybe there isn't a leap year every 4 years. Maybe every now and then it skips because it should have been closer to 250. It's 243 though. That's interesting. Maybe every now and then there's actually a leap year every 5 years. Google it for me, guys. Post in the comments. That's a cool little fun fact for you guys. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the calendar module. I found this this morning. I just want to make a quick or long video on it. Long video. But yeah, it'd be very useful for scheduling things and whatnot. There's also a module called date time and time, which I have used before. Import date time and import time, these libraries. So what these are is you can actually I think this gives you a date and a time, so you might actually be using this a lot more in our How to Automate Stuff with Python course coming out in a month or two. Date time, but a calendar would also be useful for making it more legible, I believe. There's probably some way you can leverage it, and I'll find a way to leverage it. If I don't, then I've failed, and I'll go jump off a curb or something. But yeah, so date, time, and time are also things you can look into, and there's actually some functions in calendar that actually interact with these other two modules that make them like they're interoperable. That's a term in programming where you can have two different frameworks or two different programming languages that are interoperable. Like you can actually embed like Java code in Python programs and embed Python codes in Java programs, which is pretty cool. So you could actually say that Python and Java are interoperable, like fully they have full interoperability. I use a lot of big words because they're normal to me, but I'm just gonna say them, and when I catch myself, then I'll explain them so you guys know what the heck I'm talking about, okay? Because it's just jargon that we use in this community because we want to feel smart when none of us are. We're all human, we're all dumb by default, so never feel bad about that, okay? But yeah, so check out those other two modules. That's pretty much it. I was going to mention we do have a new course coming out called How to Automate Stuff with Python. I've probably said that 3 times already, but it's a really cool course about how to automate things on your computer using Python. So you can make Python work while you sleep. It's doing stuff for you while you sleep. You could have it send emails for you like 10 days from now, or every Monday send an email to these sets of people. You could be like, okay, I want to fire this person 27 days from now. His name's Aaron, and I'm going to go on Kazi's account, and I'm going to fire him in 27 days exactly because I don't have to deal with it. So I'm going to go on a trip for 27 days, schedule it, and then boom, he's going to get the email, and he's just going to be gone. It'll be great. It's perfect. So like stuff like that. You could like make like little personal schedules to do whatever you want, but that's kind of the things we're going to be working about in How to Automate Stuff with Python. And that's pretty much it for this video, guys. Please stay tuned. I will see you guys next time. I love your faces off. I stole that from Kazi, and I will yeah, I'll see you guys next time. That's it. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. Get the hell out of here, Kazi.
You're fired.
Leave that in. Bye, guys.
Hey, welcome back to Python tutorial for absolute beginners. In this video, we're going to be talking about how to use if-else statements with Python. So thank you for coming back. Let's pick it up right where we left off. So in the last video, we talked about like, yo, how do we use functions? And we learned, okay, we can make a square, but now how do we use if-else statements and add some kind of conditionals, okay? So what we can say is if elephant body weight or elephant weight is greater than ant weight, then, you know, make a square, okay? So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have elephant weight, and I don't know how much they weigh at the top of my head. I'll just write 3,000. I imagine 3,000 pounds. If they're probably less or more, I don't know. Then I'll have ant weight, and ant weight will be like, let's say, I was gonna say 20, but they're not 20 pounds. Let's say 0.1 pounds. I don't know how much they are. So cool. We got elephant weight and we got ant weight. Now we'll say if elephant weight is greater than ant weight, then make a square. All right. By the way, we're gonna comment these out so these lines don't work. Just to show you what that looks like is, you know, I'll delete this. I'll delete these two lines for just a second. I'll hit enter, and you will see that the result, nothing actually happens, and that's kind of what we want right now. With that said, I'm gonna move forward. And I'll go like this, okay? So if elephant weight is greater than ant weight, then make a square. Just logically thinking about this, what do you think should happen? Do you think it will make a square or will it not make a square? Take 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you're right. It will make a square because elephant weight is greater than ant weight, okay? So I'll run this and I'll break down actually what's happening behind the scenes. For this statement to run, this statement must be must evaluate to a true statement, okay? We're gonna speak more on Boolean logic later, but everything must evaluate to true or false. So when you say 3,000 is greater than 0.1, it will return to you an answer. So for example, okay, I will comment these out and I will say, comment this out and I'll say 3,000 is greater than 0.1, okay? And I'll say print, so it prints the result of it, and I'll go to console, and console it says true, all right? Now, if I do 3,000 is less than 0.1, it will say false, all right? It evaluates to false. So if this evaluates to, so going back to our example, right? If this part turns out to be true, then this part runs, the square runs, okay? So in other words, if I change this to true and I run it, then the square will run. But if I change this part to false, like so, like this, then it won't run. So either you can have true or you can have false. Those are the two things you can have, okay? So what we're trying to do is make it so that it ends up, the statement gets evaluated and then something happens, okay? So if elephant weight is greater than ant weight, which is true, then it makes a square. But what we can say is otherwise, you know, don't make a square and instead just do kazi.turtle forward 100, something like that, okay? Just go forward 100 if that's not the case. But as you can see, elephant weight is greater, so it's gonna still make a square. But what if I flippity flip this? What if I say elephant weight is less than ant weight, meaning ant weight is greater than elephant weight? What will happen if I run this? Well, what you'll see is gonna happen is that instead of running this statement over here, it's actually gonna run the else statement. Now, where this could be useful is you can say something like, if you're making an IG clone later at some point, you can say, if user has a profile picture, then show their profile picture. If user does not have a profile picture, you can say something like, then show the anonymous picture icon, all right? That's what happens when you go to Facebook or whatever. You can say, if the login credential of the user on Facebook is accurate, then let them log in. If not, say incorrect password and have them try again. So those are some real world examples of how if-else statements are used everywhere. But what I gave you are some simple examples you can use right now. The link to this code, by the way, you can access this code right away. And if I hit share, right, there's this link. And this link you can copy from the description below. You can also just paste it in like how I'm showing here. And once you hit enter, you can play around with this code, do whatever you want. This is gonna be the best way for you to learn and have access to it. And I always suggest just use Replit. That way you don't even have to install Python and make it work. So, but if you want to install Python, I have a video, you can watch it, okay? So with that said, thank you so much for watching at this point. So please subscribe to the channel and hit the bell notifications. It really helps out the channel, but more importantly for you, it's really amazing is because any types of tips, tricks, or motivational tips I'm bringing out for Python developers, or how to make a higher income, go from low, you know, high 5-figure income to 6-figure income, you'll be able to learn that. So subscribe to the channel because I'm bringing the fucking heat this year. I'm excited. Also, like the video if you liked it, or dislike the video if you didn't like it. I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, welcome back to Learn Python Programming for Complete Beginners in 2019, the latest edition. We're gonna talk about while loops, okay? And basically while loops are different kinds of loops, but loops in programming are, you can keep doing stuff over and over again without having to write code over and over again. In the next video, we're gonna talk about something called for loops. In this video, we're gonna talk about something called while loops, okay? So while loops, you don't know when something is gonna end. That's when you use while loops for. For example, okay? I don't know how many push-ups I can do, so I can write a while loop and I can say something like, while Kazi not tired, keep doing push-ups. Basically, I can like go like this and just basically keep going, right? This is like a while loop. Like if I'm doing push-ups, right? Yeah. This is part of a while loop. I don't know how many. I stopped. Okay, while loop is over. So basically, it's something like I would write in code, while Kazi not tired, keep going. And then when Kazi tired, stop. What might that look like, right? And I can go while Kazi turtle, okay? Let's say Kazi is equal to happy, okay? So while Kazi is happy, keep making the turtle go forward. And then as soon as Kazi is sad, stop the turtle from going forward, okay? So while Kazi equal happy, right? Then I can say turtle, Kazi, sorry, underscore turtle dot forward by, let's say, 10. Okay, so keep going. Man, I'm pretty much gonna comment out everything else because I'm not gonna be using it right now. Okay, so let's run this code and let's see what it does. It just keeps going unless I stop it, okay? So I have to click stop. Otherwise, the while loop will run infinitely and I'm gonna run into something called infinite loop, okay? So let me try that again. It's gonna, if I run it again, you can see it just keeps going, keeps going. I have to stop it, otherwise my computer is gonna crash. But if I change this to Kazi is sad, okay, and I run it, it's not gonna run, it has stopped because it goes, well, check if Kazi equals sad. And this statement is gonna either evaluate to true or false. And because it evaluated to false, because Kazi is not sad, Kazi, it says, is happy right here, it goes, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And two equal signs means that you're checking something with another thing, okay? So for example, let me hit comment on this, and comment on this. If I do 5 equal 5, it's gonna say, and I go to console and I run this, what is it gonna say? Nothing, because I have to write print. So let me make sure I write print and I run it. And you can see over here, it says true, all right? So that is true. This is called the equality operator. It's checking between two things. This is the assignment operator. So if I do this, this will give me an error because it'll say you can't assign 5 to 5, all right? That's an error. But I can do A is equal to 5, but I can't say 5 is equal to 5, but I can check if 5 is equal to 5, all right? Just like this is a operator for checking stuff as well. Like, hey, is 5 greater than 5? Is 5 equal to 5? Is 5 less than 5? So on and so forth, okay? We're gonna go more into this later, but this is an example of a while loop. It's something that can keep going unless the condition changes, okay? Unless the condition changes. And there's a way to stop the while loop as well. You can write a statement like break and break out of it, but that's something I'm going to show you guys later. Now, I'm going to keep the while loop part simple because the next part I'm going to show you is going to be why you should be using for loops majority of the times, almost all of the times, and while loops a lot less. You should really be using while loops if you don't know when something's going to end. So an example of that would be, you know, I told this in one of my courses, but basically I said there was this one time where I was on an airplane and I was sitting next to this girl and I was like, you know, what's the best way to pass time? So I created this game called tic-tac-toe and I thought, okay, how can we keep playing until it ends? Because every time we would play the game of tic-tac-toe or rock, paper, scissors, it would come to an end. Then I have to run the program all over again. So I wanted to do something where it kept the game going until I specifically said, quit the game, okay? So this way, every time we would finish a game, rock, paper, scissors, it would just start the next one, until I hit Q. So for that, because I don't know how long we're gonna keep playing, we can keep playing for 10 minutes, 30 minutes. We ended up playing 100 games. So for that, it was really useful to have I wrapped the entire game in a while loop so the game can just keep playing over and over again. I had the whole thing in a while loop so the game can actually keep playing over and over again. That was the really awesome part about it, and that's how you use while loops in real life. And in this video, I just gave you a little example of it. In the next video, we're gonna cover for loops. With that said, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, really helps out the channel. Subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification so all the upcoming new videos come straight to you, come straight to your face. You're gonna enjoy them, you're gonna love them. As always, I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, welcome to Learn Python Programming for Absolute Beginners. In this video, we're gonna be talking about how to use for loops with Python. And let's jump right into it. So basically, for loops, the idea is that you know exactly how many times you're gonna do something. Right now, first of all, let's start off by commenting some of this stuff out. And let's do something like this. For I in range 5, print I, okay? And if I run this in the console, you'll see it'll print 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? So it'll basically start from the beginning, from 0, go all the way to 4. Because when you say 5, coding in Python, computer starts counting from 0. So if I said 10 here, it'll go only up to 9, okay? And that's the power of a for loop. We're telling it how many times to go. Now what I can do is I can say for I in range 10, okay? Or I can say for count, and then I just have to change this I here to count as well. I can say in range 10, basically I'm saying do something 10 times, okay? That's all I'm saying here. Do something 10 times. What if I want to make a square 10 times? Or what if I want to make a square 2 times? I can say 2 here and then run that function. Remove my print statement like this and hit run, and in result, it'll make a square, and then you can see it goes and makes another square immediately. So that's pretty cool, okay? If I wanted to do it 3 times, I'll just do for count in range 3, do it 3 times. So let's see what happens. Holy shit, that's pretty cool, huh? Let's do it 4 times and let's see what we get. I mean, this is exciting. And I think Turtle, we can improve its, we can increase its speed too. So wow, we just made a window. Let's go here. I think there's something called turtle.speed or something. So let's do speed 100. I don't know if that works. There we go, it worked, okay? Let's do 50. Much faster. 30. Cool. I think if you keep it at 15, that should be fine, because that's pretty fast, but it still lets you see what is going on. So now we got the turtle, we've changed its speed, and because of a for loop, we can make it do something however many times we want. So that's the cool thing about a for loop. Most of the times, you're gonna be using a for loop, all right? That makes things easier for you. If I wanted to do something more, again, I would use a for loop. So my question to you would be, what if you wanted to make, you know, 4 squares or 10 squares? Could you do that? Could you try, and I challenge you to do this, could you try to make another shape instead of a square, but have it be done a different number of times, 8 times, all right? Give that a try, and I hope that's gonna be exciting for you. So with that said, thank you for watching this video. This was just a basic introduction to how for loops work. With that said, please like the video if you enjoyed it. Click the subscribe button because we're gonna be dropping a lot more epic stuff on this channel. Coding tips, tricks, tutorials, but also lots of freelancing tips as well for Python. Other than that, thank you so much for watching. I love your face off. Subscribe to the channel, and as always, I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, what's up guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer, and today I just want to make a really quick video about primitive data types in Python. So let's get started. Alright, so primitive data types, what the heck does that even mean? So first of all, there's a thing called data types in Python, which is just a way that the computer can understand data. So there's different types of data that the computer needs, like it needs numbers for math, it needs sentences to display stuff to the screen, and it needs a couple other things, like there's a long list, but there are 4 primitive data types that I want to go over, okay? 4 that come packaged with Python immediately. They're called primitive because they're the most primitive, like elementary, base level kind of data types that you can use, like literally just numbers, like the number 1, the number 2, the number 3.5, or the word hello or something like that. Just something very basic. There's not like a crazy amount of stuff in there, okay? And then one more called Boolean, which sounds really weird. It sounds kind of funny. Boolean, B-O-O-L-E-A-N. But let me just type these out so you can see. So there are, first of all, there's numbers. I said there's 4 types. So there's numbers. This is actually split into integers, okay? Then there's floats, which is just short for floating point numbers. And floating point numbers are just decimal numbers because of the decimal point floats around. That's why they're called floats. A little bit weird. And then there are strings, which are just sentences, okay? And then there are booleans, which are just a yes no kind of thing, true or false. So those are the 4 primitive data types. I'm just going to go over this. So integers are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can just do math with these, like 1 plus 1 equals 2 and whatnot. You have floating numbers. So this is like 2.5, negative 0.3778, like numbers like those, like very, very exact numbers. And then you have strings. So strings, I said, are just like sentences, but they're always enclosed in quotation marks. That's all you need to know for right now, okay? Quotation marks. So you have like, yo, how's it going? Like that. It's just a sentence, but it's enclosed in quotation marks. So it's a little bit, the distinction is a little bit weird. I'm actually gonna have a video that explains strings more, but if you have 4 like this is not a number. This is a string, okay? So this is a string. That's all you have to know. If it has double quotation marks or single quotation marks, it's just a string. That's all you need to know when you're actually coding on the computer. Just know those are strings. And then booleans last are just like this. You only have 2 options, true and false, just like that. And what these are is they just evaluate that was a big word. Well, what they are is it just allows us to be like, okay, should I run this chunk of code? Yes or no? Should I run this chunk of code? Yes or no? And that's why booleans, you need a yes no kind of scheme in coding instead of just numbers, okay? So that's everything. So strings can be anything you want. Floats can be every number that exists. Integers, every number that exists. But booleans can only be true or false, okay? And these are the 4 main primitive data types in Python. That's it for this video, guys. I'll be going into more detail on Python in the next few videos. But thank you for watching. And yeah, stay tuned. I'll see you next time. Hey, what's up you guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer, and today we're just going to be going over casting. You don't know what that means yet, but I'll explain in a minute. Let's get started. Okay, so last video I believe we talked about data types. Now all casting means is we are going to be casting from one data type to another data type. So let's say we had a integer, had 1, and we wanted to cast it to a floating point number, 1.0. You could do that just by throwing it into this little casting function thing. It'll actually turn the integer into a floating point number. So let's see how that works. So let's say you have a 1, okay, x is 1, and then I want to make x a floating point. So we could just put, I believe, float. It's a function. It looks like a function. It's called casting though, and then you can just put x in there to get 1.0 out. Or you could even just put 1 in here. Same deal. The same thing happens, okay? So that's basically what casting looks like. You can pretty much cast any data type to any other data type that makes sense. So for the primitive data types, you can also cast integers to strings. So let's try this. If we have an integer, just 1, if you wanted to cast this to a string, you just put str like that. You put a number inside, and then when it prints, it's actually a string. You can see the quotation marks here. Same deal if you want to cast from a string, or you pass it to the int function. But if you want to cast a string, let's say just string with a bunch of G's there, we can cast it to an actually, what am I saying? Stupid me. If you want to cast, so that you wouldn't be able to cast to an int, because the computer would actually be like, what the heck are you trying to do? Cast that to an int. So if I run this, you get an error. So that's actually good. I made that mistake. It's a little example for you guys. But if you actually put a number in here like 34, and then hit enter to cast it, then you can see that Python actually knows what to do with this string and actually follows through with casting it to an int. So casting is kind of this weird thing. It doesn't work all the time, but you need it to change between data types. Like if you want to display a number. So actually what's happening, one good example is in this print function, you can only print strings to the screen. You can't actually print numbers. So when I put a number in here, 5, what's going on in the print function is it is actually being casted to a string 5. The number 5 is being casted to the string 5 before it's actually being printed. And that's why this 5 pops up here. Okay? Also booleans, you can kind of cast that. It's not very common, so you don't really need it. but it's also a thing you can do. I believe if you cast an int, an int to a boolean, I think 0 is false, and anything that's not 0, so a 1, -1, and every other possible number are all true. Okay, so that's pretty much casting. It's for casting between data types in Python and pretty much every programming language, but that's how you do it in Python. Thanks for watching, you guys, a short video today, and I'll see you next time. Hey, what's up you guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer, and today I just want to explain strings a little bit. It's a data type in Python, and yeah, let's get started. Alright, so strings. What the heck are strings in Python? Well, I mentioned this in a previous video about data types, that all I said was that strings are just things on the screen that are enclosed in quotation marks. Okay, so let's just have S for string. So anything in here like hello, ma'am, okay? Anything enclosed in quotation marks here is considered a string. That's about all I said in the previous video. But what I actually want to go through is the distinction between this and integers and floats and other data types. So a string literally is just whatever is typed on the screen, it is exactly that, okay? Like the string is literally that data. It is that sentence there. A good way to think of a string is just a sentence. It's a string of any characters, numbers, and symbols, okay? In a sentence. So you can have anything you want there as long as you want. It can be empty. It can have one character. It can have an entire novel, entire ebook in there. It is just considered one string. And it is its own data type because it is considered one whole. It's that entire sentence together is the thing that I'm putting into this variable S here. As you can see, that entire thing is there, and it is what it is. It's a little bit hard to explain, but it's just exactly that. So you can move this around. You can print S. As you can see, if I run this, then hello ma'am pops up just like that because this stuck together as a whole. And yeah, pretty much you can also index into this. So let's say I want to print S. So there's a little bracket here. What this means is I'm going to index into S. So if this is following S and I put a number in here, this is just going to give us a little part of the string. So this here, we start at 0. We don't start at 1 in programming. So we start at 0. This would actually just give us H. If I put in a 1, it would actually give us E. So you're actually able to read different parts of a string. You can actually read different ranges in the string too, but I'm going to explain that at a later date in a different video. It's called slicing. If you're interested in that, to get a substring out of here, a substring is just a small part of a longer string, then you can look that up. But I'll have a video coming out on that, going really in depth with that later if you just want to wait for that. But yeah, that's pretty much strings. There's a lot of different functions on strings you can call too. I'll also be going over those in future videos. But pretty much all you need to know is that a string is just something enclosed in quotation marks. You can also use single quotes. I forgot to mention that if I didn't already say that. Just like that, that'll work equally as well. But yeah, a string is just that. It's just a sentence that is together, and that's the data type. Thank you for watching, you guys. I'll see you in the next video. Hey you guys, Aaron from Clever Programmer here, and today we're going to be going over a special data type, not a primitive data type, called lists in Python. Alright, so I'm in Replit here, okay? And all a list is just a thing that can hold a bunch of objects in it, a bunch of things in it, okay? So what it looks like, let's start there, is this. Let's just put a list of numbers, okay? 1, 2, 3. Very simple. So this here is a list. If it's enclosed in brackets and everything is and there's things in here separated by commas, then this is considered a list. Actually, this is also considered a list if it just has one element with no commas, but usually when you have a list, you're gonna have more than one. That's the whole point. So a list is just a collection of things in order, okay? That's pretty much it. If you want to group a bunch of things together, like you want to have a bunch of just a bunch of numbers together, a bunch of names together, whatever it is, then the list is what you want to be using. So let's just see what you can do with lists. First of all, we have list L here. Nothing's happening. List L here. First of all, you can print out a list and just to spit out all its contents, just like this. It prints out nicely with the brackets. But also a list, I forgot to mention, it is not limited to just having numbers inside of it. You can really have anything you want in here. So you could have a number here, you could have a string here, sting. You could have a another string here with a different kind of quotes, and then you could have a float, and then you could have a boolean. So we have all the primitive data types here represented. We have an integer, we have a float, and you could even have another list in here as one of the elements of the list. So in here, we could just put 1, 2, 3. And this here, this complicated list here, this list that doesn't know what it is it's trying to get its life together or something. It doesn't know what it wants to be. Has a bunch of different things inside here compared to this list, which is very nice and clean. Okay, very nice and clean, where usually when you're using lists, it'll be nice and clean like this. It'll all be the same data type because you have a bunch of things together. You wouldn't have it messy like this. But you can do this if you want. If you want to have a bunch of different data types. These are both equally valid lists in Python, okay? So let's just print out L2 to see what that looks like. Put that there, list 1 and list 2. Yeah, I'm very bad at naming things. Kazi is probably gonna hate me for this. but as you can see, the list printed out here just fine. So this list here is exactly the same as this list that I wrote out, including this sublist. Okay, so also what you can do with lists is, let's just go back to list 1. List 1 here, yeah. You can index into them just like you can index into a string. You can almost think of a string as a list of letters and symbols and characters, kind of, but not really. But you can, when it comes to indexing, you can, like a list and a string are very similar because it's the same syntax, you'd be typing in the same thing into your computer to index into this list. So just like strings, if you index at 0 in the list, since this list is actually, let's use list 2. Okay, and actually this is a little bit confusing. Let's just change this. So list 2, okay, list 2, list 2, just like that. Now that's a lot clearer for you guys to understand. So this here and this here is the same thing. So if I want to index into this list here, I would put a 0, and this would actually spit out this 1 here because this is the first element. So let's run this, and as you can see, the 1 prints out. Now let me just copy and paste this so you can see what's going on with all the other elements. So if I wanted to print out the second element, the third element, the fourth element, or the fifth element, and I run this, you're gonna see all of these print out on separate lines because I'm printing them out each separately. Okay, so you can see, I guess I missed this last one here. Let me just pop that in there so you can see what that looks like. And I run this, then then it's indexing into each element of this list 2 list individually and printing out each one. So list is very useful for holding things together, but sometimes you need to actually do operations on lists. So that's also something you can do in Python. There's a lot of functions or methods that you can run on lists to do different things to them. Like you can add to lists, you can take things away from lists, you can insert into one spot in the list, you can sort a list if it's a list of numbers or something, you can even reverse a list so that it goes in the reverse order. And I'm actually going to be going over a lot of these functions right now. So just stay tuned for a couple seconds and I'll get to it. All right, so we talked about indexing into a list. Let's talk about the most common one actually is adding an element to the end of a list. So like if you had a list of names, let's just put in here. Actually, let's get rid of all this so it's nice and clean. If we just had names, okay? A bunch of names. Let's just say Joe, John, and James. Okay? James. So this is a list of 3 strings, 3 names. All right, and let's say I wanted to add one more name to this list. Like, let's say this was like this list was actually a team. So we had like a team member of 3 people, and we wanted to add one more person to the team. Then we could just type it in here, but I mean that's kind of cheating. That's not really coding. So how you would actually make the computer do it is you would call this function called append. I don't really know what this word means. I didn't know what it meant too before I started coding, but append, it's not append, it's actually append. Append just means add something to the end. It's just a word in the English language apparently, and that's what it means. But if you don't know what it means like I didn't, then that's what it means. So you can actually just add another name here. So let's just say Gary, okay? Let's add some print statements here so you can see kind of the flow that's happening. Names, print names, and then I'll append something to it and then print it out a second time. So what we should see here is this list print out once, and then right below that is this list print out with Gary also attached to it. So a list will be one length, one element longer. Let's run this, and yep, as you can see, that's exactly what happens. So we printed out the list originally of names, and then we appended Gary to the end of this list. All right, so that's what append is. Append is very useful because sometimes you don't care about the order of the list. You actually can. I could have inserted Gary at the beginning of the list or somewhere in the middle. I'm going to talk about that next. But usually, if you're just putting a bunch of stuff together and you don't really care about the order, then yeah, you can just use append. Very common. So let's try insert. So if I wanted to insert Gary, let's say at the beginning of the list, instead of calling append, I'd actually call insert. Okay, not with two R's. Insert. Insert with one R. All right, and the difference between this and append is that if you're going to insert something into a list, then you need to know where in the list it's going to be entered. So actually, this function is going to be taking one extra parameter that tells us where we want to put it into the list. So if you put 0, Gary, then it's going to put Gary in the first spot here before Joe, and then it's going to shift everything over to the right. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to think about it as shifting. Just think about it as just sticking it in the front, and then everything else just does what you would assume it would do. It would just shift over. So let's run this and see what happens. As you can see, Gary here got stuck in the first position there. Also, if you put in 1, then the same kind of deal happens. Gary's actually going to pop up here instead, and it's just going to like split the other parts of the list there. So that's insert. I'm not going to go through the other two ones. You understand how it works. Doing this, putting the very last one is going to be do the exact same thing as append, pretty much. So you might be wondering, okay, why does append exist if insert exists? It's just append is just a quicker way to append something to the end of the list. Sometimes that's a common thing you do. So yeah, they achieve the same thing, but they're distinct functions. So some other cool things you can do with lists is you can also remove elements. So if I want to remove Gary, actually no, Gary's not even here. So if we have this list of names here again, Joe, John, and James, and then I'm gonna print it, and then I want to remove something from there, then what you have to do is actually put in the name. So this would actually remove Joe from the list, okay? Or if I put this, then this would actually remove John from the list. This is case sensitive, I believe. So if I put a capital John, then this John would actually stay in. But if I ran this code, then you will actually see that John is deleted from the list. Let's try that. Yeah, you see John has disappeared from the list now. Okay. Some other things you can do are sort lists and even reverse lists. So let's do reverse, because sorting a list of names, I guess that would make sense. You could probably alphabetize it. I don't know if there's a function for alphabetizing that. But for like a list of numbers, for sure you could actually sort it, and I'll demo that real quick. Well, let's just look at reverse, okay? Reverse. So as you can see, I said that a list is ordered, right? So a list has a very specific order so that we know which element we're talking about when we index into it. It doesn't like have a random order or anything. Like names at 0 is always going to be Joe. Names at 1 is always going to be John. James at 2 is always going to be James. It never changes. So sometimes, because the order matters, if you want to reverse the order, which could be useful for something, like let's say you wanted to have your names alphabetized, and then you want to reverse it and then have your names in reverse alphabetical order, then you could do that as well. So all this will do is just flip this around so that James comes first and then Joe comes last. And as you can see, this list got reversed, got flipped around pretty much. Okay, so let's do sort right now. Okay, so let's just have a bunch of numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that's already sorted. Stupid me. Let's put in a bunch of random numbers. 6, 4, 2, 9, 12. Okay? And then let's actually, we don't need any of this. Let's get rid of this. If we have a bunch of numbers here, and then I'm gonna print it out before we sort it, numbers. But if I wanted to sort this, then I can just call this function sort, okay? And what this will do is it'll actually sort the numbers array into ascending order by default. If you wanted to get it in decreasing order, you could sort it and then reverse it. So you can actually chain these functions together to do cool things like that. What am I printing out? Numbers printing out. That's what I was doing. So let's run this, and as you can see, the list 6, 4, 2, 9, 12 has been sorted from the lowest number to the highest number, 2, 4, 6, 9, 12. So these are just some really common functions you can use on lists. The main thing I want to point out here is, yeah, list is just a group of things you put together, and there's a specific order, and you can index into the list wherever you want to read from it. And you can also add things, you can remove elements, it can get longer and shorter. It's a very, very flexible, changeable kind of data structure, and very useful for keeping things together. So those are pretty much lists. One very common thing to do with lists, though, the last thing I'm going to talk about is iterating over a list. So I think we already had a video about for loops and for loops, but you can iterate over a list using a for loop by just using this syntax. So for number in numbers, and then you can just print the number. Okay, so you guys probably already know what this is. You've seen this, but as you can see, the whole list got printed from this for loop here. The reason I'm doing this is I want to point out that in a for loop, and whatever is here needs to be an iterable. That's just a fancy word that says you can iterate over it. So a list is iterable because you can iterate through every element one by one and do something with each one of those. So in this case, we're just printing it out to the screen. Okay, so a list is an iterable. It's the simplest iterable, I believe. And yeah, it just holds a bunch of things in it together as a group. And that's pretty much all you guys have to know for that. That is it for this video. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Hey, what's up guys? This is Aaron from Clever Programmer again. And today I just want to talk about something really cool in Python called indexing, slicing, and striding in arrays and strings. So let's get started. All right, first you're gonna want to go to REPL.it as usual. So once you're here, click on New REPL and follow along, please. Why is Python not popping up at the top? That is just perverse. Anyways, so let's just name this, what did I say? Indexing, slicing, and striding. So that might not make any sense to you right now, but I'm about to explain. So this is a really cool thing that you can do in Python to play around with strings and arrays. Strings are basically just arrays, but yeah, you're able to do a lot of cool things with it. So I'll just jump right in. First, let's start with a list. So I'm just gonna call this list digits, and then I'm just gonna put the digits from 1 to 9 here, or 0 to 9. So there's 10 digits in here, right? And these are actually the same as the indexes of every digit. That might make it a little bit easier for you guys to understand. So once we have that there, you guys should be familiar with simple indexing. If you're not, please look it up real quick and come back. But if you do, then you should know that if I go like this, digits at 0, then this is just going to print out the first element of this array. So it's just going to print out 0. Let's see if it does, and that's exactly what happens. Same deal, if I put in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, then I'm just going to get that same index back. All right, one thing you might not have known about Python, I'm not sure of any other languages you can do this in. I'm sure there are, but I don't think you can in Java or C++ or other languages like that. But you can actually use negative indexing. So let's, what would that even mean? Like, think about it for a second. If you had a negative index in an array, what could that possibly mean? Maybe you could be like indexing through it, and then maybe like you start you loop around to the beginning again, like once you loop too much, like almost like a modulus. But actually, what Python decided to do, which I think is pretty intelligent, is actually make it so that you count from the back of the list. So if we're indexing with positive numbers, this will be 0, this will be 1, this will be 2, 3, so on and so forth. Oops. But if you use a negative index, let's just say -1, you would actually be accessing this last one. So let's try print this out. And as you can see, the very last element is printed out. If I put -2, again, the second to last element is printed out, 8. So actually, if I wanted to get the very first element using a negative index, then you could actually just put -10 because there's 10 elements in this array. Or even better, just put negative, just use the length function. You guys know the length function. If you don't, then it just gives you the length of any list or string, I believe. I'm not sure if it works on strings, but I think it does. So yeah, see, if we do that, then this automatically becomes 10. This makes it negative, and then we can get the first element that way. So you can actually call every element by 2 different names in Python. That's really cool. It's very handy if you just want to get the last element, just boom, just like slap in -1 and you're done. It's very nice and easy and clean. Another cool thing we can do is there's actually going to be a lot of cool action happening between these two brackets. You can do a lot of stuff between these two, with like multiple colon signs and weird little codes. But it's very, very powerful for doing different kind of reading from arrays and strings. So what else you can do is let's stick a colon in here. So what the heck does that mean? All right, so all this means is you can actually put a range of an array in here. So that means instead of just putting in like a single element, you can actually put a range of elements. So let's say if I wanted to just get the first 2 elements, or the first 3, so 0, 1, 2, I would leave nothing at the beginning, and then let's say we would end at element 3. So it'll go up to 3 but not include it. So it'll actually give us this entire thing back instead of just one element. So you can actually reference parts of the array in chunks, and you can specify exactly the chunks you want. So let's try to run this and see what happens. Exactly what I thought would happen. 0, 1, 2, because this will start from the very beginning because we didn't specify anything here. I think if you put 0, the same thing would actually work. Yeah, because it starts from here, includes this. So this number is inclusive and this number is exclusive. So this will print out everything from 0, 1, and 2. Likewise, if I put it all the way up to 9, this will go from 0 all the way up to 8. So I would actually get from 0 to 8 here when I run it. And yep, that's exactly what happens. So that's basically what slicing is in Python. Very useful if you just want to get like a chunk of it. Let's say you had like a name in a string. Like maybe let's just pop this in here real quick. Name equals first last, just like that. Go like this, and let's say I just want to pick out the first name. You can actually find the correct index, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if I put 0 to 5, and you can actually just get rid of the 0 because it's the same thing as nothing, and I run it, first prints out. So see how you can get a different substring from that string? Very cool in Python. I'll just get rid of this because I guess we don't need it. Let's go back to this example. So also you can also slice into arrays using negative elements. So you can actually put in like a -1 like this, and this should be from the very first element to the very last element. But remember, this is exclusive, so it's not going to include the 9. Let's try that, and again the same thing pops out. Also, I believe you can, yeah, this is one thing I almost forgot to do. You can put a number at the beginning and leave the last part empty, so that this will go from element 5 inclusive all the way to the end. Note though, if you put 10 here, 10, index 10 here, you're actually going to exclude it. But if you just don't put anything at all, you'll actually include the last digit. So that's something to keep in mind there. What else can we do? So I think that's about it when it comes to slicing. Also, another thing you can do is called striding. So slicing is very simple. You just put you have a chunk. You can just get any range in the array you want, 1, 0, up to all of it. But you can also do stride. So that's actually going to incorporate 2 colons. All right. So what this means is you can actually have a slice here. So let's say from 0 to 10, right? Or let's say to 10. And then what the stride is how big the jumps you want to be. So if the stride was 1, we're just going to hop 1 time every time. So it's going to go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, etc. But if we put 2, you can actually skip. So it'll actually jump and skip from 0 to 2 to 4 to 6. So we can actually pick out all the even numbers this way. Let's try this. I'll run this, and as you can see, we get 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. If we put in 3, then you'll actually jump in strides of 3. So you get 0, 3, 6, 9. You might not get the 9 because this is 10. Let's see. Oh, it did pop up. So the 9 did pop up there. Those are basically what strides do. Again, you can use negative indexes here in any combination you want. You can omit things. So if you omit the first one, you're going to start from the very beginning, including this one. If you omit this one, you're going to do include all of them all the way up to the end. Also, you could do something like this. So this just includes everything. This is just everything. And a stride of 1 just includes everything. But let's say you put a stride of 2, then you just get the even numbers. Or you could even actually use negative strides as well. I forgot for a second, but I believe if you put a negative stride, what would that mean? Remember the negative index, we actually, the negative index, you would start from the end of the array, but what about a stride? A stride kind of tells you, okay, jump in a certain direction at a certain jump. So a stride of 2, you would jump in leaps of 2, in strides of 2, you would keep jumping over and over and over. Or strides of 3, you would jump over and over and over and over in strides of 3, leaps of 3. So a negative one, what makes most sense, what the people who designed Python came up with, was if it's negative, go backwards. So actually putting a stride of -1, you'll start from the end of the list and you'll go backwards. So let's see how that works. Let's click run. And as you can see, the list gets spit out backwards. So this is actually a cool little thing that you can do in Python to reverse any array or string. Just stick a little -1 here. Also, if you put a -2 and you hit run, then the same thing happens. It starts from the end and goes to the beginning of the array, but it's going in strides of 2, hence the only odd numbers here. Very cool. One thing to note with negative strides is if you have negative strides and you also want to slice, you need to make sure that this index here is on the right side of this index here. So I can't put like index 0 here and index 5 here because that doesn't make any sense. How can I go from index 5 to index 0? Oh, sorry, I have it backwards. This way. How can I go from index 0 to index 5 going in this direction to the left? It doesn't make any sense. So you need to make sure that the stride direction, if it's positive or negative, that the slicing indexes also make sense. They're in the right order. So you need to make sure that if it's negative, then the slicing is going to the left, and then if the stride is a positive number, then the slicing is going to the right. So this would not work. This would work, but if we have a -2, then we would need to actually change these to 5 and 0, so that we are going from 5 to 0 in strides of 2. So it would be 5, 3, 1. And that's exactly what happens. So that might have been a little bit confusing. They're a very, very useful thing once you figure out how to use them. Just play around with it a little bit. I'm kind of rambling on a little bit here, but if you just like pop in some numbers with these 2 colons and really figure out like what happens and try to predict what's coming out the way I did, then it'll actually be a really good learning exercise for you. So why don't you go in there and do some cool stuff, like just play around, get some substrings, get some like subarrays, and reverse some things and go in the opposite direction and just have fun with it. All right, so that's pretty much it when it comes to indexing, slicing, and striding, including negative numbers. But now I actually want to do a little example where instead of just having numbers in these slices, you can actually use variables. So one little cool thing that I came up with was if we just have a for loop called for I in range, how many digits I have? 10? Yeah, but let's just put length. Use a length function because that's more robust. You're able to make the program smarter that way because it'll automatically adjust. So always use a length function instead of hard coding numbers. Try to never hard code numbers in your code. It's just not a good idea when you are trying to make big programs. So length of digits would end up being 10. So for range in 10, let's try to just print out digits from the beginning to I. This 0 is optional, but I'll just put it in there for clarity's sake. Let's run this, and before I do though, what do you think will print out? Think about it, and I'm gonna run it now and you'll see. So you can ignore this. This is from that first print statement, but this is exactly what prints out here. This weird cascading thing here. Now think about what's happening here. We have a loop with a variable I that goes through the digits here from 0 to 9, and then each time we go through this loop, we want to print from the beginning of the list up to that digit. So every time this loop goes, I is getting a little bit bigger, which means this is going from the beginning to somewhere, and then beginning to somewhere a little bit bigger, and the beginning to somewhere a little bit bigger, beginning to somewhere a little bit bigger, and so on and so forth. And that's why you get this. You start at the beginning, and then you go from the beginning to 1, and then beginning to 2, and so on and so forth, all the way until you get to the end at 8. So this is a little bit advanced, putting variables in slices, but you can actually do some really interesting things when you're doing like complicated algorithms and whatnot, putting variables in slices like this with strides. And you could even put like equations in these slices and whatnot, like modulus signs and weird function calls and stuff, and you can put a lot in there, and you can actually do some really interesting things when it comes to grouping together things. So let's say one actually kind of advanced example that I came up with, but I really want to show you guys. It's pretty cool. It's, let's say I have this list from 0 to 9 here. Now let's say I want to get every group of 3 possible in this list. So if I have this entire list, I want to get 0, 1, 2. I want to get 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I want to get 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5. So on and so forth, all the way up until 7, 8, 9. All right, but no further. I don't want 8. I don't want just 8, 9. I don't want just 9. I don't want just 0. Okay. So you can actually let's start by writing a for loop again. So for I in range, let's just go length of digits again. Let's just start there. That's always a good place to start. Sometimes you have to like subtract 1 or 2 to get rid of some weird offsets, but just start by using the length function always. And let's just try to print digits at from I to I plus 3. So let's think about this before I run it, okay? For I in range, the length of digits, so this loop is going to run 10 times because this list is 10 elements long. Then every time this runs, we are going to go from the current index, so whatever iteration we're on, so 0, 1, 2, 3, or all the way up to 9, plus 3. So the current index plus 3. So what is this defining here? This is defining a slice in the array. Okay. A slice in the array of size 3, but it's constantly moving because this is I and I plus 3. Then we know that it's going to be of length 3 wherever I is. So let's just try to run this and see what pops out. Let's comment this out so the output doesn't get confusing. Boom, boom, boom. Run. So as we can see, it almost has the correct functionality that we want. 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. Because you can see like the first elements of all this output, these are actually the iterations of the for loop. And then we just added 3 to the end of the slice. So that's where we get the second 2 following numbers after that. So that's how we do that. But what about this thing here? There's this 8, 9, and 9, but I want to get rid of that because those aren't groups of 3. So let's think about that. What could you do to get rid of those? Well, you could just subtract 2 iterations from the for loop, right? You could just chop it off just by putting a -2 in here, a little cheeky -2. Boom, and you just get rid of those 2 and just ignore them completely. But that's not the best idea. Usually you don't want negative, just the same way I didn't want to put 10 here. I use length of digits instead. You also don't want to do a -2 or a +3 here even. Just bear with me for a second. It might make a little more sense once you see it. So you don't want this -2 or +3, but then how do you get rid of that? Well, let's just say I said I wanted a window size, right? Window size of 3. So let's do that. Now let's get rid of this. So suddenly we can get rid of that 3. So this should run exactly the same as before. Boom, yes, it runs exactly and does what we want us to do. And we actually specified the window size here. So that's really cool, but we still have this -2 here. So what does that mean? How do we get rid of that? Well, let's think about what this 2 is really doing. This 2 is subtracting off 2 iterations of the loop, because there is a trailing some trailing things. Like once these iterations over here happen, there's not enough digits afterwards to get an entire group of 3. So what the key distinction I want to make here is that 2 is 1 digit less than 3. All right, because let's say I put actually, let's get rid of this and I'll just show you guys. If the window size was actually 5, so now I can change. See, this is actually another good reason why you want to have variables like this, because you can just change one variable. See, I changed this one variable to 5, and then now I can actually change the window size to 5. So I can get these 5, and then these 5, and then these 5, and so on and so forth in chunks. Or even I can just go the entire array. I can get all 10 elements at once. But let's just go with 5 and run this and see what happens. So you can see that it's running as expected. We're getting groups of 5 from 0 to 4, and then 1 to 5, and 2 to 6, and so on. But we have all this junk at the end again. But do you notice how we actually don't only have 2 iterations, there's actually 4 iterations. So remember, we had 3 iterations and we had to get rid of 2 iterations. And now there's 4 extra iterations. So 3 and 2, the difference is 1. And then now there's 4 iterations, or the window size was 5, and we had to get rid of 4 iterations. So you see how 5 and 4, their difference is 1 again. So we found the relationship between these two numbers. This number always needs to be 1 less than this number in order for this window size thing to work. Okay, does that make sense? If it doesn't, try to rewatch that whole little section again and think about the relationship between these two numbers. Why would this weird ramp thing here get longer as this number gets bigger? So if I put in a 6, this ramp got one longer. If I put in a 7, this ramp got even one longer. So we got to keep getting rid of one more iteration of the for loop at the end every single time. Once you understand that, then it's very simple, because all you need to do is we need to subtract 6 from here. If you need to subtract 6 from here, 6 is 1 less than 7. And what is 7? 7 is window size. So actually, let's just put instead of -6, let's go minus window size. But remember, it has to be 1 less than window size, so -1. There is one exception to the rule. Every now and then you will actually need to have a -1 or a +1 to get rid of like weird offsets and whatnot. So it's okay to have -1s or +1s in your code, but you never ever want like a negative like 427.76 or something like that, because then it's hard coded in the program, and that's not what you want in a robust, well-rounded program. So -1 is okay. But when we run this, let's click run and see what happens. As you can see, oh, what happened here? Oops. Yeah, as you can see, we get all the groups of 7. Actually, we don't. What is happening here? Did I make a mistake? All right, guys, thanks for standing by. I had to take a couple minutes to figure that out. This kind of stuff happens all the time, like even when you plan stuff out. So just be aware that even people who have been programming for like 7 years like me, they still screw up. It was actually a very simple bug here. What I realized was, yes, this number does need to be 1 more than this number, but earlier I did not have the parentheses here. So when I was doing this, it was actually subtracting I think it was subtracting the numbers incorrectly. But once I grouped it together here by putting these parentheses in, I feel like that shouldn't change anything, but for some reason that has fixed the issue. So if I wanted to get groups of windows of size 7 now, this will actually become 6 within this parentheses. So I can do this, and as you can see, now we get all 4 instead of what we had before. I believe this is what we had, and this was giving us errors. But yeah, I guess sometimes it's always safer to use parentheses, more parentheses and less parentheses, to be very, very clear about your order of operations, because that's a very easy mistake to make in math. And then those same easy mistakes translate over to programming very, very smoothly, which is actually kind of a negative thing, but also a positive thing if you know how to work out math problems. But just be aware of that. Any math that doesn't work in real life won't work on a computer. All right, that's just something to note. But yeah, that's the last kind of advanced example I wanted to give you guys with slicing. So here we're actually using a dynamic slicing scheme here to actually change the slice in a for loop over and over again. So we're actually playing around with some numbers, and then all we have to do is change one number up here, one little configuration thing, and we can actually get any size window we want. So this is every window of size 1, every window of size 2, like you guys get it, so on and so forth. So yeah, guys, that is the end of this video. I might have drone on for a little bit. I'm trying to get better at that. I noticed I drag on a little bit, but I like to be more verbose than less verbose, because I think it's better to be clear and then to just watch the video on like 2x speed, because that's kind of what I learned in my my own personal schooling. I'm currently in graduate school. But yeah, stay tuned. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time. Hey, what's up, you guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer, and today we're gonna do a nice short sweet little video about string manipulation and a little bit of string parsing. We're just gonna be going over 2 really quick Python functions, split and join. So let's get right into it. Manipulating strings is actually pretty important in Python. If you ever need to parse a CSV file, which is a CSV file is just a comma separated value file, which means there's a bunch of things in a file, and then between each of those things is a comma with no spaces. That's all it is. So it could be like a list of names, a list of emails, a list of prices, a list of whatever you want it to be. But it's basically a file is just text, and you sometimes want to be able to do things to that text by splitting it up or putting a bunch of things together into text and whatnot, stuff like that. So that's what we're gonna be going over real quick. Very simple, very two nifty little functions. I'm just gonna go over the syntax really quick, and let's just go. So let's say I have a string that I want to split up. Let's do split first. So let's just say I have, yeah. Okay, let's just say I have a bunch of problems. All right, we're gonna call it broke, comma pale, comma short, comma nerdy. Okay, and then let's say I want to actually, because this list is just one long string, it's not like anything. Like if I just print problems, then the story of my life will be displayed to the screen. But if I want to make a list with all of these elements in there, then you can actually split this up using the split function. So what I want to show you here is that we are going to split on a very specific string called a delimiter. So I'll explain that in a second. Let me just type it out first. So L just stands for list. I'm gonna go problems.split, and we want to split on a delimiter. Okay, so a delimiter is just a fancy word. I don't even know why it's called that, but what it is just something that goes between things. So it's like it's a unified thing that goes between things. So like in the CSV file, a comma separated value file, the delimiter is the comma with no space. So it's just a comma. If there was a comma space, maybe some CSV files have spaces. There might be like a type of CSV file that has spaces. I don't know. But if it does, then the delimiter would be actually comma space. Okay, the delimiter would be that string, those 2 characters together. So for us, that's exactly what it's going to be. As you can see here, back to the screen, we have a list here, and each of these words is separated by a comma and a space. So our delimiter is literally going to be comma space. Okay, you might have to escape this. I'm gonna test it out real quick. Testing as you go, like little things like this, is usually much faster than trying to research it up and being right the first time. Just like take 2 seconds and figure it out. It's cool. So let's do this. We have this string here. We print it out. We try to split on this, and now let's print the list that we just created, L, and see what comes out. As you can see, it worked just fine. We didn't have to escape it. Let's see if escaping the comma does work though. Run it. No, it does not. So this is actually interpreted. As you can see, this entire thing is a list of one long string that looks just like that. So you do not need to escape in here. So just keep it like that. This parameter is just a raw string. You don't need any escapes at all. A raw string just means it's literally what it looks like on the screen. You don't have to escape anything, which is nice. It might look like this if you've seen it before. It has a little R before the string, but I don't think this split function can handle that. So that's split. Very, very simple. You can take a string like this and split on anything you want. Also, something else I could do is if I put like, I want to split on short, and then run it. So it's actually going to take this, split on here. So the two elements are going to be everything here. This is the first element, and then everything here is going to be the second element because it's splitting on this string. Let's try that. As you can see, the first string is broke, pale, comma, space, and then the second string is comma, space, nerdy because we split on the delimiter that was short. But let's just go back to what we had it before because that makes a lot more sense. Run it, and look, we have this string and we're splitting it into this list. Now, what you're probably thinking is join. The other function I mentioned was join, and join does exactly what it sounds like it does. It does the opposite of split. It'll join a whole list together into one string. So that's like if you say you had a Python list in Python or a tuple or something, and you had a bunch of data and you wanted to put it, and you wanted to generate a CSV file, a comma separated text file, comma separated value file, then you could use something like this, like join, to put everything on that list into one big long string of text, and then stick it into a file, call it a CSV file, and then now you can give that to anybody else who wants the CSV file, and they can do whatever they want with that. It's a very common thing to do. So we'll just call this joined equals, and this syntax is a little bit tricky. Like this actually stumped me a few times when I started. I don't know why it's like this, but you actually put the delimiter first, just like this. Put the delimiter first. Let's just put space and space, okay? So that instead of just making it again what it was originally, we're actually going to do a little change on it. Actually, let's do this. Let's do CSV equals like that. So actually, we're actually going to do two joins. So ignore this for now. Actually, let me just get rid of it so I don't confuse you. That was just a random idea I had on the fly. So you have your delimiter first. You have a string here, and then you're actually going to call a function on that string, which is a little bit weird. I don't know why it's like that, but basically you have to have the string, and then you're actually calling a function on the string. So it's literally string.join, and then in join you put the list. So list L would be L. And then let's print out joined, just like that, and run it. And as you can see, it prints out one long string, broke and pale and short and nerdy. Okay, cool. But earlier I said I had a different idea. So like maybe if you want to create a CSV file, you would actually use a delimiter of comma with no space, CSV, and then you call join on that delimiter string, put in the same list, run it this time. Oh, I didn't print it. Print CSV, yeah, and hit run. And as you can see, we generated our own short CSV text here. So we could actually chuck this to a file. I'm not gonna go over how to write to files in Python. It's pretty simple, maybe in a future video, maybe the next video, but that's pretty much what this is going on here. We have this join function and the split function that either split on delimiter or join by a delimiter. I think they're both called delimiters. I know this is called delimiter. This might be called something else, but I'm just going to call it delimiter because just cuz. And correct me if I'm wrong in the comments if it's called something else. It might actually be called something else. I vaguely remember back from my undergrad. Anyways, that's about it though for those two quick functions. Very useful for dealing with strings. This will be handy for, CSV files or anything remotely similar to that. But that was it for this quick video, guys. Thank you for watching. I will see you guys next time. And yeah, good. Bye. Hey, what's up, you guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer today. And today we are just going to be talking about tuples in Python. You don't know what that is yet, but you're about to find out. Let's get started. All right, so a tuple is first of all, it's a weird word. I don't know what the heck it means, but that's how you spell it, T-U-P-L-E. And all a tuple really is, it's a list with constraints. So in a previous video, I think we went over lists. So a list just looks like this, right? With brackets, you have something like that. All a tuple is gonna be the exact same thing, but with parentheses, okay? Like that. So now L is actually a tuple. So I'm gonna change this to a T. So a tuple is just, it looks just like a list, but it has parentheses instead of brackets. That's not the only thing that differentiates them. That's just what it looks like on the screen when you're coding. That's what a tuple will look like. But the difference is, a list could have anything in there, and so can a tuple. They are similar in that sense. You can index into them using that bracket notation. So let me just show you that real quick, actually. Print t at 0. As you can see, the 1 prints out because that's the first one. So you can do that just like a list. You can read from it, but that's pretty much it. The thing about tuples is you can't actually change it. You can't add elements to it. You can't remove elements to it, and I think that's about it. You can't add and you can't remove, and you can't change things within it if they're immutable. If they are also unchangeable. So that's kind of a little bit weird to explain. But basically, you can't add or change. You can't add or remove elements to it. It's a very stable, structured kind of data type. So you can overwrite the entire thing. So if I had t here and then I overrode t by setting equal to 5, then yes, its entire tuple will be deleted. But I'm not actually changing things to it. So what is this good for? You might be asking, okay, so what's the point of having a tuple if I can just use a list? Well, there are sometimes you want to be more secure with your data. So let's say you had a credit card, okay? A credit card. Just call it credit card like that. And you have multiple things on a credit card. So this is what I was talking about, structured data. So a credit card has a credit card number, right? So let's put that in first. I think it's like 16 digits. I'll just put 1, 2, 3, 4 like that a bunch. You'd have the credit card number. You might have a name on there. So let's just say first name, or I don't know. Oh, let's put Joe Rogan, because why not? And then you would have an expiration date, which could be like December 31st, 2019 or something like that. Or on credit cards, I think it's just like 11/19 or 20. There we go. November of 2020. And then a security code. You usually have like a 3-digit or 4-digit security code that you also need in addition to the number, right? Let's just put it in like that. So you have a credit card here as a tuple. The reason we would have used a tuple here is because every element of the tuple has a consistent meaning, okay? So none of this can be changed. I cannot go in and change this number. I cannot go in here and change this. I cannot go in here and change this. But it's all together as a whole, together. Usually you'd be using it for things like this. One thing that it's very useful for is actually having a list of tuples. So let's say you had multiple credit cards, then you could create a second credit card. Let's just create a second one, like this, okay? And then let's just change, or whatever, screw it. We can just leave it like that. So credit card 1 and credit card 2. And then let's just say we wanted to have a list, credit cards with an S, and then we could just create a list with credit card 1 and credit card 2, okay? And then we could print out all of our credit cards, just like that. So are you guys following? Oh, we created 2 tuples here, 2 separate tuples using the parentheses, and then we stuck them in a list and we're gonna print it out. So this is handy because, let's run this again so it looks nicer. This is handy because, as you can see, we have a bunch of credit cards here that are structured. It's a structured kind of idea, and then you can just put a bunch of these together. So you can actually change this list, this wrapping list on the outside. You can always add more credit cards to it because it's a list, but within each of these little credit card tuples, you can't actually change or add anything to it because we don't want it to. It's a very stable, structured kind of data type. All right, so that's pretty much tuples. One cool thing I want to mention about tuples is because they're so structured, you can actually do this cool thing called unpacking a tuple, okay? So let's get rid of these here. Let's just get rid of everything. Let's say we have a person, okay? A variable called person, and we're gonna make it a tuple, and we'll say that every person has a name, right? We're not gonna call it a name, we're gonna call it Nancy, okay? Nancy Pants, because I like that. Nancy Pants. And then age, let's put 25. Okay, so Nancy Pants is 25 years old. And let's also put favorite food. Okay, pizza. Like that. So we have a person here, okay? As a tuple. And because the tuple is structured, a cool thing we can actually do in Python is actually just go like this. We can create 3 new variables. So name, comma, age, comma, favorite food, okay? We're gonna put this here like this. And then we can actually say this is equal to person. So what's happening here is we are unpacking this tuple, or we're unpacking this person tuple. So this person tuple has 3 aspects to it. It has a name, it has an age, and it has a favorite food. So that's what we're specifying here. We're specifying 3 new variables called name, age, and favorite food, and then we're setting it equal to this tuple. The cool thing that happens here though is now I can actually print out each of these things individually, completely individually. So pretty sure you guys see where I'm going here. Now we have these 3 variables separately. So instead of going like, okay, person at 0 and person at 1 and person at 2, etc., we can actually just unpack it this way and use more descriptive names instead of person at 0 and person at 1 and whatever. So when I run this, as you can see, all 3 pop out because we unpacked this tuple. One other cool thing is you actually don't even need these parentheses here. It's something really cool you can do. So you can say, okay, name, age, and fav food. You're actually setting 3 variables completely in one line. You're setting it equal to this tuple, which is going to correspond in order because the tuple is ordered just like a list, but it's structured so that you can actually unpack it this way. Very, very useful thing, especially if you are iterating over a bunch of tuples, okay? Let's say you have, like I said, you could iterate over a list. You can also iterate over a list of tuples. And then in each iteration, you actually unpack the tuple in the loop itself. So let's see what that would look like. So let's say for name, age, fav food in, oh, this would have to be a list. Let's just create 2 people so you can see how this works. Very useful thing with tuples called tuple unpacking. Nancy, Joe shirt. That one's not as funny, but whatever. And age 20 and favorite food is pasta. Okay, so we have person 1 and person 2. And then we are just going to create a people list equals person 1 and person 2. I could have just stuck these tuples directly in here, but it's just better to use variables like this and then putting the variables here. It's more clear, okay? I'm just creating a list here of a list of 2 people, and each person is a tuple. So now we can say, okay, let's iterate over people, and since we are unpacking this, it's going to iterate this loop is going to iterate over this entire list, and each time it goes through, it's actually going to unpack these tuples so that in the iteration I can actually print out everything in here. So I can put just like print name. Actually, it's just the same as here. Let me just copy and paste this. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, just like that. So what? And then we'll put a space. An empty print statement will just print nothing. Okay. So we have everything here for 2 iterations, and when we run this, what is wrong? In people, person is not defined. Oh, okay. Well, let's just get rid of this. We don't need this here. And yeah, let's get rid of all this. Oops. Yeah, because that was giving us a problem. Because I changed this up from person to person 1, this is it wasn't working anymore. So let's hit run, and as you can see, this loop ran twice and it unpacked both of these tuples. Okay, so you can hold data, structured data in tuples, and then you have very easy structured access to them via unpacking. So very useful thing in Python. I like using them a lot, especially in loops like this down here in the for loop. But that's pretty much it for this this video, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hey, what's up guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer, and today we're going to be talking about something called sets in Python. So let's get started. So first of all, a set is just like a list or a tuple, as I explained in previous videos, but a little bit different. So we already ate up all the options earlier, right? So lists use brackets, okay? Tuples use parentheses. So what's the only thing left? Oh yeah, braces. So you might be thinking, okay, so what if I put something in braces? And that's exactly what a set is in Python, okay? So a set is basically, it's another way to group a bunch of things together in Python. If you have a bunch of things together, but what's special about them, besides the braces, to code them out, besides those is you cannot have duplicates in a set. All right, you cannot have any duplicates. So if I had the numbers 1 through 10 in the set, and then I tried adding 10 again, it would just ignore it and it wouldn't add it to the set. But if I tried to add 11, then it would add it to the set. A set can grow and get smaller as well, I believe. But so it's not like a tuple. It's not like constrained like a tuple. But you can add things to it. But you cannot have any duplicates. And it's also unordered. That's the thing I was trying to remember. It took me a little bit. It is unordered, so you cannot iterate through it in any particular order. So you cannot be like, oh, set at 0 equals this, set at 1 equals this, like you did with lists and tuples. So that's another difference. But the main thing is that it doesn't have any duplicates. So one really cool thing you can do with sets is actually have a list that has duplicates in it of whatever it is that you want, and then change it to a list, cast it to a set. I talked about casting earlier, so you can actually cast things to a set. You can cast a list to a set and a set to a list. And what that will do, what I just said, is if you have a list with duplicates, cast it to a set, the set will get rid of all the duplicates automatically, and then you can cast it back to a list, and all of a sudden you got rid of all the duplicates in your list. So that's a very, very common thing you do with sets. But sets can also do a lot more. Let's explain what I just said though. So let's say we have a set S equals let's just have a set of I don't know, fruits. Let's go banana. Actually, let's do this. Blueberry and raspberry. Okay, so we just have two different types of berries here. So that's a set. We can print out a set just like a list or a tuple. I'll show you that real quick. S, it'll have braces. See, braces here, not brackets or parentheses, but braces. And we have two different things here in the set. It's unordered, so actually, yeah, it's a random order. They're made in a random order. But as you can see here, raspberry is the second element, but when it's printed, it actually prints this first. Like what gives? And then see here, now it reversed its order. So it spits out a random order. I don't know what determines that, but the point here is that a set is just like a bag of things. Like if you had a bag of different things and you just chuck them all in there, it's just, there's no order to it. It's not like a nice sequential kind of one thing, two thing, three thing, four thing, five thing. Okay. So let's just try to add something to this set. Okay, so let's say we have blueberry and we have raspberry. Let's try to add something unique. So this function that you can run on the set or any set is just add. So you write the set here, so set.add, and then you can add anything you want to this. So let's add strawberry, okay, a third kind of berry, and run this. And as you can see, I had a set here that has two types of berries, and then I add a third type of berry, and which is different than these two, so it added it. And as you can see, when I print it out, it's all three berries are here. Okay, you can also add other data types. It doesn't always have to be strings. You can have a bunch of different things in there. So we can just add 4, and then boom, 4 pops up. And as you can see, in a random order. Let's run it again, random order, run it again, random order. Okay, so that's the add. But let's try to add not strawberry. So we're getting rid of this. So now the set only has 2 things in it again. Let's try to add blueberry. Okay. Oops. If we run this, this is actually not going to do anything because it's going to notice that this blueberry is already in the set and it's going to ignore it. So let's hit run. And as you can see, nothing was added to it. If this was a list, then this element that we have here would have been added to this to the list as well. But this is a set, so it didn't get added. Let's actually, I want to show you guys that little duplicate example. That's a pretty cool example. So let's say we had a list of just numbers, okay? 1 1 2 2 1 if I can type it out. 1 2 3 3 4 4 4 5. Okay, so as you can see, we have a duplicate 3 here and 2 duplicate 4s here. If we printed this out, you guys can believe me that it'll look just like this, right? If I printed out this list, so I'm not gonna bother printing that out. Okay, but what if we wanted to get rid of all the duplicates? What could we do? Well, I said earlier that we can actually put it in a set. We can cast it to a set and then cast it back to a list, and then we'll have a list that get rid of all the duplicates. So let's just say, well, casting, first of all, we go like this, and then we pop the list in there. So we can say, no duplicate set, this is just a variable name, equals set of L. So what this is going to be a set of this list without any duplicates. So let's see what that looks like. Print no duplicate set. Okay, and let's just comment these out so you don't get confused. Let's run this. Actually, let's get rid of this whole thing. I'll think of a different example later. So let's run this, okay? So we have this list here, 1 2 3 3 4 4 4 5, and then we casted it to a set, and then we printed out that set here. And as you can see, we have a set because there's braces, but it got rid of all the duplicates, okay? There's no duplicates in here. Same deal if I had ABC and even double quotation marks, ABC, because those are equivalent, and then I run this, only one of these is going to be chosen, a random one, I believe. Let's run this, and as you can see, ABC is there, but it got rid of the duplicate here because these two strings are equivalent. But then you also want to cast it back to a list, so we can just go like this, simply like this, no duplicate set, and then we can say no duplicate list, right? That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know, I tend to use L for like lists and stuff. It's probably not the best idea, but it's a bad habit I'm trying to kick. If you can avoid developing it in the first place, I'm not doing a very good idea right now by being a bad example, but maybe actually like name it of something like this, okay? List of numbers. Why don't we just do this now? I might as well do it now, okay, guys? List of numbers like that. So we have a list of numbers, and let's get rid of this crap so that this makes sense. We have a list of numbers here, and then we create a set from that list of numbers with no duplicates, and then we see what that set looks like. Actually, we don't need to see what the set looks like. Let's just get rid of these. Boom, like that. And then we casted the set back to a list. So now this list here actually should be this list without any duplicates. So let's see what that looks like. And as you can see, we have a list here that got rid of all the duplicates here. So now what you can finally do is actually just change it. So list of numbers, you can actually just say is equal to no duplicate list. And what this will actually do is actually overwrite this one. So list of numbers. So what this does is, let's say you had a list of all these numbers and you want to get rid of the duplicates and just completely delete them. Like let's say you had a bunch of names in a database and you had duplicate, or a bunch of people in a database and you had duplicate records and you didn't care about the duplicate records. You just delete them. Or you had a bunch of videos in a file on your computer but 2 of them are exactly the same and you don't need the duplicates. You can just delete them, okay? If you don't need those, you could do something like that, and you could do something like that and get rid of all the duplicates. That might be something actually very useful for this new course we have coming out called How to Automate Stuff with Python. If we're going through file directories and deleting duplicates and whatnot. But yeah, sets might actually come into play there. Just something to note there. But yeah, so those are sets. There are also some pretty cool functions and methods you can run on sets. Because are you guys familiar with Venn diagrams? Let me pull up a image here. So Venn diagrams. Okay, diagrams. So these things here, Okay, you see this thing here? You remember these two circles? You might have learned this in school, and it's like, oh, there's like everything in set A, thing in set B, and then there's an overlap. This is actually what sets are for. Okay, this is what sets are used for in Python. So you can actually have sets of things like this and do logic like this. Like, oh, okay, there's all of these people, and then, or let me think of a better example. Actually, okay, yeah, I thought of an example. Let's go back here. Let's get rid of all this. Okay, remember sets have braces, so we're going to be creating we're gonna have two different libraries. Okay, so let's have library 1 equals a set of I don't know, Harry Potter, Harry Pooper. Yeah, I'm actually 5. I am. I'm not 24. I'm 5. Can't multitask. Hunger Games, sure. Hunger Games and Lord of the Rings. Okay, so we have one set here, and then we have library 2, and then we're gonna have a different set of books here. So we're gonna have Harry Potter, okay, and we're going to have Romeo and Juliet. All right. So we have these two separate libraries that have a bunch of books in them. These are just strings. We're just using strings to like signify books. And now we have two separate sets, and we want to start doing this Venn diagram kind of logic. So there's a bunch of different functions you can run, okay, on sets to figure out the overlaps and whatnot. So let's start with I already went over add, right? I believe you can run. Yeah, I did. You can add things to a set by just going like this, and it'll only get added if it's not already in the set. But first, let's try this. So we have library 1, okay, and then we could first of all, you can just add two sets together, okay. You can add two sets together to put it all together, but also it'll get rid of duplicates. So you notice here how there's Harry Potter in both of these sets. So one of these will actually get ignored, and then when we add these together, it's actually gonna have everything in here in this one plus Romeo and Juliet, and it's just gonna ignore this Harry Potter, or it's gonna ignore this Harry Potter. What did I do? So let's just try that. So the function is called union. Union is just a word that you use in math when it comes to Venn diagrams. That kind of math. I forget what it's called. Discrete math or something. It's unrelated, but you can add two sets together, and that's what union does. So union just means you're gonna union them together in union, okay? So library 1 union library 2, or library 2, just like that, okay? And we'll just call it the town, okay? Let's just yeah, I'm gonna say that there's two libraries in a town. So okay, how about this? All books in town. That makes sense. So if we have a town with two different libraries and we want to get all the books in the town without any duplicates, then we can get the entire book list by just doing something like this. You could go library 1 union library 2, or you could do library 2 dot union library 1. It doesn't really matter because it's the same operation both ways. Let's hit run there. I didn't print it out. Print all books in town. Now let's hit run, and as you can see, let's go here. Now as you can see, it created a set combining both libraries, but it got rid of the duplicate Harry Potter. So that's what union does, and the power of a set. There's some other methods and functions I'm going to go over too. So instead of union, what else do we have? I had to have it written down here on the side. Okay. Now we are going to, okay, let's say we wanted to find the books that were at both libraries, okay? So we could be like, okay, like if you just wanted to find the books that are at both libraries, so at both libraries. I don't actually know why you would want to do this in real life. Like, why do you want to know which books? Or maybe, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. If you wanted to be like, okay, if this one library burns down, yeah, it took a dark turn. But if one library burnt down, what books are you going to have in other libraries as well? Okay? That are like backed up. Then you can actually just run this function. Instead of union, it's going to be intersection. Okay? So this is intersection. This means what is it both in both sets. So what you're going to get here is we're actually going to get Harry Potter, because this is the only thing that is in both sets. Everything else is going to be ignored. This is going to be ignored, and this is going to be ignored. But Harry Potter is the intersection. So like when you have a Venn diagram, remember you have some things in one circle, another thing in another circle. You would have Hunger Games and Lord of the Rings on one side, and then Romeo and Juliet on the other side, and you'd have Harry Potter in the middle where they overlap. You know what I mean? So that's what's going to happen. Let's just run it, and you can see how it at both libraries, how it looks. As you can see, we get a set of just Harry Potter because that's the only thing that was common here. If I also had a Hunger Games down here, then this would be Harry Potter and Hunger Games. Okay, you're getting the intersection. Another thing you can do is actually get the difference. What difference does is it tells you everything in this set that's not in the other set. Okay, so if we have Library 1, which has Harry Potter, Hunger Games, and Lord of the Rings, and then we use the difference with Harry Potter, Romeo and Juliet, then it's going to ignore the Harry Potter and actually just get the difference. We're actually only going to get Hunger Games, Lord of the Rings, or only get Romeo and Juliet. We're not going to get all of it. Or just this part or just this part. You're getting the difference, like what's different about the sets. That's where you're getting the difference. Okay, so let's just call this diff. Okay, diff equals library 1 difference library 2. So let's run this and see what pops out. So as you can see, Lord of the Rings and Hunger Games pops out because we called library 1 and we want to see the difference with library 2. Because library 2 has Harry Potter in it, then we ignore it because it has this in common, so it just gets this. If we reverse this, then you would actually get Romeo and Juliet instead of Hunger Games and Lord of the Rings. You see how that works? So yeah, these are pretty much sets. There's a bunch of functions that you can use. There's a bunch more. I'm just going over all the main ones in these videos, but those are there's actually one more called clear, but I'll leave that up to you to go figure out what that does. Look in the Python documentation for sets and see what the function .clear does. You probably already guessed it. Yeah, it clears out the set and make it completely empty. But go and try it out yourself. Maybe code it up. But those are sets in Python, very useful for getting rid of duplicates. Remember that? That's one of the most common uses of it. But also if you're doing things like, you're doing like some weird logic things or running some like really weird algorithms. Like I've done some before in my schooling, but they're a very handy thing to know. Know that sets are the braces one and that they're getting rid of duplicates. I probably said that 300 times by now, but yeah, getting rid of duplicates. That's the main use that I know sets are used for. So that's it for this video, guys. Thank you for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Goodbye. So let's just create a dictionary. All right, let's just call it dictionary. So the way a dictionary works is instead of having elements that you can index into with numbers, like in a list, if you guys don't remember if you have a list, then you would index it like this or something, listed 0, listed 1, listed 2, etc. Instead of doing something like that, in a dictionary, you can actually specify what your index names are. So, and these can be anything actually, but usually they are strings. Let's just show you that. So we could say, let's say we have, actually, let's do an example. Let's say we have a let's say we have some groceries, okay? You could put some things here. So you could put bananas in strings and then have a colon here and then have a number, okay? So this is what a one element dictionary looks like. There's a little thing here on the left of a colon, usually a string, and then a colon, and then another value over here. Okay, so that's one element in a dictionary. Two elements would look like this. Oranges. 3. All right, I think you guys understand by this point. So this is the first element of the dictionary, and this is the second element. So now that you've seen what it looks like, I'll explain. So a dictionary is a way you can organize data in a more organized manner. That was a little redundant, but pretty much you can say that these two things, for each item in the dictionary, these two things are associated. So this on the left is actually called a key. This on the right is actually called a value. This is called a key-value pair. They have these in every programming languages. You might know them as maps or hash maps in other programming languages, but in Python, they're called dictionaries. Same thing here. This is a key and this is a value, and these are a pair. These will always be together. So what's cool about dictionaries is that if you have a dictionary, and we do, we have a dictionary called groceries. Instead of, if I wanted to get the first element here, bananas, and 5, I can't just stick in 0 like this because that's not going to work. All right. What you actually need to do is put in bananas. So you see how we're indexing into this dictionary with the key, okay? We need the key, that's why it's called a key. You need the key to get the value. So let's run this and see what happens. Oh. Or let me chuck in a print statement first. Let's see what happens. As you can see, 5 popped up, which is this 5 right here. Because we used bananas here as the key, then it gets its associated value, which is 5. If we put in oranges here, you can believe me that 3 would pop up. Go try it yourself if you don't believe me, but yeah, I'm pretty sure most of you can make that conclusion yourself. It'll work the exact same way as this bananas did. All right, so that's how you index into a dictionary using this notation here. But you might be asking, okay, well, in a list, if I put in a number that's not in the list, like if I had a list of length 5 and I put in an index of like 300, then you're gonna get an error. Same deal with dictionaries. If you put in something like a key that doesn't exist in dictionary, then you'll actually get a key error. See, a key error right here. It says hello is not in the dictionary, which makes sense. So actually, instead of using this bracket notation here, you're kind of like indexing into a list, but you're indexing into a dictionary. There's actually a method called .get, which does the exact same thing, but if the key is not found in the dictionary, then it won't give you an error. It'll just say none. It'll just spit out a none type. So you'll avoid this red text of doom and death, and everything will work fine. So if I put in actually, let's put in oranges just to show you. Okay, bananas again. Bananas. Just keep it simple and or keep it consistent. If I run this, you're gonna get 5, just like when we use brackets. Okay. But if I put hello, which isn't a key in the dictionary, and I hit run, then you just get none instead of the big error. So that's a nice little method that you're given. It just does a little safety check within this get method. It probably does the bracketing itself into the dictionary, but it says if it's not in the dictionary, then return none rather than giving us an error. So that's a nice thing to use. You can, if you know it's in the dictionary, you can just use the bracket notation, but if you don't know, then it's better to use get. It's just safer, okay? So those are some basics of dictionaries. Dictionaries are very, very good for these kinds of things. Maybe another example we have is maybe we had a contact list, okay? So if you had a contact or contacts, let's say you had a bunch of friends and they all had phone numbers, okay? How would you do that with a list? How would you associate a phone number with friends? I mean, you could have like one list called names and then one list called phone numbers and then just have the corresponding elements all be each other. But that's just kind of silly because it's like 2 separate lists, and if one gets screwed up or there's a mistake in one, then then the entire thing's messed up. Like if one things if like the first name got deleted, then everything's gonna shift over, and it's just a big mess. So that's where dictionaries come into play. Okay, you could have something like this, and I'm just going to format it differently so that it's nicer to look at. Let's just say you had Joe as a friend, okay, and his phone number was 123 4567. All right, and then you had Jane, and her phone number was 987-6543. Okay, so this here shows us that Joe and this phone number are corresponding, because this is the key and this is the value. Same with Jane. So now we can actually just index into this using the name, and we can get, so if we wanted to get Joe's phone number, we would just put in Joe into contacts. And what's the issue here? Oh, I forgot a comma. Yeah, you need a comma to separate all of the dictionary values. What is happening here? Contacts. Oh, silly me. So the formatting was fine here, okay? But obviously, I can't have these dashes in these numbers, okay? Python doesn't know what the heck this is. It thinks it's 987. Well, actually, no. Python thinks it's 987 minus 6,543. And and Python thinks that this is 123 minus 4,567. What I actually need is just the phone number, like that, okay, without the dash. Stupid. Or we could even use strings, okay? We could actually do this. Why don't we do this? This makes more sense. Okay, hit run. There we go. And the string gets given back to us when we get Joe. And if we wanted Jane, you better believe it, we get her phone number too. Okay, so that's pretty cool, right? This allows us to structure data with any name, any key we want, and then put anything we want over here. The real power of dictionaries, though, is when we actually start putting a bunch of different things in here. So this is a contacts list, right? They might have more than just a phone number. So if they have more than just a phone number, then why don't we use a list here, right? You could just use a list like this. Okay, so you have a phone number here, and then you have an email address. So email address at website.com. This gotta be a string. Okay, at website.com, and same deal here. You can just put a list. Whatever, m at web.com. Good enough. Some weird examples, but you guys get the idea. So you're able to now associate this key, this name of Joe, with all of these things in this list. All right. This is something that is very, very powerful with dictionaries. You're able to basically structure the data in any way you want, group it together in any way you want. And of course, this list can be of any length you want. So you can actually put as many contacts. You could have a phone number, you could have a email address, you could have a LinkedIn account, you could have a Facebook, you could have everything, Instagram account, Snapchat, etc. It never ends. So you're basically allowed infinite flexibility when it comes to defining what it means to have a contact of Joe. You can even have his home address, his billing address, everything. Okay. But what about this? You could even make this better and actually make this a dictionary itself, right? So this is a dictionary, and then you have Joe, and then within this, its value is actually a dictionary. You see where I'm going with this, right? So you could actually have phone number, or just put phone, and then boom, you have that there, and email, okay? And now I have a dictionary of contacts with his name, and then for each person, there's a dictionary associated with that person that has all his contacts. So his phone is this, his email is this, and so on. And you can keep doing these nested dictionaries as much as you want. So this versus this, you can see how this is a little bit more descriptive. And you can really see the power of dictionaries here, because try representing all these ideas, like Joe has a phone number of this and an email of this, and Jane has a similar thing with only lists. Think about it. How would you coherently and in a smart and intelligent way represent that with a list? You just can't. So dictionaries are good for that. Some other examples you could use are, you could use dictionaries to do things like count the most common words in a sentence. This is a little example that I learned when I was learning dictionaries myself many years ago in my first Python class at university. But what if you had a dictionary called word counts, okay? And let's say you just wanted to count all the words in a string, so, or a sentence, which is a string. Okay, so let's just say I like the name Aaron because the name Aaron is the best. All right. So we can see this sentence here, and let's say we wanted to. Oh, actually, let's get rid of this to simplify this. Let's say we wanted to count all the words here, okay? And you want to count the how many times each word occurs in this dictionary. Something you could do with dictionaries is you could actually iterate through this entire string. Well, actually, you'd have to split this up into a list so that each word is its own element. There's a method for that called string dot, I believe, string dot split, and then you would get all these words in a list, and then you could iterate through all of them, and then every time you see a word, you add it to the dictionary, and every time you see it again, you can up the count. So it would end up looking like this. I'm not actually going to code this out because there's a lot of code there. You guys can do that if you want, but this is what the end result would actually look like. You would have I, okay, would be 1. You would have like, which would also be 1. All right, and then you would have V, which would be why is this double quotes? You would have V, and that would actually be 3. As you can see, it pops up 3 times. V here, V there, and V there. So this is the idea that I'm getting. So you're able to go in, and every time you see, you're iterating through these. Every time you see a word and you see that it's in the dictionary, then you can just go into this dictionary by indexing. Like for the, when this word the, whenever you see it, you could have just gone like this: word counts at the, and then you just add 1 to it. So whatever number's there, you would just add 1 to it. Okay. You would have to actually do it this way. So you would just say, okay, the new value of this thing here in the dictionary is whatever the old value was plus 1. Okay, and then you would, every time you see then you would chuck that in. Okay, that's the idea. So dictionaries are very useful for these kinds of things. It keeps it very nice and organized. You can see here it's counting how many occurrences of each word there are. Imagine if you had an entire book, you could actually go through this and then sort it by these values to see which words were used the most and which were used the least. Okay, and sorting a dictionary, that brings me to a different, another thing I want to talk to you guys about is actually some methods you can use in dictionaries. So we have some dictionaries here, but let's say you wanted to get all of the data within the dictionary back out. So there's actually 3 methods here. I am going to print them out here in a comment so you can see what they look like. It's called dict.items, okay, dict.keys, and dict.values. All right. So we have 3 methods here, and I'm just going to explain what they all do verbally, and then I'll show you. So here, this dict, you're just saying you have a dictionary here. So that would be word counts or contacts. You would stick that where this dict is. And then if you call .items on it, what you'll actually get is a list of tuples, and each tuple is a key value pair. All right? You will call .items, and you'll get a list of tuples, and each tuple is a key value pair. I said it twice so that you guys can let that sink in if you didn't get the first time. This one, same deal, but you will get a list of just the keys. So you would get I, like, and the for this. And if you call dict.values, you would get a list of only the values, 1, 1, and 3. Okay? So this gets you a list of tuples of both. This gets you a list of just the keys, the orange strings here. And this would get you just the green values, the numbers. Or these could be lists or dictionaries themselves. You know what I mean? It can be whatever you want. But these are the 3 methods. Let's just see what this looks like. Let's just do word counts, okay? So word counts dot items, okay? Let's just print this and close this off. Print it, and as you can see, it says dict items, and then you have this list in here of tuples. This highlighted portion, you have a list of a tuple, so I is 1, like is 1, and V is 3. Okay, if you wanted to make this actually a list instead of a dict items thing, apparently if you call items, you get a dict items object. But I'm pretty sure you could actually just cast this to a list, just like this. Hit run, and bam, yeah. See, you just get the list out. So that's a very useful use case of casting. I think I went over that in a video a few days ago. Or a few minutes ago if you're watching this, if you're binge watching this and trying to learn Python for the first time or whatnot. But yeah, so you can actually cast that to a list to actually get the list out of it. So that's that. Let's try the next one now. So we have we have keys. Same deal is going to happen. If I delete this, you're going to get that dict items object again. So I'm just going to leave this list cast in and just change this. So instead of calling items, we're going to call keys. And you guys can probably predict what we're going to get. You get all the keys, I, like, and V. All right. And same deal with values. I'm just going to show you for completeness sake, but I'm pretty sure you guys understand what's going to happen. You're going to get these numbers here, 1, 1, and 3. Okay. So that's 3 very common methods in Python for dictionaries, but you also have a few more. Like, what if you wanted to delete something from a dictionary? Okay, if you wanted to delete something from a dictionary, how would you do that? Well, there's a method for that as well. So let's say we wanted to delete word counts equals what am I doing? Word counts dot pop. Okay, so pop, what it does. It's a little bit of a weird word choice, in my opinion. I'm used to it because I've been programming for a long time. But when you pop something, you are taking one item from a group of things, so a dictionary, a tuple, a list, or whatever, and then you're just popping one off. So you pop usually the last one or the top one or whatever. You pop off one element. That's why it's called pop instead of remove or something. But you can actually pop something out of a dictionary by calling its key. So this would actually completely get rid of this thing. If I ran this, or I am running this, I just haven't run the code yet, but this line of code will actually delete this from the dictionary, and then this will only be in the word counts dictionary following here. Likewise, if I use like, then it'll delete like, and if I use z, then it'll delete v. Okay, let's just try that. So let's run this. And then, so print it before, delete v, and then print it after. Okay, so I'm gonna print the dictionary. You're gonna see the whole thing. I'm gonna pop one of them off, and then I'm going to print the dictionary again. So as you can see, v has disappeared because we popped it off. All right, so that's what pop does. That's how you remove something from a dictionary. And one cool thing is it's called pop because this here is actually this. I mean this little thing. So if we actually printed this, it's actually popping. It's not just deleting it. It's actually popping it off and retrieving it from the dictionary for us, and then allowing us, and then getting rid of it. So let's say you had a bunch of contacts. You could be like, okay, retrieve and delete contact. And then you, in this contacts dictionary, you could like pop off one of the things. It would delete it from the thing, and then it retrieves it so that you can like display like, oh, this person was deleted, blah 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 blah, or something like that. So as you can see, it gets this value. Actually, it doesn't get the entire thing. I guess when you pop it, then it only returns the value, not the key as well. But yeah, you're able to get the value of this key back from this entire expression here. All right, so that's pop. Now there's also a way you can just you can pop off a random one. So instead of actually specifying which one you want with the key, you can just call pop item like this. So let's say word counts dot pop item, and then print word counts. Print word counts like that, and let's do this twice. Boom, boom. So this is actually going to pop a random thing from this. It's either gonna pop this one or this one or this one. It's just random. I don't know how the computer determines that, but it's just random. So it's just, if all you wanted to do was just get rid of one thing, then you could do it that way. Or even like you could run pop item 3 times, and each time you go through it, remember how we got this 3 back when we just used the regular pop method here? using the key, then we got 3 back. If you called pop item 3 times, you would eventually get all these numbers in a random order. But let's just say that's all you, like you had to sum up all these things. You could actually do it this way. You could just pop item 3 times and then keep adding 1 to 1, adding these numbers together. So 1 plus 1 plus 3, you would eventually get 5. Something like that. I can't think of a good example right now, but I'm sure that would be useful in something. Dictionaries are very robust and they can be applied to many different problems. That's why they're so beautiful. They're just so flexible and juicy and just sexy, you know? But if I keep running this, it doesn't appear to be random. Perhaps I'm wrong with that. I swore it was supposed to be random. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I will double check that. 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back, you guys. So yeah, I actually misunderstood when I was reading up on this method here. When I was reading this and refreshing it, it says it pops an arbitrary element, not a random element. And the distinction there is, pop item will pop the key you give it, the exact element that you specify. But pop item will just pop off the last one of the dictionary, okay? And since the last one could be anything you want, it seems to be consistent here every time because that's the way we created it here. Here, this one, and this one. But because it's in this order, it's always gonna pop the last one. But sometimes if you, that's one thing I forgot to say. Yeah, actually, you can actually add to a dictionary too, simply by, let's go over that real quick because I'm gonna need that to continue. So put this on hold here. Okay, put this ID on hold, and we are going to go print word counts. How did I forget this? Word counts. You can actually, this is how you would add to a dictionary. You can actually specify, let's say, see, Aaron pops up twice in this word count, right? So let's put Aaron like that. And then we know it pops up twice, so let's just put 2. So what this will actually do is it'll create the key Aaron here, and then create the value 2, and it'll actually pop up in this word counts dictionary. So let's have 2 print statements here, and get rid of these so we're not confused, right? So what this is gonna do is it's gonna print this dictionary, then it's gonna add this to the dictionary, and then print it again so we can see it. So let's do that. And as you can see, we have the dictionary here, and then we added Aaron with the value of 2 to it. So that's how it got added to the dictionary. So that means whenever you're adding to a dictionary, it doesn't always add in the same spot. It might add to the end or somewhere else. Because the dictionary doesn't actually have an order, unlike a list or a tuple. I don't think I actually mentioned that earlier, but yeah, dictionary doesn't have a order because you can index in as a key, okay? And it doesn't matter where the key in the list is. Whenever you use that key, it's always gonna be there. So a dictionary is just kind of like a bag of things, a bag of values that have like labels on them, which is the keys. And then you can just like, hey, just find this key, and then it spits out the value for you. So there's no specific order. All right, so that's how you add to a dictionary. But now let me go back to pop item. So I was saying earlier that pop item will pop an arbitrary one. So it doesn't pop a random one. It just pops, I think, the last one in the dictionary, and then whatever happens to be the last one, it pops that one, and then you get something back. So let's see what this gives us back. I'm not actually sure if this gives us just the value or the key and the value. So let's just try it. All right, so comment these out, hit run, and as you can see, it actually gives us a tuple. So you remember how pop only gave us 3? It only gave us the value 3 instead of this together. But when you do pop item, it actually pops a arbitrary element in the entry in the dictionary as a tuple, so you get the key and the value, which makes sense because when you're popping, you're actually specifying the key. So you're like, okay, I know I want this key, and I'm gonna get that value associated with that key. But when you pop item, you need to keep it together, okay? And then you can, of course, just index into this tuple at 0 for the key and at 1 for the value if you wanted to. So that's pop item. All right. Let's just go like this: dict pop item, and continue on. We don't need these either. So that's how you, I'll leave this as a chunk together because that's kind of nice. You have a dictionary and then you're adding to the dictionary here manually. All right. The last thing I wanted to go over was dict.clear. So what this will do is it'll literally just wipe out the entire dictionary, so that whatever your dictionary has, your dictionary will just look like this, an empty dictionary with absolutely nothing in it. Okay, so if I called word counts dot clear, all right, this is just gonna make word counts equal to nothing. All right, nothing, absolutely nothing. And that's good if you just want to delete it. I mean, not even delete it, you're just clearing the dictionary. I don't know why you would want to do that, but it's there if you need it. I'm sure it's useful in many cases, because yeah, how else would you go and delete? You're not going to pop it like 27 times or whatever if your dictionary is really long, or 27 entries long. You're just going to clear it instead of doing anything else, or just overwrite it with a new dictionary. But yeah, that's the last one I wanted to go over. Like I mentioned, there's actually one last little thing I want to mention before I finish off this video. But like I said, dictionaries are actually unordered, so there's no specific order to them. But there is a module in Python called ordered dictionary, which actually keeps the order of a dictionary for you. All right, so I'm going to import that here. So it's from collections. Collections is just a package, I believe. Import ordered dict. Okay, ordered dict, just like that. So what this line is saying, from this collections package in Python, so this is just something in Python. There's a bunch of things in here that allow you to do different things. I'm not going to explain this now. If you don't understand this, look it up on Google if you're interested. Look up the from and import. But when you import something, you're importing a new kind of data type here, okay? A special data type called ordered dict. So what an ordered dict is, it'll actually allow you to keep an order in a dictionary. And the order that the dictionary has is the order that things are added to the dictionary, the ordered dict. So if you add something to the ordered dict, then that is the order that it will stay in. It won't be a random order all the time. I'm not sure why this was being not a random order, but it's supposed to be. But it seems to be consistent. Maybe it's because it's so small, but you cannot rely on a dictionary to be in the same order every time. Okay, you cannot rely on a dictionary to be in the same order every time. You have to index by key. Okay, just be aware of that. That's why pop item says oh, I have this twice. That's why pop item says it'll pop an arbitrary element, because it'll just pop the last one. Pop item will just pop the last one, which could be any random one, or it could be consistent. In this case, it's been consistent, but if it was random on a different computer, I've seen it be random before, just take my word for it, then yeah, then it'll be an arbitrary thing you get back from this method. So that is ordered dict. Useful probably for something, I'm not sure. I haven't actually really used it. I usually use dictionaries for things like this. But if you actually did want to sort a dictionary, I suppose you could use one of these things, right? You could get all these in a list and then sort the list and then put the list into an ordered dict, so that the dictionary stays in the order that you added things to it. So you just keep appending to this ordered dict, and that would be it. I forget how to add to an ordered dict, but yeah, you could just call like, okay, word counts dot values or something, values, right? And then we have to cast this to a list, right? So list, just like that. So this will get us a list of all the values. So this would be 1, 1, 3, and 2. Remember, because we added this to the dictionary. This will get a list of length 4 with all those 4 numbers. Let me just show you. Hit run, okay? You get 1, 1, 3, 2, okay? So we get a list there. We can see that it's not in order. So you could actually say, okay, you could use sorted, but I prefer list.sort. So we're going to do list.sort, just like that, okay? And then click oops, what is going on? Dot values, none. Maybe we do have to use sorted. I think I got mixed up here. Yeah, because this sorts it in place. So you could use sorted and just enclose the entire. You can see that what are these periods popping up? I don't want these. I'm just giving space for clarity's sake. As you can see, so we're getting all the values from the dictionary here. We're casting it to a list, and then we're sorting it we want this list to be sorted, and then we are going to print that sorted list. So remember before it was going in out of order 1 1 3 2. Now it's going to be in order. As you can see, it's 1 1 2 3. Pretty cool, right? And then also you could probably cast this to a dictionary. All right. So now that you have a sorted list, cast it to a dictionary. Oops. But now we can actually print this dictionary. Apparently you can't do that. I mean, you'd have to use an order dict somehow to keep it in the way. You'd have to look that up. I'll leave that as an exercise for you. But yeah, look up how to use order dict to give it a list or something, and then be able to preserve the order of these things. Oh, I think the error actually here was, yeah, we have a list of numbers, but it's like, how the heck do you cast a list of numbers to a dict? That was the error that I was having. That was stupid on my part. You would actually need to somehow preserve the keys as well. So maybe you'd have to actually use items instead of keys or values, and then sort by something else. But basically, yeah, that's pretty much all the basics of dictionaries in Python. There are a lot more things you can do with them. You can even do dictionary comprehensions or list comprehensions. You can actually, if you know what that is, I'm not going to go over that now, but it's just something to note. It's kind of cool. You can actually construct dictionaries just like you would a list comprehension, but it's a dictionary comprehension or a tuple comprehension. You can do that with these things. Very, very cool. But that is it for this video, you guys. Thank you for watching. I don't know how long this took. I feel like it was pretty dang long, but I really wanted to go over dictionaries thoroughly because dictionaries are freaking awesome in Python. You can do so much stuff with them. They're basically like mini classes. Yeah, like you don't have to use object-oriented programming because you can just use dictionaries to get little jobs done. But yeah, I'm just gushing now. I'm just gushing about dictionaries. So great. Anyways, yeah, thanks for watching, you guys. I'll see you next time. Have a great day. Hey, what's up, guys? Aaron here from Clever Programmer again. And today we are going to be going over the idea of mutability in Python and programming in general. Mutability just means, or another way of saying it is mutable versus immutable, okay? These are some weird words, but let me explain. Let's get started. Mutability, let me just type that out. You probably already saw it in the thumbnail and everything and the title of the video, but yeah. So mutability. Oh, what does that even mean? What this means is actually, it should have been mutatability. So muta just stands for mutate. Mutate means like you're changing something. So mutability, it actually means mutatability, or basically changeability, okay? So a mutable thing is something that's mutatable, and an immutable thing is something that isn't mutatable, which means you can't change it. So this is inchangeable and this is changeable. Basically, they should have called it changeable and inchangeable instead of mutable and immutable, which actually should have been mutatable and immutable, but I don't know who came up with it. It's just kind of silly. It always confuses me, but that's what they mean, okay? What this means is there are different kinds of data types in programming. In Python, you are familiar with the ones in Python, I'm sure, but some are mutable and some are immutable. So I think we went over in a previous video about lists and tuples, right? So lists is a good example of a mutable data type because they can get longer, they can be empty, you can add things to them, you can subtract things from them, you can change the value of the elements inside, right? You can go like this, right? That's a list. You can append things to it. So I could append 4 to this, and then I could just print this out, and then you'll actually see that it is a list of all 4 things. You guys get the idea. So a list can change because you can add things to it, you can subtract things from it, and whatnot. However, a tuple is immutable, right? Because remember I said that it's a consistent, stable, structured kind of data type or it's actually a data structure, but I'm just gonna call it a data type because you can't add anything to it. You can't add anything to it, you can't delete anything from it, and you can't actually change these elements. So you can't make it longer, you can't make it shorter, and you can't change what these things are. Whatever it is, when you create it, it stays like that. This tuple will stay like this 1, 2, 3 forever, okay? That's the difference between mutability and immutability. It's kind of like in real life, like think about it, like if you have a rock that is immutable, it doesn't really change. I mean, you could like smash it, but in general, a rock is very hard to change. So it's immutable. It's this one thing that never changes. It's what it is from the beginning all the way to the end. But something that is mutable might be something like a keychain, because you can take keys off, you can put keys on it, you can add things to it, you can change the keys, and it can grow and change. It can mutate, okay? So that's where the idea comes from. So yeah, there's actually a lot of different kind of mutable data types and immutable data types. I think all the mutatable, you can Google it, all the ones that all the different types if you actually want to find them all. Immutable types, things you cannot change, would be things like tuples, okay? Tuples, ints, okay? You can never change it. You can only overwrite the entire thing. But, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that an immutable object like a tuple, you can still overwrite the entire thing, essentially deleting it. But whatever that structure is, that data itself, when it is an immutable data type, you cannot change it. Same with ints. Every time you overwrite an int, you're actually deleting it and replacing it with a new int. You're not actually changing the int directly, because you can't do that. Same with floats and booleans. I'm just going to put all these together. Floats and booleans and strings, I think so. I think every time you change a string, it's actually creating a completely new string data type. I'm not quite sure about that, but these are just some examples. These are immutable data types. Mutable data types would be things like lists, because you can change them, okay? Would be dictionaries, all right? Ordered dictionaries, right? I mentioned that. That's another data type that we had in the dictionaries video. I didn't go into it. And many, many more. Most things are mutable. Less things are immutable. Like only a few things are mutable. But basically, these allow for more secure data, I suppose. And mutable things are for more flexible data. So that's the distinction there. One thing I do want to mention is that in dictionaries, when you have a dictionary, right? Dict like this, and you have A1, okay, and B2, okay, the key has to be an immutable thing. That's why I know strings are immutable, okay? Because I know that this has to be immutable, and this can be anything the heck you want. It can be anything you want. The value can be whatever you want. But the keys in the dictionary have to all be immutable. So this could actually be a tuple, okay? You could actually have a tuple here. And you could say like, okay, on a screen, right? You have a bunch of, you have X and Y positions on a screen, and then you have a brightness. So maybe if you wanted you could have a dictionary that corresponds to, be like, okay, at point 1, 2, at pixel 1, comma 2, so you go over 1 pixel and up 2 pixels, so the pixel like over there would have a brightness of 1, or turn it on or something like that. So you can, like, that's just one example that came to mind right now. But yeah, so you actually need an immutable data type as the key in a dictionary, because if you don't, then the key changes and then it's not consistent anymore. This needs to be immutable, because that's how you index into the dictionary. The same way when you index into a list, you have to use an integer, which is also immutable. That's just one thing I wanted to point out with dictionaries. This has to be immutable, okay? One last thing I want to go over is immutable data types are a little bit finicky. You're probably following up to this point. This part gets a little bit complex, but I'm going to give it a shot explaining anyways. So let's say you had a tuple, okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay? You understand that this is an immutable data type, because I can't add anything to it, I can't subtract anything from it, and I can't change any of these individual things. That's because this whole thing is actually stored as a chunk in memory. All right? Well, what if we actually had a list here, okay? All right? So we have that's a little bit, no, this should be fine. So we have a tuple here, which has two immutable things, and then one mutable thing in its third place. All right, well, let's first try to change something. So I'm trying to change the first thing of this immutable data type, this tuple. You run it, you're gonna get an error. See, tuple object does not support item assignment, which means you cannot assign any of these items to something new. We're trying to change this 1 to it's the same thing 1, but it can't actually change this, okay? Same thing if I put 2. If I put 1 here, it wouldn't change the 2 here. And if I put t at 2 here, which get this list, I still can't change it because I cannot assign this 1 to overwrite this list. However, okay, t at 2 is a list. You see this here? It's a list. 1, 2, 3. T at 2. So we're just gonna say, okay, L equals t at 2. Get rid of that error there. Actually, no. I'm not gonna do this. I'm just gonna put it in one line. So T2 is the list. So if this whole thing is a list, remember how we index into a list? You can actually put more brackets after it, okay? And then if I put in 0, we're gonna get 1, okay? If I put in 1, you're gonna get 2. And if I put in 2, you're gonna get this 3, because whatever's in here is indexing into this list, because this whole thing is this whole list, all right? Now, I am going to show you something interesting. So let's just print T here so we can see the tuple. Comment this out real quick, and then run this to see what happens. So it prints out the tuple there, okay, with the list, with the 1, 2, and the list in the third one. And now what I'm actually going to do is obviously we couldn't actually change the entire list. We got an error before, but could we change something within this list? I mean, if it's within this list, it's also within this tuple, right? So you said we can't change anything in this tuple, but a list is mutable. A list is not immutable. So we can still change the things in here. Okay? Are you following now? So we could actually say, okay, T at 2 is a list, and then at 0 is this 1. We can actually change this to, let's say, 7. All right? And hit run. No error, right? No error. And then let's print T again and see what prints out. Oops. See what prints out, okay? As you can see, 7 was put where 1 is. All right? But this whole tuple is mutable, but this list is mutable. So we were able to actually change this, okay? A distinction there. If this was a tuple, we wouldn't have been able to do that, okay? If this was actually like this, instead, this code will actually break, and I'll show it to you. See? What happened? Print T. Oh, I forgot to parentheses here. Run this, and we'll get the correct error. We were getting the incorrect error before. This is the error I wanted to pop up. I don't think I've ever said that before. We got the incorrect error. But as you can see, yeah, you can't change it. But if this is a mutable data type instead of an immutable data type, you actually can change it. So what I'm trying to get here is that immutable data types, they are only immutable at their level, okay, at their global level. If you go within and then there's something that is mutable, you can still change those. And that's because in Python, this might go over a lot of you guys' heads, but I'm going to explain this because you might understand, is because everything in Python is an object. So this tuple is considered a object, and it's given all this data. It's given this 1, it's given this 2, and it's given the location of this list in memory. Okay, so this list in memory can change to whatever the heck it wants, but the location of this list will always stay the same. It's just the list changes itself. The values within the list change, or it gets longer. But the location of this list, which is just the first element, where the first element is located, always stays the same. So we can change this list, but this tuple, you can actually replace this list with location, okay? This isn't actually what you code, but just imagine the idea here that this is actually the location of whatever is here. So the location of 1 and 2 is also here. This is also stored as locations. It's called a pointer, if you know like C or C++, but the location of the list does not change, okay? But the value of this list can change, okay? So that's the little distinction there. It's a weird little edge case. Same deal, if you had, once again, a list within here, you could change it. But if this was a tuple, you could not change it, okay? This is getting weird and nested. So I'll go back to this simple case we had. But that's pretty much it about mutability and immutability, you guys. I just wanted to explain that because it's a distinction in Python. The most important use of it, I know, is using tuples for stuff, for structured data, and then knowing that a dictionary key has to be immutable, okay? It cannot be mutable because the keys have to stay consistent in a dictionary, or the name of the thing is going to get all screwed up and it's going to freak out and the world's going to explode, and then transformers are going to start coming alive and whatnot. But that's pretty much it for mutability, you guys. Thank you for watching. I'm sorry if I got a little complex there at the end. I get kind of nerdy and geeky, and I like to geek out and explain all the little nitty-gritty stuff sometimes. I know this is a beginner's tutorial, but hey, might as well push you, right? That's what happened to me when I was learning. So thanks for watching, you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Hey guys, what's up? How's it going? This is Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com, and this tutorial was that better?
Yeah, but aren't you gonna take his seat after that?
Oh.
Can we just edit it? Like,
Oh yeah, yeah. You just cut. Yeah. Just and I'm just gonna like fall.
All right, now you go sit in the seat.
Is it rolling?
Yeah.
I'm taking over, boys. Let's do this. What's up, you guys? This is Aaron from Clever Programmer, and we just have a quick short little video for you today. We're going to be talking about list comprehensions in Python. So this is a neat little trick that is unique to Python, I believe. I don't know any other programming languages that have it, but pretty much what it allows you to do is to make lists out of cool little expressions. So you can actually populate an entire list with just one line with this little unique thing. A little bit weird to explain, but I'll just show you and then you'll see how it works. So let's get started. So let's say we have a list called names. Let's just put in some names here. So we have Jennifer, Susan, Jane, and Sophie. All right, cool. So this is our short little list of names. And first of all, if you wanted to put all of these names in a list, then the first way you could do it was actually use a for loop. So I will show that first. This is the way that you guys should be familiar with doing. So we would just have an empty list here, and then we would have to iterate for every person in the list. We would simply append that person to the new list. So what we did here was we put every name in the names list and put it into the L list. So we're just gonna print this out just like that. Give this a run, and there's an error. Let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah, there we go. Stupid me, you guys. Pardon me. We want to append the person to the list, not the list to the list. All right, so let's run that again. And as you can see, the all the names are printed out nice and clean here. So what we did here was we created a new list, we read from the list, and we put everything in that list into a new list and printed that new list. Pretty cool, right? Now I'm gonna show you the list comprehension for this. So the way you could the way you do that is you would actually just make a list like this. So the syntax for this is the item that you want to be in the list goes first. So we could just put person here, and I'll show how this relates to the for loop later. But we'll go here and then we'll say for person in names, simply like that. So what's happening here is we actually have a for loop in one line here. So it's gonna loop through. So person is gonna loop through. This for loop is gonna loop through names. And each element in the names list will be person, and all we're doing is simply taking this variable here and we're sticking it here, and these things that are over here will be what's actually in the list when we're done. So let's try to print this and see what happens. It should be exactly the same. Go like that, hit run, and as you can see, the output is the same both times. So these two pieces of code, this for loop and this list comprehension, are actually equivalent. But you see how we collapse these four lines of code into one line? That's the power of list comprehensions. So that's the most basic one that everybody learns first. That's the one I learned first. But actually the true power of list comprehensions is that if you have a list of something, you can actually do operations on every element of the list and create a new list that way. So let's say you had a bunch of numbers in a list. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you wanted to maybe multiply everything by 2. So it would become 2, 4, 6, 8, just like that. You could use a list comprehension to do an operation on every element, and it would come out like that. So let's have another example. Let's make another list, and I'm actually gonna do an operation on all of these. So let's create another empty list here. This is gonna overwrite the empty list L from above. Actually, let's just paste this in. Boom, just like that. So for person and names, we can actually edit everything in here. So if we, instead of just wanting to add person, we could actually edit this thing before we add it to the list so that it looks new. So all I'm going to do here is a very simple and slightly personal thing, but I'm just gonna type in dumped me right here. So now let's run this. And as you can see, this has suddenly turned into a list of X's, not just people. All right, so let's go on. Turning this to a list comprehension will be as simple as copy and pasting this. And the way this would work is, for each person in the names list, we would actually just add the string to here. Just like that. What am I doing, you guys? So as you can see, everything is reiterated here. I've probably written this out on paper many times, but it's actually on a screen now forever in the electronic abyss. Let's move on. So that's how list comprehension works. All you do is you can actually go through an entire list. So the list we're going through here is names, and we wanted to do an operation to every element in that list, which is add dumped me to the end of every name. And so I actually just put those things together and put it in this new list. So now the list looks like that. You guys following? Lastly, there's actually a couple other cool things you can do. You can actually get pretty verbose in these and do some weird nesting, but then it gets a little bit messy. It might actually be better just to use for loops at that point, like nested for loops. But if it's just two statements, that might actually be okay. Like two nested for loops or a for loop with an if statement inside. We'll try that next. So getting to a slightly more positive note, we'll go back to this list L. Actually, yeah, we'll have a new list down here. Let's just start something new. So let's have a dictionary called movies and ratings, just like that. All right, and then we're just going to have Interstellar, like that, and give this a rating of 9 out of 10. And then we'll also have Dark Knight. Let's move this over so you can see. Dark Knight, rating of 8. We'll have 50 Shades, rating of 3, and then we'll have again 50 Shades Darker, rating of 2, and this, as this is progressing, you can see where this is going. 50 Shades Darkest, rating of 1. Okay, so now let's say we have this dictionary here. Yeah, you can also run comprehensions over dictionary. So this would actually be called a dictionary comprehension. You can make a list here. And let's say I just wanted to filter out all of the movies that have a rating less than 6. So I only want to show the ones that have a rating more than 6. So how that would work would just be for movie in movies and ratings, would there autocomplete that there. If movies and ratings at movie is greater than 6, so we're filtering out here. So if the movie is greater than 6, then we will append it to the empty new list. So that will just be movie, just like that. And then we'll print this out. And let's see how that works. These 3 movies should have been cut out, and then it should only show these 2 here. It should just show the names, because when we index into a dictionary, only the key here, the key string here is put in the list. Let's run this, and as you can see, ignore all this stuff. I'm over it. But we can see that the 3 movies that anything with a rating less than 6, these 50 Shades ones, all got cut out, and Interstellar and The Dark Knight, these awesome sci-fi and superhero movies, stayed in. So that's how that works. But we can actually put this all into a list comprehension. This will be the final one because it's a little bit complicated. But if you understand this, you can pretty much understand any list comprehension, because you can do I don't think there's a limit to it, but you could probably nest as many as you want into one line, but it gets unruly at some point. So just be conscious of that. But this is great for saving a lot of space for short little for loops. So this one, follow along you guys, is going to be movie. So we want the movie name to be in the list. For movie in movies in the list, movie in ratings. But we only want the movies that are in movies and ratings if the movies and ratings at movie is greater than 6. So what this is saying is for every movie.ratings, or movie and ratings, if the movie rating is greater than 6, then stick the movie name in the list. So let's see how that runs. It should have the same exact output. And as you can see, it has the same exact output as a for loop, all done in one line. So let's take one final look at this to compare the code. So this first example, we have a list of names, and then this for loop became this list comprehension, this for loop became this list comprehension, and this for loop became this list comprehension. That's pretty much it, you guys. Really cool little thing you can do in Python. Very good for being very descriptive in a single line of code, and super useful if you want to do some kind of calculation on every element of a list and create a new list from that. It's probably one of my favorite things in Python. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, just let me know what you guys think in the comments. And that should be it for this video. Thanks you guys for watching, and see you later. Goodbye. Hey, what's up guys? Aaron from Clever Programmer here again. And today, I feel like making an email address text scraper. Just felt like doing something small and simple. So yeah, let's get right to it. So if I want to be able to search a bunch of text and pick out some emails from it, I'm gonna need something called regular expressions. In Python, this library is just RE. So I'm just going to type import RE just like that. And a quick explanation of regular expressions. It's a way to specify different patterns in strings and text, so that you can match those certain patterns and then pick things out. So an email address follows a very specific pattern, right? There's some letters and numbers and whatnot, and then there's an ampersand, and then some more letters and numbers and whatnot, and then a period, and then some more letters and numbers. And that's what makes an email address. That's what a human would recognize as an email address. So things like these, if you can pick apart those little rules, like the structure, the pattern of something, some entity, in this case an email address, then we could specify and describe that pattern with regular expressions. And then once we do that, then we can run the regular expression over the entire text file and basically just pick out everything in there that matches the regular expression. In this case, they would be email addresses. So that was kind of a roundabout way of explaining it, but I hope you got it. I'm gonna go kind of fast, but I'm gonna explain like a little bit here and there, just smoothing my way up to the full complicated regular expression that will actually pick out email addresses. So let's just start with something simple. First, I'm gonna need some text. So let's just type out a random string, literally a random string. Okay. And next we are going to create a regular expression pattern. So we'll call this variable pattern equals call the regular expression library, and there's this function or method called compile. And what compile will do is it will take a string in that describes our pattern, our regular expression pattern, and then it will create an object in it, an object from it, and put it in pattern. So the first one I'm gonna do is literally just this, a random string. The reason I'm doing this is because I just want to show you how regular expressions work. So if I type in something like this, if this is my actual regular expression, what it's going to search for in the text is this text exactly. So since I type these exactly the same, this is actually going to match this entire thing. And when I run this pattern over this text variable, it's going to spit out this match, because this matches this, or I should say this portion of the text satisfies what this pattern says. So let's do this real quick. I got the pattern, and then I believe I need to call let's call it result equals pattern dot, I believe it's search. Yeah, search, and then text. So what's happening here is I have my text here. So I want to search my text using this pattern. So using this pattern, I'm going to search for the text, and then any results we get back, I'm just going to stick in this result variable. So let's run this. Oh, I need one more print statement actually. Bear with me, I'm doing this on the fly. All right, print result. So it will print the results we get. It should print out this. Let's see what happens. I could be completely wrong. Sad truth of life. But hey, look. So we get this object. It's actually called a match object. If you don't know what an object is, that's okay. If you do though, then this is just an object, and one of its attributes is called match. And the match here is actually a string called a random string, because this is what it found in the text string. This is the match it found over here. If you don't know what an object is, just forget about it. Basically, all you need to look for is it says match equals this. So anything that is right here, that is in this like right next to match, that means it found it in the text. So that's pretty cool. Now let's try something else, because that's kind of boring. This is just a static kind of regular expression. Now let's change it up. So actually what I want to do is you can also use special characters in regular expressions. So if I put some brackets here, and let's say I put A, or actually A, B, or C. This is better for explaining it. If I put it like this, this will mean this entire highlighted portion here is looking for a single letter that can be either A, B, or C, uppercase. It's case sensitive. So if it can be A, B, or C, and nothing else, then that's what it takes to satisfy it. So this is going to look for a single letter that is either A, B, or C. And the very first letter here is a capital A, and A is A, B, or C. So this is actually going to be the only match when we run it. Let's just try this. It should only have A here instead of a random string. Let's run it. And hey, look, it worked. The only match is A. Now, you can actually put as much as you want in between these brackets. I think you can go as long as you want. I've never actually tried, but I mean, if it gets too long, it gets kind of messy anyways, and it just, yeah. It's nicer to try to keep things concise. I can put multiple letters in here. Like I could also put a lowercase r, or D or M. So that's kind of like 3 letters in random. Let's try run this and see what pops out. It should just be R, and I am correct. The reason it's just R is because this search function, it only searches for the first match, the very first match, and then it stops. So it terminates once it finds its first match. So the first match here, it can be either an R, either a D, or an M. And this is the first one that matches, an R. Even though D and M also match, it found R first. And so R was considered the match. So this pattern object got, this result object got created, and its match attribute was set to R because that was the first one it found. So as you can assume, I can really put anything I want in here. This would still just return R because, actually, would it not? Yeah, there's no capital A in here. The only thing that's before this is a capital A. So the only time it would change is if I put a capital A here, and then since capital A matches here before R does, then capital A would actually be the match. And yep, that's exactly what I thought. Oh, let's get rid of all this gibberish. Another cool thing you can do is, like I said, ABC. You could go like that, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You can also just, instead of ABC, you can also just put in a range like A to C, which is the same as ABC, or A to Z, which is the entire alphabet in lowercase. Also, what you can do is actually chain these ranges. So I'm gonna run this, and since R is the first lowercase letter, R should be the only match again. And yep, just as expected. All right, we can also add uppercase just by going like this. Now it'll match all lowercase and uppercase letters. So since capital A comes first, and capital A is in this one single letter criteria that we specified here, then A will actually be printed out. And yep, right again. All right, so I've kind of drilled this idea in. I might be droning on, boring you guys, but if you're still listening, now it gets a little more interesting, because if we add a plus sign after this, what the plus sign does basically says whatever comes before it, I can have one or more of those. So instead of only matching a single character like we have now, I can actually match multiple ones. So I could actually detect an entire word. This time, it's only going to be A again because it's going to find the first entire string of one or more letters of lowercase or uppercase. In that case, it's just A. Actually, let's delete A. So now it's just random string. So if this is going to search for one or more lower or uppercase letters, as long as I want, and then it stops at a space because this doesn't count as a upper or lowercase letter, this space. So it's just going to get these 6 lowercase letters, and that will be the very first match, and then it'll stop. So let's run this and see what happens. And yeah, random pops out. So pretty cool, right? I can also put 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, etc. But I'm just gonna put 0 through 9. So now what this will do is it will find anything anything that has lowercase, uppercase, or numbers in it, one or more of them, until it's not satisfied. So I could actually put some capital letters in here now, some random ones, some numbers, and this will still match because everything in this entire string is either a lowercase letter, is either an uppercase letter, or a digit from 0 to 9, as we can see here. It's just when we reach this space, it is not satisfied anymore. So this one or more plus sign thingy that we applied to this whole thing in the brackets doesn't work anymore. So actually this entire thing will be matched. And yeah, what do you know? Pretty cool, right? So now that you understand a little bit of those things, I'm going to move on. Once you have these pieces, let's think about what an email address actually looks like. So an email address is going to have, or let's just random string. Let's just make a random email address so that we can test it out. So let's just say my name 123 at website.com. Looks like an email address to me. So let's just do that and then just add some more random text because I am lacking creativity today. But now we have this entire string here, all this text, and we have one single email here, and we want to pick out this entire thing. So if we ran this, it would just return random again because that's the first match that it gets, but we don't want that. We actually want to pick out this email address instead of this random string. So how could we do that? Well, another thing you can do with regular expressions is actually just use characters. So if I just put an ampersand here, just an ampersand, actually it's going to look for the first match of this. And since there's one here, it's actually going to pick out this ampersand when I run this. Let's run it and see what happens. Yep, the match is an ampersand. It's at website. If I put at website, it's going to search for that exactly. And then it'll say at website because that's the first time it found at website. But since an email address has a ampersand in it, this is very easy to build this pattern structure. So just like before, we had all lowercase letters, all uppercase letters, all digits, one or more, and then after that satisfies like this portion here, my name 123, and then after as many letters or numbers that we like, uppercase or lowercase in any order we please, it's followed by an ampersand. That's what an email has, okay? And then after the ampersand, what happens again? Yet again, we have as many lowercase, uppercase, or numbers we want. So we can literally just copy and paste this same thing, this chunk, and just paste it again. So you see this part here and this part here are exactly the same. See, it's auto highlighting for me because they're exactly the same. That's really cool. Okay, then what follows this website portion? A period. So we could just put a period, but actually there's this little weird special thing called you need to escape certain punctuation and symbols when you are coding. If you don't understand, it's a little bit hard to explain. I'm not going to explain it now, but just take my word for it. To actually detect a pyramid, a period, we have to put a backslash before, and this is called escaping the period. So this is actually considered a unit, and this will actually be interpreted as just a period because this backslash says treat this period as an actual period instead of doing something else. We would also have to escape this if we actually want to find a plus sign in our string. We'd actually have to, I guess I am explaining escape sequences a little bit, but if you put a backslash here, this would actually search for a plus sign literally in the string instead of applying this plus sign to these brackets. And same thing with these brackets. If you actually want to search for actual brackets instead of having this weird this thing here where you can have like all this stuff inside, you would actually have to put backslashes before each of these brackets to actually check for these brackets. So that's what that does. That's the reason we need that for the period. So just take my word for it. This will be considered a period. This here is equal to this period here. And then again, after the period, what do we have? I don't actually think you can have numbers. I'm not exactly sure of all the possible email addresses you can have, but I think it's only lowercase letters, and uppercase letters. All right? And one or more, of course. Don't forget that. So I think that's the entire regular expression. So we have as many lowercase and uppercase letters and digits as we want, one or more, followed by an ampersand. Again, same thing, and then a period, and then just some letters after. So that is what I believe an email address should look like. Let's try to run this and see if this gets printed out. myname123@website.com. Hopefully it does. And run. And hey, what do you know? It actually worked. Stuff rarely works the first time, so things are going flawlessly right now. Relatively flawlessly. But yeah, it seems like it's working. It picked out this one email address. But one thing I want to try is, what if we have multiple email addresses in the same string? So let's say, I'm going to slide this over so I have a little bit more room. What if we have, okay, your name, 888 at company.net, something like that. That doesn't make sense because a company is supposed to have .com. But yeah, whatever. So let's try to run this and see what happens. It should pick out both of these, right? It should say match equals this and match equals this. Let's hit run. But match only has the first email address. But what happened to the second email address? Well, let's try to delete this first email address and see what happens. Delete, 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 delete. Oh, feels good. Destruction. And now let's run it. And as you can see, it actually picked out this email address, yourname888company.net. Well, what gives? It seems like the regular expression that we wrote here is picking out this correctly, but it's not picking out both of them. Well, the thing is, the search function actually only searches for the first occurrence. Like I said earlier, it only searches for the first occurrence of your match. If you actually want to find all of them, you can actually do that by just calling find all. I really want to drill this home to you, because if you want to find everything, then you need to remember to use this function instead of the other one. It's a mistake I've made before. So if we do this now, it should actually pick out both email addresses. Let's give it a shot, run, and as you can see, it returns a nice clean Python list of both matches, both email addresses. That's cool, right? So it looks like in literally 5 lines of code, we actually have a email address text scraper. Pretty cool, man. Some other things we could actually add to this is, I believe in email addresses you can actually have periods and underscores and whatnot. So that's literally as simple as adding a period or a dash or an underscore in here. And I don't think you have to escape these if it's within the brackets. If it's within the brackets, it's already considered, it is what it is. I may be wrong, but we'll test it if it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Same thing here. I don't know if you can have that here, but let's just try this, and let's maybe add like your name. Let's add an underscore, or actually your dot, or your name dot 8-8-8. Now let's see what matches this time. Let's click run, and oh, something went wrong. Maybe we do have to escape the dash. Let's try that. Yeah, that's what it was. I think we do need to escape everything in here. Yep, okay, that fixed it. So you actually do need to escape everything. So now it's actually picking out this email address just fine, the entire thing. Let's change it back to what we had before, just to make sure it's still working as expected. Your name dot 8-8-8. Run, and it looks like it's picking out the entire thing. Pretty cool, guys, pretty cool. So yeah, you do need to escape these special symbols, even if it's within brackets. You need to put these backslashes before it to actually treat it as a period, actually treat this as a dash, and then actually treat this as an underscore. You gotta escape them. For that matter, you might even want to escape the ampersand. Would that Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that too, if ampersand is a special character. Sometimes it's a little bit confusing whether you need to escape or not. But if you're ever getting weird errors when you're dealing with strings and you're trying to parse strings like this, try escaping the special characters, and sometimes that'll fix the problem, or unescape them. It's a very weird, layered, convoluted kind of thing, but yeah, it's just a part of learning this crazy Aztec language. Yep, I just taught you guys how to speak Aztec. But yeah, guys, it seems like we have a fully functioning email scraper now with this added functionality. So pretty simple, right? 5 lines of code. Took a little while to get here, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Just these simple 5 lines, and that just kind of shows the power of regular expressions. We're able to detect all different kinds of things with one single line of weird symbols, pretty much. So that kind of demonstrates the value of it. I'm sure Python's very happy to have it within its library if it was sentient. But yeah, very useful tool. I'll probably be touching on this more in the future. This was only like a general introduction to it, but there's a lot of things you can do more with this. There's just a lot. Perhaps I'll go into it in the future, but for now, that is all, you guys. Thanks for watching this video. Still new to this, getting better slowly, but yeah, hope you guys liked watching it. Stay tuned for more, and yeah, I will see you guys next time. Good. Bye.
So in this video, you're going to be able to, if you watch this, you're going to learn things like how do you work with date times, how do you work with datetime objects, how can you take a string and turn it into a date time. The benefits over all of this, like you're like, what the hell is this? Like if you're a complete beginner and you're like, I'm just totally lost, what the fuck are you talking about, Kazi? If you want to be able to calculate the distance between today and your birthday, you'll be able to do that. If you want to make an app that can send an email to somebody after 2 days after they sign up automatically, you need to know how date times work. If you want to be able to make an Instagram clone and you want to do things like when somebody makes a post and it timestamps it in their time zone and shows the time in their time zone when they log into the app, then you need to know how to use date times. So without any further ado, let's jump right into it. Alright, so we're going to import date time. Alright, this, you don't have to pip install this package. It comes built in with Python, and it allows you to do fancy stuff with date. So for example, I can do, let's say if I wanted to get today's date, I will do today, and I will do date time dot date, and I can put in year, which, so you can see my PyCharm is telling me what arguments it takes. So it can take year as an integer, it can take month as an integer, and day as an integer. So remember, it takes it as an integer. Actually, for today, I should probably just leave it blank even, right, and say today. And if I print out today, let's run this guy, it will give me the date of today. So that's how you will deal with today. If I want to do birthday, my birthday, I'll do date time dot date, and now I'll pass in what I actually want to pass in. So I'll pass in, let's say, the year 1994, the month 7. Make sure you don't do 07 because 07 is not an integer, so it'll give you an error. You can't start an integer with a 0 that's leading it. So we'll say July 14th is my birthday, and then we will go like, okay, like print birthday. Let's see what that looks like. Cool. So it's printing it out and showing it to you as a string, but it's actually not a string. It's birthday is really an object here, because if I call the repr method, it will show you that it is indeed a datetime object and not just a string like it shows you in the terminal. So do not get confused by that. So we're going to create something called since birth. I want to see how many days have I been alive, right? Very important. So I'll say days since birth. And what we'll do is we'll say today minus birthday. Okay. And then let's do days since birth. Let's print this bad boy out. It says 9,004 days. Now, if I really want to make sure that I'm getting back days, is I should do this, and then I should do dot days. This will make sure that I get back days and I don't get a date time object back. So this is telling me days since birth, which is kind of useful, I guess. Pretty useful, important. And that's how you can, you can subtract dates, you can add dates and all that. If I create a time delta, so let's say I'll do time delta, I'll create date time dot time delta, and I will say days equal 10. And now I'll say to today, to the date of today, which is March 9th, just add 10 days to that. That's it. So I'll just do plus time delta. Now when I run it, what I get back, as you can see right here, is March 9th has 10 days added to it. And what do you get when you add 10 days to March 9th? That's right. You guessed it correctly. You get back March 19th. So this way you can add to dates, you can subtract from dates. If you do minus here, let's do minus like that, and we can run it, and boom, we've subtracted 10 days from that. Now the reason why you want to use libraries is because otherwise this stuff can get very confusing very, very quickly. Because like, for example, February only has 28 days. And then sometimes it has 29 days. And some months have 30 days and 31 days. And then you got to take leap years into account. And you got to take all this other crap into account. So that's why you don't want to create your own functions for this. You want to just use something that somebody's made called date time. Makes your life a lot easier. All right. So I've shown you how to add and subtract time using time delta. I've shown you how to create date time objects. Now, and I've shown you how to like pull out the current days. You can pull out the current month too. So like, for example, I can do today.month. And if I run it, it'll give us that it's the third month because it's March. I can do today.day. And if I run it, tell me that. I can also do today.weekday. So this will tell me what weekday is it. So right now it's telling me, yo, this is the 5th day of the week. And let's check. And this is the 6th day of the week. Because it says Monday is equal to 0 and Sunday is equal to 6. Okay, so computers, mostly start at 0 and go up to 6. So that's why if you do weekday, that's why it gives you 5. And it is the 5th day indeed because it's Saturday today. So I'll write here, Saturday is equal to 5. Okay, so there are many methods like that that are very useful. Now, something else that's useful when it comes to date times is we've covered date times, we've covered deltas, but what now we want to know is, okay, how do we deal with hours, minutes, and seconds? So let's do that. We will do something that will show us, we'll do date time dot time. And essentially, when you pass time, you can pass in hour, minute, second, and microseconds. So we will pass in hour 7, minute 2, seconds 20, and microseconds, 15. And then we can also pass in time zone info and what we want the time zone to be. But for now, we'll just leave it blank. And let's print this out and let's see what that says. So that essentially just gave us a date time dot time object. So it gave us a date time object where it's giving us the hours, minutes, and seconds. But again, Corey, I was watching his video and he says that he uses primarily date time, and I agree with that because I used to use time, but then I realized that there is three different ones. There's date time dot date, then there is date time dot time, and then there's date time dot date time. And this is sometimes confusing, but here's what it really is. So date time dot date is just year, month, and day. Okay. Date time dot time is just hours, minutes, seconds, and microseconds. And date time dot date time is this: year, month, day, and hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. That's essentially what you need access to, because this has access to everything. So most of the time, you should really be working with date time dot date time. All right. Now, when we're working with these, well, we can do the same thing of time delta. All right. So if you have a date time object like date time dot date time thing, you can still do time delta, and it'll automatically do all the math for you, including the hours math as well. So you see how we did days. If you add 10 days, well, you can also create let's say we create an hour delta, and we do date time dot time delta, and instead we pass in hours, and we say, so right now it's almost 6 p.m. So if I add 10 hours to today, so if I add 10 hours to right now, right? So for example, if I do datetime dot datetime dot now, first of all, let's print that out. So I'll do print, and it'll run it. So it's telling you that, look, it's essentially 6 p.m. Okay, that's in military time, it's 17th hour. Now, if I add the time delta to this, and I do hour delta, and I run this, well, you'll see it'll say March 10th, which is the next day, because it makes sense, right? It's 3 a.m. into the next day. So you can also do time delta just like that. Let's move on. I'll write little notes here for you. So I'll say that this is 10 hours, add 10 hours to current day. That's what this part of the code is doing. This part of the code is adding 10 days to current day. Find days since birth. What's that piece of code doing? Okay, so we have covered quite a bit. Now, let's move on to a few more things when it comes to date time. What you want your date time to do is be aware of the time zones. Oftentimes, the date time object by default is called naive, so it's not aware of time zones, meaning that it doesn't understand what is mountain time versus Pacific time versus some other time. So in different countries, you have different time zones. So but it won't know the difference. You have to tell it to be time zone aware, aka not naive. So let's go ahead and do that. We will take a datetime object like today. So I'm just going to do datetime.datetime.now. And what I'll do is we're going to use a package called pytz, pytz. So you have to install it. What I'm going to do is I will simply install that package using my pip install. So I'll go to the terminal here and I'll do pip install pytz. And if you don't already have it, go ahead and install it. Looks like I already have it, so that's good. And let's go back to running this code. Cool. And I will import pytz at the top. Now that I have that, what I can do is I can say time zone is equal to pytz dot utc. So now let's print that out. And what you'll see is that not only does this datetime object give me the year, the month, the day, the hour, the minutes, the seconds, and the microseconds, but it also gives me, it also has made it UTC enabled, but right now it's at +00. So now, because it's aware, we can give it a different time zone. So let's try that. So this is daytime today. And what we'll do is we'll go daytime dot Pacific, and I will do daytime today dot as time zone, and I will pass in the PyTZ time zone, except I will pass in US/Pacific because I'm in LA and we are on the Pacific time zone. And let's print that out. Okay, so -8, that's what I wanted, and that's what Pacific time zone is. So that's how you can make it time zone aware and pass time zones. There's a list of all the time zones. So again, this is also from Corey Schaefer's tutorial, and he just loops through it, which I thought is really cool. For time zone in, for time zone in, oh yeah, let's just do that, because there's already that time zone here, so you don't want to like create any confusion. PyTZ.timezones .pytz.all time zones. Let's print time zone, and when I run it, you'll see that it shows all these time zones like US Pacific, US Mountain, US Central, US/Alaska, Pacific, Indian, and Europe, and pretty much all of the time zones in the world. Okay, and that's where I got the list from. That's where I figured out where this came from. If you look it up online, it'll probably be even easier, because then you don't have to scroll through your command line. It'll be in a nice little table for you. All right, so now what we want to do is we want to be able to take that time and format it. So we're going to do something called string formatting. So we're going to do string formatting with dates. So all that means is we'll take some ugly looking date, you know, that it shows in maybe in this format where it goes 2019 03 March and 09, and essentially we want to be able to show it such as March 3rd, like that, and then it should say 2019. Okay, so let's make it look a little pretty. How do we do that? Well, let's take our Pacific time, daytime Pacific that we had here, and simply we'll do string formatting. That's what this F is for. So we're essentially string formatting time. That's what we're doing here. Capital B is for the month. Don't ask why. It just is. Small d is for the day. And then percent capital Y is for the year. Let's print this bad boy and run it, and you see the date looking really nice. Oh, sorry, today is not March 3rd, it's March 9th, my bad. So we want it to look like this, and that's what it did. It made it look nice. Now, how do we go the other way? Let's say that we have this thing. We have March 09, 2019, and maybe this is, you pull it from a website somewhere, right? So on some website somewhere, this is how dates are written. Well, how do you take that written date and turn it into a datetime object so then you can do some manipulation on it? How do we go from essentially this to like a datetime, you know, object kind of like that. Okay, how do we do that? How do we go from this guy to then getting that guy? Well, for this, we use a method called strp time. I need to turn off disable inspection. There we go. So here we use the method strf time. Here we're going to use strp time. Okay, p is equal to parsing, and the f in this is equal to formatting. So that's one way to remember all this. Now what we'll do is I'll say take a datetime string. So what I'll do is this. Okay, I'll go like this. I'll say boom datetime dot strp time, and I'll give it a string. So let's say I give it March 09, 2019, and you have to teach it how it's written. So I'm gonna say, because it says the month here, I'll put capital B like that. Because it say the day here, I'll put %D like this, and then because there's a comma, I'll put the comma, and then year is here, so I'll do this like that. All right, and we will call this, you know, date time thing, and then we'll print it out, date time thing. Let's run it, and boom. This is what it, you know, if I actually put a repr around it, you can see that it's actually now a datetime object rather than just being a March 9th string. We took it from the string, and by using this and telling it how it's formatted, we turned it into an actual object. And now that it's an object, you can do, you know, you can add this to, you can subtract this, you can do all kinds of stuff. Now, this is all great. This pretty much covers almost everything that we wanted to touch base on, like the most common problems that people have with date times, adding and subtracting date times, time deltas, which is very common, and then people want to also know how to format it and show it, print out a date in a regular way, and then you also want to be able to go from a regular date into a datetime object. So we've done all of that. We've also done some time zone stuff, but what I want to show you now is if you have the opportunity to work with a different module, different thing instead of datetime, your life will be a lot easier. So what I recommend that you use is something called Maya. All right, Maya, which is, we'll put the link in the description of this YouTube video. So please, Frankie, when you're editing, just remember to pop this into the YouTube description. And essentially, Maya is considered date time for humans, and all it does is it just makes it a lot easier. Okay, so Kenneth Reed says he wrote this and he made it so it's simpler to deal with things. So for example, when you want to do when is tomorrow, like when you want to do set something to tomorrow, right? Like look at even our today is kind of confusing. It's kind of funny. If we want to add a tomorrow here, what we would have to do is add this delta, right? We would have to add a 1 day delta, and then it would give us tomorrow. Whereas for Maya, you can literally just say Maya.when tomorrow. So you can give it a little datetime object, Maya, and then when you do Maya.when and you write tomorrow, it'll figure out when tomorrow is. It can also automatically do slang for you, which is pretty cool. You know, 23 hours from now or 10 hours from now, instead of, you know, writing another way. It's these built-in methods. But what's really cool to me is how it can automatically parse datetime strings and generate naive or not naive date times. So you can give it a datetime string and call this parse method on it, and literally right then and there, you can also give it a time zone, and it will automatically figure it all out. It will take it from the string and turn it into US Eastern time zone. It's that easy. For how, and also how it prints things out, it makes it really easy for you. So instead of them looking really funny, the print methods of this also looks really nice. When you print something out, it tells you Wednesday, September 20th, 2017. And so when you're working on things, that's also easier. Another thing that I like about this is to add delta. All you got to do is just do .add. All right. And then it will automatically add things essentially for you. Okay. So you don't have to like worry about or do kind of anything on your own. It will just add it. So you just do .add, then do days equal 10.day. So it goes from 7 to 17, just like that. And I like how it says always here, because what it does is whenever you run .time zone, it's always in UTC. So it's time zone aware at all times by default, unlike the datetime objects, which are not aware by default. And the advanced usage is really cool too. So if you're building an app which has to do with a lot of calendar type of things, and you want to create an event that is an hour long that starts now, well, it's super easy. Event start, which is just maya.now, so time.now, you know, or datetime.now if you were using datetime. So it's just maya.now. And to the now, the event end is just the maya.now .add hours equal 1. So you just added that 1 hour delta to it in a very easy way by just saying .add hours equal 1. And then you can use this thing called Maya interval class. So it's a really powerful class. And you can give it a start date of event start, and you can give it an end date of event end, and it automatically can create that event for you. Now, there are other modules as well, such as DeLorean, Arrow, and Pendulum. So Arrow is something I've used in the past, and Arrow is something that Corey in his video recommends. But I believe that Maya is a little bit more sane and will get most of the job done. Arrow can do more, but I do believe that Maya does things a lot better. And if Kenneth Reitz is doing it, then you know that it's going to be right. So I would stick with Maya, and you can still use these together with it. It complements them. He even says that here, that it complements them. All right. So that's really what I wanted to cover in this video. It's super easy to install it. Just pip install Maya, and you'll be good to go. So yeah, that's the main things I wanted to cover. I hope that you enjoyed this video. I hope that it was informative. You learned something new, and that you go now and create maybe even some project with date times. That's how you'll improve in it. That's how you'll become better. With that said, we do have a new program that's going to be coming out. We're working hard at it with our entire team. And this is a program that, whether you're a beginner or a professional developer, is going to help you take your skills to the next level. So whether your goal is to land your first job, or your goal is to get a promotion at your current job, or maybe you want to just become a much better freelancer and crush it at freelancing, well, then we will have a new program for you called How to Automate Stuff with Python. It will give you all the essential trainings you need to technically become an incredible developer. And we will dive deep into Python, into programming, and we will create many different projects. You will go much deeper into concepts like web scraping, data mining, and just overall to handle really big projects and take your skills, to the next level. With that said, all you need to do to join the waitlist for this course, because it's going to be coming out hopefully sometime soon, but we're working on it really hard. So just in the description below, click the link. It's going to take you to a page where it says how to automate stuff with Python. pop in your email and your name, and I will send you a free gift once you do this. I will send you a 3-part epic training masterclass, perhaps. And also, when the course opens up, you will be the first to know. That way you won't miss out. With that said, thank you so much for watching. If you liked the video, go ahead and please give it a like. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. And as always, I love your face. This is Kazi, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey you, in this video we are going to be doing web scraping with Python using libraries like Beautiful Soup and Requests. This is something that is very useful whether you are a beginner or a professional developer. These are essential skills that almost every person needs. So let's get started. This is going to be a fun little project, and this was inspired by dataquest.io. It's not a sponsored video or anything, but I looked at one of their tutorials and they are doing a weather forecast. So I was like, hey, we should also just do that weather forecast, except we're going to be doing it for LA because that's where I live. So we're going to go to forecast.weather.gov. So that's number 1. Let me zoom in here so you guys can see very clearly. And I'm going to type in Los Angeles. We'll hit go, and this is what pops up. So what we're trying to do here is we want to pull this data. We want to put it into an Excel spreadsheet. You could also put it in Pandas data frame if you know what that is, but most people know what an Excel spreadsheet is or what a CSV file is. So that's essentially what we're going to be doing, and we're going to be doing web scraping here. It's a pretty cool thing to learn how to do. So let's jump right into it. First of all, for really basic stuff, you have to know basic HTML. We're not going to cover too much of HTML or CSS in this video. But, for example, if I write an H2 tag, I have CodePen open here so I can just show how HTML works. If I do H2 and I say, hey guys, like that, and I do this, it'll type in hey guys. Now if I do H6 tag, right, it'll make it smaller. So these are this is HTML. This is basics, very, very basic use of it. And now what we're gonna do is, because I'm on Chrome, we're gonna hit inspect here and dive deep using the Chrome dev tools. It's a very powerful way to learn the structure of the website that you want to scrape. You want to abuse this tool, okay? Use this tool a lot, the Chrome dev tools. So now I'm going to hover over, and essentially what I want to do is I want to be able to get this week's forecast. So I want to be able to find out what the weather is tonight, Sunday, Sunday night, Monday, and I also want to get the descriptions of it, and I want to get what's the low and what's the high, be able to put it in my Excel spreadsheet. So let's do it. So first of all, I want you to click this button over here, okay? The shortcut for this is Command-Shift-C on a Mac, or you can just come over here, click. This allows you to highlight over each thing, and then it tells you what element it is of a HTML or CSS file. So it goes, okay, this is an image element. As you can see, it says img dot, something. So that dot pull left is a CSV class, or sorry, CSS class. So let's go over here and check this out. So it looks like we have a container here, but this has an ID. We have a div here, and this has the ID of 7-day forecast body, which is very good, which is exactly what we need to leverage here. So let's go ahead and use this, because we know that once we have access to this, we will have access to essentially everything else that's within this div. So let's go to our code. Now you're going to need a few modules installed, and I'm not going to walk through the full process of installing them because again, those could turn into their own videos. So let's go here, and first of all, you need to install pip install Beautiful Soup 4. So that's step 1. Another thing you're going to need is pip install requests. That's how you're going to make HTTP requests to the websites. And then you want to install the last one, which is pandas. All right. Because I've already installed them, for me, it says requirement already satisfied. For you, it's going to take you through the installation process. If you run into errors with the installation process, look up how to overcome them. Then once you solve it, come back to this tutorial. So once this is installed, let's start writing some code. So first of all, we're going to do import requests. And I'm going to also say from BS4 import beautiful soup, like that. All right. And now essentially what I want to do is request this URL. So I'm just going to copy this URL right here. I'll go here and I'll say this page is equal to requests.get, and then I'll pop in that URL right there. We'll also create a soup object out of that page. So that requests thing that we just got, we're going to use that to create a beautiful soup object. And what beautiful soup allows you to do is makes the web scraping of the page really, really easy. It gives you nice structures. It's able to find classes. It's able to find paragraph tags. It's able to find headers, and it understands CSS and it understands HTML. So it makes your life a lot easier. That's why we're using beautiful soup. So let's go here in soup and go beautiful soup. All right. And we'll say page.content. And then we will say, and we'll give it HTML parser. Okay. So it'll know that it's HTML, and so it needs to parse it as an HTML page. All right. And if I print this, we should see something pretty weird. So I'm going to run this piece of code. I'm going to go here, hit run. All right, so it says couldn't find a tree builder with the features you requested. HTML parser. Do you need to install a parser library? Oh, yep. HTML dot parser, not a hyphen parser. So we have, now let's try it again. We will run the code. Okay, so it looks like it worked, and as you can see, the soup object is all of the HTML code that's on that page. It's pretty much the source code of that page. So if I go and I right click and I go view page source, it's essentially this whole thing. All right, so it has access to all of it. But what's cool is that I can do things like .find all, and I can go find all of like the A tags, you know, find all A tags, for example. And if I run it, it's essentially finding all of the links. So it's finding the NOAA.gov link that's there. It's finding the weather.gov link that's on that page. It's finding the commerce.gov link that's on that page. So all these links, it's able to find them, right? If I do .find images, or if I do .find all, you know, short descriptions, it'll find those as well. So that's what's cool about Beautiful Soup. Makes your life really easy. So let's go ahead, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a variable that has this entire div stored inside of it. That way we'll have access to this div is what I'm talking about. We'll have access to that div at all times. So let's go to our code here, and I'll say week is equal to soup.find, and we'll give it the ID. And the ID, what is the ID here? The ID is 7-day forecast body. So because I don't want to make a mistake, I'm going to click here. Once I click here, you can see at the bottom it's highlighted this line. I'll go to the ID and I'll double click. I will copy this. I'll come back in here, paste it. So I'll make sure that this way there are no spelling errors. As a programmer, I know sometimes you want to do things quick and just type it out, but the reason why you want to paste is not so you're faster, but the real reason why you want to copy paste as much as you can is so you're accurate and you don't make mistakes. That's why I took the time to copy it. Even if it was small, like if it was 3 letters, I would still copy and paste, because it has happened to me so many times that I'll make like a tiny little mistake, like the one I made up here with html.parser where I wrote a hyphen here. All right, so we have this access to this week. Let's first of all print it out. Let's see what it shows us. So we'll run our code. All right. So basically now what it's doing is showing us everything that's inside of that div. That's all it's doing. That's all it's showing us. Okay, now it's not showing us the entire HTML page anymore. It's just showing us that. That's all we want anyways. We just need access to that one div. So what do we do next? Well, now what we want to do is we want to access all of those objects or items, whatever you want to call it. We'll just call them items. So I'm calling this item number 1, what I'm highlighting here. This is going to be item number 2. This is going to be item number 3, item 4, item 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You get the idea. Okay. So if you notice, each of these is a list item. Okay, so in HTML, a list item has a tag of li, and an unordered list item has a tag of ul. So you can see it says li here. And how we can access all of these by either using the tag li, or we can use the class forecast tombstone. So let's say week.find all, and let's just try li, and let's see what it gives us. Maybe we'll run into an error, maybe we won't. Let's find out. So when I hit li, actually let's comment this line out. Alright, so when I hit li, I get a lot of things. Okay, and now let's actually do, instead of li, what we'll do is we'll say .find all, and we'll say look for a class instead of that li tag. So we're gonna go class, and the tricky thing in Beautiful Soup is you can't just say the argument as class, because that means something special in Python. So you got to do class underscore like that. So class is equal to, and then we'll say tombstone. Actually, we'll copy it so we don't make a mistake. So I'll click here and I'll go forecast tombstone, and we'll paste it just like that. All right. Actually, maybe that there is a better thing that we can do. So let's go. All right. So we have a div actually that contains all of these items. I missed this div. So this div actually contains, it's a tombstone container. So it actually contains the blue part is what it contains, right? So you can see that it contains the, where it says Sunday. It also contains the image. It also looks like it contains the description where it says chance showers. And it also contains the temperature, whether it's a low or a high. So let's actually access the tombstone container class. All right. So we're going to go class, and instead we're going to say, we're going to go tombstone container. If it lets me highlight it, it's kind of tricky to highlight it. It's pretty secret. Well, let's just click here, and then let's dig a little deeper. And this is the tombstone container right there. So we're going to say, get all of those guys. Okay, and we're gonna say get all of those guys. Okay, so let's go boom, boom, do that, and close this out. And this we will call items. Okay, this we'll call items, and then we'll also print items. So let's run this code now. All right, so you can see we have a list, and each item in that list is essentially one tombstone container. So let's say that I get item 0 in that list, the first item, index it by 0. I get 1 tombstone container. So what is that? It has the period name, which is tonight. If I go here, you can see right there, it says tonight. The next thing I should see is this. So if I hover over here, this is the, notice the paragraph tag and the CSS class here is period name. So when I go here, I see class period name is tonight. When I go here, the class here is short description, short -desc, and it should say slight chance showers. And when I go to my code here, so this is the image alt tag. Let's ignore that. Let's look for the thing that we're searching for, the short description one. All right, so the short description here says slight chance, right? Just what we were looking for. And slight chance showers. And then we also have the temperature class. All right, which is this one right over here. So that's what each item is, right? So each item in that list will give you, man, it's kind of annoying because you can't it's hard to select that. But each item is essentially that tombstone container class, this guy right over here. Okay, tombstone container, boom. Boom, tombstone container, the second one. All right, so now that we have that, what we're gonna do is now we'll find, what we wanna do is get all of the period names. So where it says tonight, where it says Sunday, Sunday night, we wanna get all of those period names and be able to put it in one column. Then we wanna be able to take all of the short descriptions and put it in a description column. And lastly, we want to be able to take all of the temperatures and put them in a temperature column. So each of them is going to have their own columns. So let's go ahead and do that. So what I will do here is I'll say for items 0, let's first of all just get that item's period name. So I'll do class equals, I remember the class name was period, so I'm going to just put that. And first of all, let's just print this guy and let's see what we get. We will comment this out. So when I print this out, I get back this p tag. But what I really want is the text that's in between the tags. So what I can actually do is, because it's a beautiful soup object, I can just go and do get text like that and run this. And when I run it, it gives me the text that says tonight. Now I can copy this line, paste it, and essentially just go and change the class name here to the next class, which is short description. So I'll do short description like that and get its class. I'll run it, and now it should say tonight and slight chance showers, which is what it says right there. And then last thing I want is temp. So I'm just going to call it by the temp class, not temp low, because this is temp high, this is temp high. So we're just going to get it by the more general name, so it works for every single tombstone container. And we'll go here and we will simply say temperature like that. And when I run it, you will see that I get back those three things. So now that I'm able to access all of those three things from the first tombstone container, now it's very simple. I just have to collect all of them in a list and then just run a for loop, right, to be able to access any of them. So let's just go ahead and put them on all. Oh, sorry, it's already in the items list. So items list already has them. Right now I'm only accessing the 0th one, which is in human language the first one. Now all I need to do is write a for loop that goes through all of all of those items. What we're gonna use is list comprehension because that's cool. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say period underscore names is equal to, and I'm gonna say item for item in items. Except what I want to do to this item is I want to dot find its class and make sure that the class says period name. And then I also want to get its text. All right, so I want to find, oh, made a mistake here, just didn't write the equal sign. That should work now. All right, so this is a list comprehension that essentially says, hey, for each item in items, as you loop through it, just do this to it, and that'll essentially get me back the period name. Now what I'll do is I'll print period names so you can see what it is. It's right here, this line, and right, all it did was loop through and just collect period names. That's what we want. Okay, so that's done. Now the second one that we're gonna write is gonna be short descriptions. So we'll do short descriptions, and we're gonna say item.find. So it's essentially gonna be the same thing, right? So what I can do is I can just copy this guy, come over here and paste it, move it up, and then bada bam, bada boom. And we'll come here, and instead of that, we'll say short description. And then I'll copy paste this, and I'll come here and I'll say temperature. And I'll change this to temperatures. All right, so all of these now get us everything that we want. I'll print these out as well for you so you can see what's going on. All right, I'll run this. And you can see now we have 3 lists with what we want. And that's exactly what we needed. And now I'm going to show you something really cool. Initially, what my instinct was to write it to a CSV file. Well, you have to do a little bit of coding for that. It takes some time. It takes some Stack Overflowing. It's kind of obnoxious. There is a beautifully elegant and easy way to actually write this to a CSV file and also to do data analytics with it using pandas. So let's use pandas here, and it makes it so easy to turn this data into a table that you can then actually use, manipulate, and do stuff with. So let's do that. Let's go up at the top, and remember at the start I told you install pandas. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go here and install pandas. I believe P comes before R, so let's do it like this, pandas as PD. And now what we're going to say is we're going to say weather stuff is equal to pandas.dataframe. And what data frame takes is actually a dictionary. All right. And we are going to say period. So the column is going to be called period. And the values of it are going to be period names. So it's going to be this list that we made here. And then the idea is essentially the same. We're just going to repeat that same process. And we're going to say the next one is going to be short descriptions are just going to be, oh, comma goes here, going to be short descriptions. Okay. And then lastly, we have temperatures, which are just going to be temperatures. Oops, comma. Make sure you have all the commas in the right place. All right, that is essentially the dictionary. That's a much better way to actually write the dictionary. So yeah, that's the dictionary. We got our data frame. We put our column names. These are the values that go in that column. So that entire list is just going to go there. The entire list of short descriptions is going to go under the short descriptions column. The entire list of temperatures is going to go under the temperatures column. And one little trick I want to show you guys is you can put a comma here. It won't give you a syntax error, and it's just a good habit to get into, because then if you ever go back to that dictionary and add more things, you'll never run into an error. So just a good code hygiene. And if we print this out now, let's see what this might look like. So let's print this out. So you can see that pandas actually turns this into a really, I'll comment all the other print statements out now because we don't need them anymore. And you can see what it does is it turns it into this beautiful looking table, which you can now take a look at and do stuff with, and figure out the means and figure out the averages and all that kind of nerdy stuff. But we're not going to get too much into that because that will be a whole nother video with pandas. Our job is not to do that. We are just learning how to do web scraping. And to make this data useful, the last cool thing I want to show you that makes it all super useful, really handy trick, is this awesome feature that Panda has. So I can just do weather stuff dot to underscore CSV. All right, it has this beautiful thing you can do, which is just called .to CSV, and then just give it a CSV name. So we're gonna call it, let's call it weather.csv, and I'm gonna save. I'm gonna run this, and right when I run it, I get the CSV file over here, which looks like this. But let's take a look at what it looks like in our computer. So we will go here, and I will hit that, and boom, look at that. It's looking super nice, super fresh, and you can see the entire data table right there. I can also open it up in Excel if I want to. Let's zoom in a little bit so you can see it. Right, and you can see we have our column called period with all of this data. We have short descriptions with all of this data, temperatures, all of this data. So that's so freaking cool, right? We just created a CSV file from scraping the internet, scraping something online. Now, you can just take that URL and pop something else in, and that'll also work. So for example, forget Los Angeles weather, maybe we can look at the weather of, say, Chicago. So let's type in Chicago here, and we will hit go. Hazardous weather outlook. Wow, wind advisory in effect. So that's pretty scary, huh? So let's go, let's copy this. And for you it might look different, right? Because you might be doing this video following this tutorial at another time. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna paste the new URL. All right, I pasted the new URL here, and now let's run this code, and we're gonna go take a look at our CSV file now. Don't save. And view will be 300%. And take a look at this. Now the data is completely different. Right now it's the Chicago's temperature. So if you were making a web app, you could use web scraping to use somebody else's website to dynamically generate stuff on your own website. Pretty powerful stuff. All right. Hopefully you've enjoyed this tutorial. That is all I had for you today. Thank you so much for watching this video. If you liked the video, give it a like. If you enjoyed this and you want to keep seeing the new tutorials that are going to be coming out, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. With that said, thank you so much for watching. As always, this is Kazi. I love your face, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hey, what's up guys? This is Aaron from Clever Programmer, and today I just want to talk about a cute little function in Python called zip. So this isn't the kind of zip that you would see when you are zipping or unzipping a file in Python. but it's actually a function that you have in the language that allows you to glue things together to make things easier to deal with. That might have made no sense, but I'm about to explain it in code right now, so let's get right into it. All right, so go to REPL IT, REPL it as usual. I'll create a new REPL here. Go down to Python, wherever it happens to be in the list, create REPL, and all right, we are ready to go. So zip, I might give a little bit of an explanation before I start actually. So zip, what it does is it will take any iterables in Python. So an iterable is just something you can iterate over in a for loop. That be a list, a tuple. I believe you can iterate over a dictionary. You just can't go in any specific order. It's just gonna iterate in any random order. And other things like that, like iterables are things you can go over. But if you have an iterable, then you can actually map, I might be wrong there, an iterable. I think it has to be, I know for sure for lists and tuples, if it's in order, then what it does is it takes corresponding elements and it will glue them together. So the first element from two lists, it'll put those together into a 2-element tuple and put that into the first element of one list. And then so on, it'll take the second element of both lists and then stick them in a 2-element tuple and put that in the second element of the list. And it'll just keep doing that until everything has been paired up. Or even if you have 3 lists, then it'll keep doing that until everything's tripled up. It might be easier to understand if it's in code, but that's the best I could do verbally. Let's just get right into it. So if we have a list 1 here, which is just going to have very simple numbers like this. List, oh, I forgot the equal sign. That's better. Looking nice and clean. And then let's just do something like this. Put 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Cool. So now we have our 2 lists. Now, as you can see, both of these lists are the same length, which is important, not required, but it makes things easier. Or cleaner, I should say. It makes things cleaner when you're using zip. It's not required, but it makes things definitely cleaner. So we'll start with this example. If we have list 1 and list 2, then I'm just going to call this final list. We are going to make a new list here called zipped. And all it's going to do is it's going to call the function zip, which is literally just zip, just like that, zip. And then all you need to do is just put in the 2 lists in here, just like that. So this will actually work in Python 2. This is something I came across. I didn't realize that it didn't work in Python 3. This will work in Python 2, but in Python 3, you actually need to cast this to a list. So before I run this, just be aware that there's a little change here. Whenever you're calling zip, sometimes if you want to print it out, you need to cast it to a list first before you print it out. So zipped now is a list, but we zip together list 1 and list 2. So remember, this is list 1 here, the numbers 1 through 5, integers 1 through 5, and list 2 is these 5 strings 1 through 5. When I run it, when you see it, you'll understand exactly what it's doing. Oh, stupid me, I didn't put in the print statement. Print zipped. Now let's run it. So as you can see here, what happened is it took the corresponding elements of each list and it stuck them in pairs and then put each of these pairs in its own list. So this list itself is of length 5, just like the original 2 lists, but each element is actually corresponding elements from the other 2 lists. Pretty cool, right? One thing I want to point out is that if the lists are not the same length, so let's add a 6 to this list and then try it again, then this 6 seems to be ignored. So what's going on there? Actually, what's going on there is Python will always truncate. Truncate is just a fancy word we use in the programming community to say cut off, just ignore. You truncate it off like you're cutting a tree trunk. You know what I mean? Just chop it off like a finger. If it's there, then it'll just truncate anything that is excessive. So the shorter list will take precedence. So the 6 is ignored. But if this was 5 and then we say we added an element here and we put 6 here, then this 6 here in the second list will actually be truncated, will be cut off of your finger. As you can see, it's ignored both times. The 6 number pops up. But then of course, as you guys have probably guessed and expected. If I put in a 6, then voila, it pops up there. Same thing goes if there's 3 lists. If you actually have a third list here, and then you have some other things, and these become tuples of length 3, then whichever one of the 3 is shortest, that will be the one of what determines this final list. Okay? So that's how that works when you have different length lists. But we're just going to stick to same length list because it's just a little bit easier to understand. I'm going to go back to 5 because I don't want these going off the screen like they are right now. I want to fit everything here so you guys can see everything nice and clearly, because when people don't do that, it pisses me off. Continuing on, I already showed you guys how to zip stuff together. That is very handy. Now, another thing you can do is actually unzip things. So, okay, let's say we went from these 2 lists, these 2 long lists, to one long list of little pairs, which is another way you can think about it. You're going from 2 long lists to 1 long list of little pairs, or 3 long lists to 1 long list of little trios, and so on and so forth. But if you want to go in the opposite direction, you want to go from 1 long list of little pairs or little trios, and then to go back to 2 long lists or 3 long lists, then that's called unzipping. But there isn't a function called unzipped in Python. Actually, what you do is you still use the zip function, but you use a little special character before the argument you give to the function to actually reverse the order of the zip. So you're zipping and unzipping with this tiny little star asterisk. I'll show you that now. So we have this zipped variable here, zipped, and it is a list. It has to be a list, I realized. In Python 3, you have to make it a list for it to work. There are some weird changes from Python 2 to Python 3, but in Python 3, you need to make sure it's a list to be able to unzip it. So the way you can unzip it is, I'm just going to name it unzipped to be very clear. This is called self-documenting code, by the way. I may have not mentioned it before, but self-documenting code is just using function names and variable names that explain themselves. So actually using I in a for loop for I in range 10 or something, it's usually not that good. You want to not use I and use something else. And it's just better to be descriptive. This list is going to be an unzipped list, just the same way that this list became a zipped list. So unzipped is just going to be this zipped list, but unzipped. So literally all we do is just, we're going to have to, because of Python 3, you got to put the list in there again. That looked like a nipple. Inappropriate. Sorry if you're under an appropriate age. We're going to just call zip again here. And then originally you might think, okay, like wouldn't it just be like unzip and then you stick zipped in here and it's nice and done? But no, it's actually the same function, zip. But all you do is before this thing I mentioned earlier, you put an asterisk, a little star, just like that. Almost C style, like dereferencing a pointer, if you know what the heck that means. If you do, you're cool. If not, you can be cool. I'm pretty sure we'll get you there. We'll get you there at some point. Just stick a little star there in front of the zipped list here, and this will actually unzip this list and give us from this output, bring us back to this output. So let's just see what the heck happens. First, let's check if there's any errors, no errors, and then print this out just like I printed the zipped, like that, and click run, and magic. You see, I went from this, we went from 2 separate lists here, okay, 2 separate lists, and then we got this and zipped it together to get one long list of little pairs, and then we went from this long list of little pairs back to 2 separate lists, or actually tuples in this case. I mean, you can cast them to other things if you like, but in this case they were put in tuples, one list of 2 long tuples, which is equivalent to these 2 original lists. So that's basically what the zip and inverse of zip, the inverse functionality of zip can do. So it's like a dual function. You can kind of do 2 things with it. It's 2 functions in one. Kind of cool. You can do that with zipped. But another thing that I want to mention is the primary time zip is actually used. So I noticed that whenever I'm using the zip function, most often it's to be able to get enough lists or variables in a scope. If that made sense to you, good. If not, let me explain. If you are inside of an if statement or inside of a for loop, you know that the variables you have inside there are actually local to that little indented area. If you have a chunk of code and it's indented out, or like if you're in Java or C++ or something, you have brackets, anything in that chunk of code, it's like one unified whole. All the code in there can share all the variables and anything outside of it. But if you had a variable inside the if statement or the for loop, and then you tried to read into into the if statement or into the for loop, you wouldn't actually be able to read those variables. A little bit tricky to understand, but it makes sense if you've been coding long enough. It makes sense on a technological level. So it's just something you have to accept. You don't really have to understand why it works, but just understand how it works. Understanding why is very fascinating. You can go into that if you want at some future point. There's a lot of resources. Just Google it. It's pretty cool. But going back to scope, using zip is very handy if you want to get a bunch of things into a different scope. Let's see. So let's just try to have a for loop. So let's say I have these two lists up here, and then I want to actually iterate over both of these lists within the for loop. So like, how would you do that besides like having an ugly for I in range 5, and then indexing list 1 at I and indexing list 2 at I? Actually, this might not even be a scope thing. I might have had a little brain fart there, but that scope thing is still a very relevant piece of information to programming in general, so definitely hold on to that, but I might have fussed up there a little bit. You actually don't need that because you're just trying to read here, but if you actually want to get multiple things into a scope without avoiding this gross syntax here, you can actually use the zip function instead. So instead of having for I in range and having this index, a very C-style kind of way of doing it, we can get rid of this crap, okay, and do it the Python way, which is the arguably cooler way. So you can just say for list 1, list 2 in, there we go, yeah, in zip. Actually, we shouldn't call this that. Let's call it L1 and L2, okay? So this is actually tuple. Let me put it in parentheses just to be clear, because it'll make more sense. So this is actually a two-part tuple. If you don't know what this is, look it up. It's a way to unpack tuples automatically. Just Google that and then see what that means in Python. It's kind of a cool little thing to save space. You can do multiple things on one line. So we're just going to zip together these two lists. And what happens here is now in this loop, I now have access to whatever iteration I'm on. I have access to both this variable and this variable, or this element and this element at the same time by using L1 and L2. So let's just do that. So I'm going to print L1 and I'm going to print L2 just like that and print it. And as you can see, each iteration, it actually prints 1 and then 1. The number 1 and then the string 1, the number 2 and then the string 2 in each iteration. So this is the first iteration, this is the second iteration, the third iteration, fourth iteration, so on and so forth, however many times you want to go. But the point I'm trying to make here is you can actually zip together a bunch of different lists and have access to all of those corresponding elements in each list within the for loop. So let's say I had 20 lists and I wanted to zip all 20 together, and then I had a tuple of like 20. I could actually use all 20 of those variables in the for loop to actually do interesting calculations and whatnot. Very cool, very handy. So now I want to go through an actual example besides this very simplistic one. So let's just delete this. I have a nice little example printed out for you guys, and it's going to be called sentences. We're going to be creating sentences from different lists. I forgot to actually. Okay, so we're going to be creating sentences from different lists. So items, what did I put here? Items equals apple, banana, and orange. And then also, this is a little shopping cart example. It's coming back to me now. I should have looked at this before I started the video. That is shame on me. Oops. But now I have items. So we're going to have different items. We're going to have different counts. And then we're going to have different prices. So you kind of see how these different elements in each list is going to correspond. So if you bought 3 apples, if you bought an apple, you bought 3 of them, and then the price was, I don't know, 99 cents. And then bananas are 25 cents. And then oranges are 50 cents, something like that, okay? This is the 3 corresponding lists. Now we want to be able to access this first element, all at the same time in the same iteration of a for loop. so we can construct a sentence. The sentences I'm gonna try to create are: I bought 3 apples at 99 cents, and I bought 6 bananas. I bought 6 bananas at 25 cents, and so on. That's kind of the idea that I want to implement here. So let's start the for loop up. So it's going to be, remember, you can do that cool little tuple unpacking thing. I'm gonna have item, I'm gonna have count, and I'm going to have price. So that's how I access these. So this is an item in the items list, so that's going to be put in here. This is a count in the counts list, so that's going to be put in here. And this is a price. This floating point number is going to be the price in this prices list that's going to be stuck in here. Okay, so this is going to be apple, this is going to be 3, and this is going to be 99 cents in the first iteration. And then in the second and third iteration, it'll be the same thing for banana and orange. Okay, so of course we're going to have to zip these 3 together. So items, counts, prices. I forgot to mention, if you're doing this cool little trick with zip here, you might have already noticed that. You might have been objecting earlier, like, what the heck, Aaron? You didn't cast it to a list. I thought you said in Python 3 you always have to cast it to a list. That is only if you're trying to print it. The thing is, this zip object that is returned from this function can actually be put in this for loop like this, and you do not need to cast it to a list because we're not actually printing this zip function return data. So you can just leave it like that, just leave it as zip, and it'll actually just automatically zip it together and automatically pick out this nice unpacked triple tuple for you. So that's all clean. That is all done in one line, and now we have access to these 3 variables in each iteration. These 3, then those 3, then those 3. I might have screwed that up again, but you guys are probably getting used to me screwing up, I hope, if you're still there. So what I want to do here is actually create some sentences. So the sentence I wanted to create was sentences dot append. So we're gonna have to add to the sentences list, of course. Or actually, let's make this a little bit cleaner. Let's put sentence, making changes on the fly here. So sentence is going to be, we're just gonna glue some strings together. I bought space count space, or a plus, space, I bought count space item, item, and then add there. If you don't know what's happening here, just wait till I'm done coding this line and I'll explain it real quick. If you do know what's going on, then just put it on 2 times and zip through this real quick. There we go. I always get confused when I'm concatenating these strings like this. It's so easy to make an error. I think I did this right though. So what's happening here is you can add strings together, right? And when you add 2 strings, then they are just added together into one big string. So what this should output is I bought, for the first iteration, it should be I bought 3 space apples, because I added this S here, at space 99 cents. Actually, let's go like that. Cents each. And don't forget the space there. Okay? So that's what's happening there. I'm constructing this string here, and then I want to append this sentence to the list. Okay, that's what's going on. However, when we get these 3 elements here, this is still a string, this is still an integer, and this is still a floating point, a decimal point number. Okay, so what we actually have to do is convert all these to strings by casting them. So we could just go like this, stick it in like that, which is what you could do on all 3, but I might do it like this because it just seems a little bit less messy. I think that was a weird contradiction there. A lot more less messy. but I'm pretty sure you guys got the point. We are going to do this. This is another little cool thing you can do with unpacking. So as you can see, these corresponding elements here are all going to be casted and then put into new names, or the same names, but they're just going to be overwritten. So pretty much what I'm doing here is I'm taking item, count, and price, these 3, and then I want to make them all strings, so I just stick them in here, and now item, count, and price are all strings. Technically, I don't have to make this item a string because it's already a string, but just to keep it consistent and make it easier on the eyes, I'm gonna leave it like this. So let's see what happens when I print out sentences now, because we went through it, we zipped all these three things together, we converted all the items to strings and everything, we constructed a sentence using one little element from each of these lists, and then we stuck one of the sentences in the sentence list, and we did that 3 times, so there should be 3 sentences in this list that we are about to print out. Let's print it out right now. Go over here so you can see it and see what happens. Perfect. Oh, I dragged this over the perfect amount. Look at that. Yeah, things work out sometimes, don't they? Right, Mom? So, as you can see, we have 3 sentences here. It says, I bought 3 apples at 99 cents each. I bought 6 bananas at 25 cents each. And I bought 4 oranges at 50 cents each, or 0.5 cents each. I guess that's screwed up. This is probably not right, but I mean, the code worked the way it was supposed to. I'm pretty sure you guys get the idea. If you want to be able to zip together a bunch of things into a for loop or an if statement, or I'm not sure if you can into an if statement, I have to think about it, but definitely for a for loop. I use it a lot for for loops, zipping things together into for loops. This is a very, very handy function. Don't forget about the unzip thing, the little star thing you can put before if you ever need to do that. You can actually get really crafty with these, zipping a bunch of big tuple lists together, and when you're doing data analysis, very, very useful. But that pretty much wraps up the zipped function there. One of my favorite functions in Python for sure, just because it makes everything so nice and clean. But this is very useful for, like I said, going over large data, doing data analysis and whatnot, those kind of statistics things. But yeah, definitely stay tuned, you guys. Thank you so much for watching. That is the end of this long drawn out video. As usual, that's my signature. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Good bye.
Hey you, in this video we have put together an amazing app for you with Python. It's the tic-tac-toe app, and we are going to go through the process of building it from complete scratch all the way to the finish. Something special that we got for you in this video is that we are going to gift you this app at the end. So all it will be is it's going to be just a link, and we're going to send you that link, and you'll be able to use this application on your own and steal it, and also have access to the entire code base, just in case for some reason if you're trying to build it with us, you cannot complete it or you run into any kind of errors. Okay, this way you'll be error free. So with that said, and before we jump right into it, this video is made by Aaron Burnett, who is our software developer and a new addition to the Clever Programmer team. He's an amazing developer. He's new to the team in terms of making trainings and tutorials. So this is his first app. Show him some love, and our goal in the future is to get Aaron to make a lot of awesome coding tutorials for this channel. I hope you love it. Please leave a comment and tell him something encouraging. With that said, let's jump right into it.
Hey, what's up guys? This is Aaron from Clever Programmer, and today we are going to be coding a tic-tac-toe app in Python. So let's jump right into it. First, let's go to repl.it. Just type that in URL bar. Follow along, please, so you can learn. Make an account if you haven't already. This is called Replit. Once you are done with that, click on My Repls. You'll be on this page. It'll probably be empty. You won't have this stuff here. Click on the red plus sign. Click on Python, which will automatically become Python 3. And boom, you will be in an empty REPL here. So all this is just a nice little environment where you can code on this website. You don't have to worry about any setup or anything. It's just nice and clean, and it doesn't break, which is very nice because sometimes you're coding on your own computer. Like there's a lot of weird edge cases, and it's just you know. So on the left here, we have a little file directory. We're only gonna have one file for this project, so you don't really have to worry about that. Over here, we have our one and only file open, main.py, and over on the right side, we have a little Python environment. So let's check this out. Okay. See, so it works. This is where the game will be played at, this little command line here. And let's jump right in. So tic-tac-toe. Sometimes I attack small problems like this just straight in. I just start coding, just kind of hacky, but it's kind of fun too for these little things. But if you are working on a big code base, you actually want to think about it first. So let's at least do that first. Just have like a little bit of a overarching game logic. So let's think about it. Well, we're gonna need a board, okay, and then we're going to need to be able to display that board. We're also going to need to play a game. So like start the game and then have it keep going, like alternating turns from X to O to X to O. I'm assuming you guys know how to play tic-tac-toe. If you don't, please look it up. All right, welcome back. So we're gonna need a function to play a game. We're also gonna need a function to check if there's a win. So like check win. We're also gonna need a function for checking if it's a tie. We'd also maybe need like a function to flip between players. So flip from player X to player O. Flip player. And yeah, and like within check win, then we're probably going to do something like check rows to see if there's a win, and then maybe check columns to check the whole all the columns, and then also you're gonna have to check diagonals. So like to check if there's a win, we would check all these things, and then if there's a 3 in a row in any of these, then we could say yeah, somebody won, and then just return the player, and so on and so forth. Checking if there's a tie, maybe we could just be like, hey, if the entire board is full and then there's no winner, then yeah, then it's a tie. And yeah, I think maybe something like that. Maybe even one more, like play game. Maybe there could be something like handle a turn. I forgot to put a little comment sign here, but yeah, handle a turn, like that. Like maybe this is like a nice general overview kind of high level idea of the game. So we're gonna need a board. We're gonna need a way to display that board. We're gonna need something to run in an overarching game. We're gonna be able to handle turns when somebody takes a turn, like taking input, putting it on the board, making sure that it's a valid input. And then after we handle the turn, we're gonna have to check if there's a win. We can check the rows, columns, and diagonals, and then we can check if there's a tie as well. And then after all that's done, then we can flip to the other player, and then like go back and then just repeat the whole process, something like that. I mean, it might change as we go, but just like have a general idea of what's going on when you want to code something. Like if I was actually coding a different game like rock paper scissors, maybe I would I'm not going to type it out, but I'll just tell you guys. If I was trying to code rock paper scissors, well, I would need, okay, rock paper scissors. I could have like the words, and then I would need some way to select rock paper scissors, and then some way for the computer to randomly generate rock paper scissors, and then I'll need a way to compare them, and then a way to see who wins, and so on and so forth. So like just thinking, breaking the problem down into its little pieces like we did here, and then actually start implementing it from there. It'll most likely change. It always changes for me. I mean, but as long as you have an overarching like high level understanding, then you are at least equipped to start coding. So I might delete this, but I'll probably just keep it here at the bottom. Why not? So let's just start. So nice and easy. What are we going to need first? Well, first we are going to need a board. Very simple. I am just going to make a list. Let's just do that. And I want each one to be each position on the board to be an empty spot. If it's empty, I just want it to be a minus, like that. All right, and then let's just copy this 9 times. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bada bing, bada boom. And voila, our game board was coded in approximately 27 seconds. Awesome. It's just a simple list. I just spread it out like this so it's easier to see. So now we have our empty game board for tic-tac-toe. Awesome, right? Let's move on. Next, we are going to need a way to display that board. So let's get that going, because right now when we hit run, absolutely nothing happens. Let's do that first. So what would that look like? We just gonna need a function, define, I don't know, display board, just like that. And then maybe print board at 0. Yeah, let's do it like this. Plus board at 0 plus board at 1 plus board at 2, And yeah. Let's just do that 3 times. But so position 0, 1, 2. We're gonna need 3, 4, 5 there, and then 6, 7, and 8. Boom. All right. Yeah, let's just see how this looks. Hit run. It didn't work because we didn't call the function, of course. So display board, just like that. Now let's run it, and boom, we have an empty board. Pretty cool, right? All right, so the positioning would be 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so now that we have our board, we can move on. From here, maybe let's try to start a game. So like this is like the first place to start. Let's just make a function called play game. Game. Just let that. All right. Define. I suck at this, you guys. Why am I teaching this? Anyways, so play game. Play game will probably be the function that drives the entire game. So maybe like the first thing that we would do is, okay, the first thing is display the board, because when we're playing a game, the first thing we want to do is display initial board. Just like that. Always put comments in your code, guys. If it's really, really simple, you don't need to. Like actually here, maybe you wouldn't have to because this is so well named by me that you don't actually need to comment. But hey, might as well throw it in there. It makes it easier for other people to understand what the heck you're trying to do. They can't read your mind, okay? I've had some jobs, some internships where that was an issue. I'll stop there. Anyways, so let's display the board, but now we are going to need to call play game to actually start the whole function chain. So when Python's going through this, it'll create this board, it'll see this is a function, it'll save all this code somewhere, it'll see this is a function, it'll save this code somewhere, and then it'll see this and it'll say, oh, I want to play game. So it calls this function here, and then it'll actually call this, which calls this, which prints all this, which reads from this, which makes it look like this. If you're not watching, if you're looking away from your screen, that made absolutely 0 sense. So make sure you rewind and watch the screen because I do a lot of highlighting here. I went to school for highlighting. Yeah, I'm filled with a lot of bad jokes. Just ask Kazi. Get used to it. Anyways, where was I? So yeah, so display the initial board, and then from here, maybe the next thing we would have to do is, I don't know, like handle a turn. So let's just try to handle the first turn first. So handle turn will be a function. I always like to put things in functions, like if it's like a different concept. So displaying a board, I stuck that all in a function. If I want to handle a turn, I'm going to stick it in a function. Let's just do that here. So define handle turn. Boom. We have a little function coded up. I like 2 spaces, 2 lines between my functions, just to be easier to read, and here too. So handle turn, what could we have in handle turn? Well, handle turn would need to first probably get the position from the player that they want to go into. So maybe something like this. Position equals what's the function? Input. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to remember the Python function for input. So input will ask for something from the command line over here, and then when they enter it and press enter, then that whatever they press enter will actually go into position here as a string. Okay? So let's say I don't know, choose a position from 1 to 9. Okay, and just like that. I chose 1 to 9 because it just makes sense. Like if this is position 1, this is position 2, this is position 3, so on, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. You can just type in the number, and whatever position you choose, that is where your piece will go. So handle turn, how are we doing here so far? Let's just try to run this and see what happens. Boom. So as you can see, this actually gets reached. input here, and then I can just put in a 1, and nothing happens because we didn't tell any. We're not doing anything with position here, but actually 1 went into position here, and then from there we can actually deal with the game logic. So now let's actually do something with position. Well, first of all, because position is a string, we are probably going to want it to actually be an integer so that we can index into our list with an integer instead of a string. So let's do that first. Position equals int position. And remember, position is 1 through 9, but the elements in our array is 0 through 8. So actually, if we get position 1, what we actually want is 0. So let's subtract 1 from here, just so we get the correct index in here. So now position is correctly casted to an int and subtracted 1 from it so that we know where in the board to go. All right, so now that we have our position, let's just try to put something in the put it in the board. Yeah. So let's just say board at position equals X. Okay, easy enough. And then just throw in a quick display board here. Let's hit run. So we have our empty board printing out, and then it says choose a position from 1 to 9. Let's put in 1, and boom, look. We chose position 1, which is here. We casted it to an int, and then we went into the board and we stuck an X in that spot. And then we displayed the board again, and look, that's what we have. And that's all from what? 20, not even 29, 30 lines of code, not even, because there's a lot of space. 30 lines of code, and we already have this whipped up, where we have a board, we have a prompt, we input something, and then we actually edit the board and display it again. Pretty cool, right? So let's leave this here just like this. But now I want to go back up to play game up here and actually work out some of the overarching game logic. So when we after we display the initial board, what we want to do is we want to have a loop that can loop through turns over and over and over again until the game is over. So it'll keep going every single turn, X's turn, O's turn, X's turn, O's turn, over and over and over again until somebody wins or there's a tie. So this is what it would look like. Usually I just I kind of hack something in here, and then by hack I just mean type something that I think might work, and then I just try to see if it runs, and then just go from there. So just follow along. So while game is still going, okay, if the game is still going, then I want to handle a turn. And then after I handle a turn, actually, if we're handling turn, we should probably have some way to differentiate if it's X's turn or O's turn. So let's go like this. Let's just give it a thing called current player. That'll just be an X or O, but later. We'll do that later. So after we handle a turn, X or O goes and takes their turn. Then we want to check if the game is over. So, or check if somebody won or if they tied. So I call that check if game over. I don't know how that got there, but yeah, check if game over. And then after that, then assuming that the game is not over and I don't break out of this loop, then we will want to flip from one player to the other. So I'm just going to call this flip player from X to O or O to X. And then after that, then we're going to go back up. And then we're going to go again. We're going to handle turn with the other player because we flipped it. And then we'll check if there's a game over. And then flip the player again. And go back up. And then take another player's turn. And then check if the game's over. And then flip. And then so on and so forth until somebody wins or there's a tie. That's pretty much it. So let's make these functions real quick. We already have handle turn. Let me put it down here. So we need check if game over. Check if game over. All right. That needs to be a function. And all this is going to do is actually just call two other functions. Check if win and check if tie. See how that works? See how I'm breaking up the code, the game logic? What are the criteria for a game to be over? Is if somebody wins, if somebody gets 3 in a row, or if there's a tie, if the entire board is full and nobody has won yet. So those are the two criteria for the game ending. And so that's why I use that up here. I handle a turn, and that's because the board state changes. And then I see if there's a game over after they place the piece. And then depending on that, I will either stop, I'll break out of this loop somehow by maybe setting this equal to false instead of true, and then break out. But first we need to check if the game is over. So we're gonna do that by checking if there's a win and checking if there's a tie. Next, let's code up this one. Check if win. And this is also a function. I keep forgetting that. Check if win. So here I'm just gonna put a return thing just to keep it nice and clean for now. But pretty much we're going to have check rows, like I said earlier, check columns, and check diagonals. So we'll leave that there for now. I'll just put a return here so that it doesn't break when we hit run. I don't want any red things over here popping up, any errors, because it's just kind of gross. It's inevitable, but it's still gross, you know. Also, we need to check if there's a tie. So define check if tie, just like that, and then I'll just return as well. I'll populate these a little bit later, but I just want to get the overarching logic done first. So check if win and check if tie. So check if win, check if tie, those are all right. So check if game over. So that's all taken care of. Check if game over. So I have this is already made down here. Check if game over is already coded. Now we just need flip player. That's the one I was missing. So now we need one last function called flip player, just like this. And this is just going to flip the player from X to O so that we know which piece to place down and stuff like that pretty much. And like display like, oh, it is currently X's turn. It is currently O's turn. Please choose a position, something like that. I think I might have most of the functions I need. I just need these 3 functions, but I will do those later. Okay, let me see. All right, let's actually just see if we're getting any errors. Run it. Yeah, there's an error, of course. Game still going is not defined. So usually, like, errors will happen a lot if you're new to programming. They usually come back in red, and they usually say trace back something. Oh my God, my life is over. My parents don't like me. My best friend just left me. Somebody else just left me. Yeah, just look for the error. The name it'll usually tell you what's wrong. So it says game still going is not defined. I think that's here. Yeah, so this is a Boolean. I'm just going to make this a global variable up here. Actually, let's put a comment up here because I like having all of my global variables just like that, nice and tidy. There, game board, boom. And then we are going to need if game is still going, we'll call it game still going, and we'll set it equal to true by default because we want that loop to run by default initially. The game is going from the very beginning. This is only going to be false when there's a game over. So whenever we get a game over, we're going to set this to false, and then automatically, because this is what this relies on, if this is true, it'll run until it's good. But then if there's a game over and we get a false and we set this equal to false, then next time this goes, it'll jump out of it because we know there's a game over. Yeah. While we're at it, why don't we just make a couple other ones? I think maybe who won or tie. Yeah, let's just put winner equals none for now. Yeah, I guess there's no winner right now. And then maybe we could change winner to X or O when there's a winner so we know who the winner is. Or if there's a tie, then winner will just stay none because, yeah, there's no winner. Makes sense. And maybe also I think one last thing we'll probably need is whose turn is it? Will just be current player. And let's just have X go first, okay? Yeah, like that. So now let's try run this and see if we get any errors. We get an error again. Handle turn takes 0 position, but 1 was given. Handle turn, I see. So we're trying to give something to handle turn, but we're getting a error. Yeah, because we're trying to give something here when it doesn't take anything in the function. So let's just say, okay, current player. Now let's see if it runs. Hey, okay, so we got rid of the big red lines of doom. Yeah, just get used to errors. They happen all the time. It's just a part of coding. Read them. Definitely read them. They usually tell you what's wrong. They tell you what line number is wrong, so you can actually just go into the code to that line, figure out what is wrong. Maybe put a few debugging statements in there, and then just keep working out from there. All right, cool. So let's go back to play game. So we have the loop going, and then like I said earlier, if the game ever stops from here, if the game is over and this loop jumps out, then we're gonna jump out of this loop. So let's actually put something here. So the game has ended right here, and then we can just say like remember that thing at the beginning earlier, the global variables. We have a winner. Let's use that here. So let's say if winner equals X or winner equals O, that means X or O won. We don't know who won yet. Then we'll just say, well, I guess we do know who won because the winner will have who won, X or O. That at least that's the idea. I'm gonna put the winner in that once we know if there's a winner. We'll just be like, okay, if this person won, then winner equals X. Or if X won, then winner equals X. If O won, then winner equals O. And then we can just get that global winner variable from here. So we'll just say print winner. So that will be X or O plus space WON. So this will become X1 or O1. Nice and easy. Else, if winner equals none, then this will be a tie. So let's just put that in like that. Boom. Let's see if anything's broken. Hey, everything's running good. Good practice is actually to unit test, which means to keep running your code over and over again. Make sure there's no errors. And then whenever you do get an error, fix it immediately so that you're not swamped with bugs, because sometimes you fix one bug and then it creates 10 others, and then like it just gets really out of hand. But if you fix every bug one by one as they come, and then everything's always working nicely, then you know exactly what caused the error because you just made a small change to the code. So try to do that. Always try to run it. If something's wrong, fix it before you move on. All right, cool. So we have play game. I might not touch this for a little bit. I think this is almost fleshed out because we'll display the initial board, and then we'll have the game going. And then when it ends, then we'll just print if there's a winner or if it was a tie. So that's kind of like the overarching idea of play game. So I actually think this function is pretty much done. Might be a few little changes here or there, but yeah, let's just put in some comments because, you know, good practice. I haven't been doing that. I'm not being a good example. I was never a good example. That's what my mom always tells me. I have a little sister. Anyways, yeah, so we're just gonna flip to the other player just like that. Yeah, check if the game has ended. I mean, you don't really do this because the names are so descriptive, but hey, I'm a little bit OCD, so why not? Handle a single turn of an arbitrary player. Big words. And while the game is still going. Yep. So this will just loop while the game is still going, and then once there's a game over, it'll break out because this will be turned to false, and then we'll jump out here and print out the stuff. So yeah, I don't know, play a game of tic-tac-toe. Okay, cool. Yeah, why don't we just fill all these in? Display board. I'm so bad at this. I'm actually an English major. Yeah, and then handle a single turn of an arbitrary player. I also can't spell sometimes, or type, or do anything for that matter. Yeah, so let's end that there. So yeah, we are going to move on now. Currently, our current functionality is this. We have it running here, and then whenever we put in a number, a valid number from 1 to 9, it will populate that spot in the board. So if I put 2, then it'll go in 2, 3, and we can keep doing this forever. As you notice, I can put it in every single spot, and I can also overwrite old spots. It'll just keep overwriting it as X. But that doesn't really seem like correct functionality. I mean, like, nobody's winning, nobody's losing. Like, where's the O? So at least we have this basic functionality happening, but now we need to actually clean it up so that the right player plays, and that if somebody wins or if there's a tie, then the game actually ends, and then it notifies us that the game ends. So I think the place that I want to start next is actually check if win. I'm actually going to change this to check for winner. I just prefer that name. Yeah, check for winner, check if tie, check for winner. So if I change this function name, I think I called it somewhere. So let's copy this and go back up. Check if game over. Okay, let's just command F. Check if win. There's only one match. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, and check if game over. So let's change that. So check for winner and check if tie. I prefer that. You can leave it the other way if you want. It doesn't really matter. This is just personal preference. They will both do. But anyways, so this is the next one that we need to code up. So check for winner. If we get 3 X's in a row, then we want the game to say, hey, X won. Somebody won. If we get 3 X's in a row. So how do we check if we have 3 X's in a row? Well, we can either have 3 X's in a row, we can have them in a column going straight down, or we can have the diagonals. So let's just break it up into those 3 pieces. So check for winner is going to start by well, actually, do we even have these functions made yet? No, we don't. So actually what we need to do is actually make a function for each of these comments here. So check for, let's find define check check rows. That'll do. Check rows, return, define check columns, return, and the final check diagonals. Oomph, I like that word. So now we have 3 functions that will check each of these, and all I need these functions to do is check the rows in the board, or the columns, or the diagonals, and then whatever if there's 3 in a row in any of those rows, then it basically just returns true. Or no, it flags the while loop that the game is over, and then it returns either X or O. So I want it to return X or O if somebody won, and then to flag this up here, game still going to false, so that the game ends. So return an X or an O and flag this so that it jumps out. And then if we return X or O, then we can actually know that winner is X or O here. So let's do that. We have these. Maybe I'll code these in a bit. Let's start up here. So let's just fill this out. Check rows. We're going to say row winner equals check rows. If we have that, column winner equals check columns, and I misspelled that, and diagonal winner equals check diagonals. Winder, that is not right. Okay, so now we have those going. Let's see if we have any errors. No errors, cool. What next? So I'm assuming that when I call these, then if there's a winner in a row or a winner in a call, you said there was no typos. There's one right there. Okay, so if there's a winner in a row or a winner in a column or a winner in a diagonal, then these will either be returned true or false, like as a boolean. It'll say there was a winner there. So maybe we can say if row winner, then okay, then there was a win. Yeah, I don't know quite yet. Else if there was a column winner, then yeah, there was a win. And then else if diagonal winner, once again there was a win. Else there was no win. So okay, if there was no win, then I think we had a variable. Didn't we set a variable up here? Yeah, winner. So winner equals none. I guess we could utilize this now. Winner equals none. We're gonna have there was no win. Let's just try winner equals none. And then if there was a win, then winner equals diagonal winner. There was no win. Winner equals column winner. And then for rows, winner equals row winner. I think that'll work for now. There might be some bugs, but if there is, we'll go back to them and solve them together. All right, cool. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. If you are trying to access any global variables up here that is outside of a function, and you're trying to access it within a function, or, well, not access, you can read it just fine, but if you're trying to write to it, if you're trying to write to a variable outside the function, you actually need to declare that variable within the function as global. So this winner is outside the function. It's considered a global variable as I noted here. So if we're going to try to set winner, that means we're trying to set a global variable. So therefore we actually need to write this here. Let me just show you. It might be a little bit, make a little bit more sense. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying global winner. So this winner will actually match up to the winner outside here. And then whenever we set winner down here, when we set these the winner to a different value, this will allow us to set the global one. So we actually need this if we're going to access global variables. So set up global variables just like that. That should be good for now. Now let's move on to check rows, check columns, check diagonals, and check if tie in these, because I think we need to fill these out still. So check rows. What are we gonna do if you wanna check the rows of the game board? Well, very simple. We could probably just pick out each element of the row and then see if they're all equal to each other. And then if they are, then return like X, the winner, X or O, whoever the winner is, or return none if there's no 3 in a row. So let's try that. Let's see what we can do. Row 1. Okay, so the board is a list, right? To check for the first row here, we would have to check element 0, element 1, and element 2. So let's just say board at 0. We want to see if board at 0 equals board at 1, which also equals board at 2. So all this is saying is we're checking row 1. Row 1 is these 3 up here. So we're just seeing if board 1, board 2, and board at 0, board at 1, and board at 2 all equal are all equal. So if they're the same value, then this will come out to be true. And then we know that row 1 is actually a winning row. Maybe we should add one more thing, because if I just noticed that if these 3 are all equal to each other, but they're actually dashes, then it'll think this is a win when this is just 3 empty cells in a row. So let's say these 3 spots in the row all need to be equal to each other, and they also should not be equal to a dash. So if all 3 are equal and it is not equal to a dash, then this is a winning row. I hope that makes sense. Now we're just going to copy and paste this into row 2 and row 3, and we're just going to mirror the same exact logic. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the second row, and 6, 7, 8 is the third row. So now this logic here is if the first row has a winning has a winning configuration, then this becomes true. Likewise for row 2 and 3, the same kind of deal happens. Now, if either of these are true, then that means somebody won. And if somebody won, then we actually need to end the game. So actually, remember we had this variable up here called game still going equals true? It is also a global variable. So we're actually going to need to set this to false if somebody wins. So let's set up that global variable down there. Let's do that first. Global game still going. And then let's put in some comments here. Set up global variables. Here we can see if check if any of the rows have all the same value and is not empty. That's kind of a long comment, but at least it's descriptive. And then after we check that, then we can actually say if row 1 or row 2 or row 3, meaning if there's a win in any of those rows, then we are going to set game still going to false, which will stop the game because we know somebody won. So now I'll fill out the comment. If any row does have a match, flag that there is a win. Yep, so that's what's happening there. So now we know that there has been a win and we actually stopped the game, but now we also need to know who won. So we can return and be like, okay, X won or O won. So let's just, we don't actually know which row won, so we're going to have to actually check each one individually. So if row 1, then we know that row 1 has a streak, a winning streak, a winning configuration, but we don't know what value is in there. So it's as simple as checking board at 0. Because row 1, board at 0 is within row 1. So whatever's there, if it's an X or an O, then we know that that's the value that we want to get. So we can just return board at 0. Same thing for row 2. We can just return board at 3, I believe. Yeah. And then same for row 3. If that's the winning row, then we want to return whatever player is at row 6. I got this 036 from here, 036. I also could have used 147 or 258. I just need one of them. I just need to know if it's X or O that one. And you can just leave this last return here. That's just like a cleanup just in case something happens. Let's run this and see if we get any errors. We do not. That is good. So hopefully that made sense. Let me just pop a quick comment in here. Return the winner. X or O. Yeah. Hopefully that made sense because I believe check columns and check diagonals are going to be extremely similar. Let's just copy and paste it straight into here and then just edit it as we go. You can follow me. This is very common to do. If you have code that's very similar, you can just copy and paste it and edit the numbers a little bit. So check columns, obviously we're going to have to change all these from rows to column. Check columns. Yeah, we're also going to need game still going because if there's a win, then we need to set that equal to false, which is the same down here. Actually, I'm just going to copy column here. Copy, paste, paste, paste. If any column does have a match, then yeah, if column 1 or column 2 or column 3, extra return statement here. So now this looks pretty much exactly the same as the check rows. The only difference is these numbers are not correct. This is still checking if the first row is a winning configuration. What we actually need to check is if the first column. So actually it's not going to be 0, 1, 2. It's actually going to be, I believe 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. So 036 is what this should be. 036 is the first column right here. So we're checking if the first column is good. The second column should be 147, I believe. 147, and then the last one should be 258. I just did this by counting here. So if this is 0 and this is 1, 2, then you can just kind of figure out what numbers should be in each column. You can just check it that way. So this is actually done now, unless I missed something. I don't think I did. Oh, I did here actually. So here we need to return the first element of the columns, not the rows, in case either of these is a winning configuration. So check columns very similar to check rows. Check diagonals is also going to be very similar. Let me just copy this into here. Copy and paste. Okay. Again, we need game still going in case there is a win, and then we need to set it equal to false. Hopefully that's making sense to you guys. There's only 2 diagonals. So we actually only need 2. We can get rid of this third one. We can get rid of this third one here, just like that. But now we need to change all the columns to diagonals. Diagonals. Paste that in there. If diagonal 1 or diagonal 2. If diagonal 1 or diagonal 2. So now that all the variable names and comments are changed, now we just need to change the numbers to the correct ones. So let's think about it. What is the first diagonal? The positions in the board. So 0 is correct because we need this top left one. We also need the middle one. So what is the middle one? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this should be 4. And then the last one is the bottom right, which would be 8, the very last position. Same here. Let's start with the bottom left. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should be 6. And then the middle one, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's already correct. And then the top right would be 0, 1, 2. So this should be 2. So now that we have checking if the diagonals equal to each other and checking if the other diagonals equal to each other, then this function should also be done. Oh, except for down here. Again, we need to check what value which player won. So this will actually be 0 and 6. You can just mirror these first here because you already know that these are in the diagonal and these are in the diagonal. So you can just choose any one you want and throw them here to get the correct value. All right, so now let's try running it again, see what happens. Let's just try to number 2. Let's see if we win. Oh, we get an error. String object is not callable. Winner equals row winner. Type error. String object is not callable. Line 76. Okay, let's go to line 76. What is it complaining about? Here, winner equals row winner. So I found the mistake here. The mistake is actually I have this winner variable here. I'm trying to set it equal to row winner, but row winner is actually a variable, not a function. So these parentheses should not be here. Simple mistake. Now let's try to run. All right, cool. So only X is playing right now, but if we get 3 in a row, it should check in the check rows. Well, check for winner. It should go to check for winner, and then it'll run check rows. And then it'll see if any of these rows is all the same. And then if it is, it'll end the loop, and then it'll return X. And then up here, it'll print if winner equals to X, which we just set, then X1. So we're about to do that now. In position 3, we're about to put in X. Let's put that in here now and see what happens. And there we go. It says X1 because it checked that the first row had all the same value that weren't dashes. And then it returned the first one we chose, the first X, and then returned it and ended the loop, and then printed this out and said X1. So that's kind of what's going on. Now we fixed that. So that's pretty cool. So we have the winning, checking for winning is set. If they were all O's, it would also work because it's just checking if they're equal, not checking if they're X's. And if O's won, then and you put an O here, it would say, oh, well then it would put an O here and it would say O1. So let's also get that worked out, the X and O part. Okay, so where are we setting? Yeah, okay, here it is. So in handle, going back to handle turn up here, we want to handle a single turn for either X or O. So that's why we actually sent in player here, because then we know if it's X or O instead of just X. So actually, whatever the current player is, that's what we want to put on the board. We don't just want to put an X automatically. We actually want to put player on the board because this will be X or O depending on whose turn it is, and we'll put that at the position they choose. So that's the first change. Let's see if that broke anything. Well, there's no errors. That's good. Let's try winning. Winning still works. Awesome. But now we also need to, oh yeah, flip player. I forgot about this. I put this little function in here so that after X goes, then it'll flip, and then this handle turn player will be called with the opposite player. So if it was X, then O will be next, and if it was O, then X will be next. So handle player will get an input. We do that. Where did I call flip player from? Up here in game still going. Okay. Current player is X. So I guess yeah, when we call handle turn here, current player is what we send to the turn. So all we need to do is in flip player is change current player. So let's go down to flip player right here. And pretty much all we need to do is if current player equals X, then current player equals, oh, there we go. Just be very careful here. This is checking if they're equal, and then if they're equal, then you actually want to set current player to O. So this has double equals and this has a single equals. Very common mistake to make. And then else if current player equals O, then we want current player to become X. Oh, and since this is a global variable, the only way we can write to it or change it is to put this here, current player. So let's just put some comments in here. Global variables, we need if the current player was X, or then change it to O, and if the current player was O, then change it to X. And yeah, see if that broke anything. It did. Sometimes Replit lags a little bit and it gets a little bit screwed up. So sometimes actually just refresh the page. Let me copy all of this just in case. I don't want to lose all this work. So refresh the page. We get brought back here. I'll move this over and then go back down to where we just were. Flip player. Let's hit run, and there we go. It's running good again. So now every time we X goes, then we'll flip the player to O, and then O will go, and then it'll flip back to X, and so on and so forth. And now we actually have two players playing the game. Cool, right? And boom, X won. X on this diagonal here. So actually we have a working game. So now the only thing we haven't done yet is if they tie. If the board fills up, the game also needs to end. So, oops, got an error there. Oh, that's another thing we're gonna have to handle is if they put an improper input, we need to handle that to make it more robust so that the game just doesn't break and it like prints out all this error messaging here. So let's first just try to tie 9 and 4. Yeah, so as you can see, we have a draw here, a tie, but nothing happens. It just keeps going. We could just keep putting in more variables, and then it'll just keep overwriting, which is improper, incorrect execution. So we need to actually change that. We can check for tie. The first thing that comes to mind for me is all we can do is just check if there's a dash in the list, in the board. If there is a dash, then there's no tie yet. But if there's no dash, that means every spot has been filled up and a tie needs to happen. Very, very simple. Since board is just a list, we can literally just go like this. If dash is not in board, then we can just say game still going equal to false. This is the thing that ends the game, remember? Game still going is false. And because it's a global variable, again, we need to declare it as a global variable so we can write to it. Because we write it false here. If that is not in board, then the game ends. And then also we can just return. Let's try that for now. Let's see what happens. So we'll put in 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4. Hey, and there we go. It worked. So if the whole board fills up and nobody has won yet, then it'll just say tie and then the game is over. So that's all we need. That is done. Very simple. Checking for a tie. We're actually getting pretty close to being done now. I think the only thing that we need to do next is to make it so that if we put in improper input, then it doesn't break. It just if there's is improper input, then we just want the game to ask the user again, or just pass it and just be like, okay, just choose a position again, choose another position or something like that. So let's actually go up to handle turn. I believe that's where we actually get the input. Yeah, that's right. So handle turn is where we get the input in. And now we're actually going to need to check to make sure the input is correct. So first of all, actually, we should notify which player's turn it is. So let's just put a simple print here, since we know the player is either X or Y, we can actually put in a string here and go like that. So this will say O's turn or X's turn. And then it'll ask for input from the user, just like that. But then we also want to make sure that the input is valid before we cast it, because we can put in any string. The input function from Python can take in any string. But then if we try to put that in here and cast it to an int, like if they put something that's not able to be casted to an int, then we're going to get an error. So let's try that first. If position not in, and this is a little trick that I found on Google. We could use regular expressions if any of you guys know what that is, but that's a little bit advanced, like it's a whole another thing. So this is actually a quick solution. Basically, we just want to make sure that the input the user gives is in this list, because we only want specifically 9 different inputs. Then we're only going to allow these 9 inputs. Obviously, this wouldn't work if you wanted to allow like a million different kind of inputs. We can't type it all out, but since we only have 9, we can just make it nice and clean and simple. So we can say position, which is the thing that we get from input from the keyboard. It needs to be a string that matches 1, matches 2, matches 3, or so on and so forth, all the way up to 9. If it doesn't, then we need to ask again. So if it doesn't, then we need to say, hey, position equals actually, let's just copy and paste this. Input, invalid input. Choose a position from 1 to 9. So let's try to run this now. Oops, what is wrong? Oh, the if statement, I forgot to put a semicolon at the end, or a regular colon at the end. Yeah, syntax errors, that just means that Python, there's something wrong. Like if I forgot the F in if, I would get a syntax error. Like, yeah, like what is that? So just keep that in mind when we run it now, no more error. Yeah, and see, actually now we added this in, it says X's turn. It lets us know whose turn it is, which is very handy. So choose a position from 1 to 9, 1, and then we can go. But then let's say we put something that's not in 1 to 9. Let's put I don't know, a 35. We hit enter. It says invalid input. Choose a position from 1 to 9. Yeah, so it's good that it caught it, and then it re-asks again. Let's try again. Let's put in 55 this time. And then we get an error. Okay, so the reason this is happening is because let's say they put an invalid input and they say it's invalid, and then this catches it and says the input is not in the correct range of valid inputs. So it asks again and it says, okay, invalid input, please choose a position from 1 to 9, and then it tries it again. And then it gets down here and then it's invalid and it tries to do it anyways, which means it only checks if you put an invalid input 1 time. So actually what we need to do is actually put this in a while loop so that it's constantly asking over and over again for valid input until it is valid. So this is a very common thing you do in programming. Instead of using an if statement, you actually use a while loop. So it'll be like while position is not in here, just keep asking over and over and over again. And actually we don't really need invalid input. We can just ask again. So it'll say, it'll initially say, okay, X's turn, choose a position from 1 to 9, and then it'll get the position, and then it'll say if position isn't in here, ask for position again. And if it isn't in here, ask for position again. And then again, if position isn't in this list over here, if it isn't in here, then ask for position input again, over and over again until position is in this range, and then it will continue down here. And then since we are only allowing these digits from 1 to 9, this casting to an int here, if position is in this range from 1 to 9, we put it in here, and then we cast it to an int, then it won't throw this ugly error here. Let's try this again. Please choose position from 1 to 9. We put in a 1, it works just fine. Let's put in 20. Error. It asks again. 20 letters, random, nothing at all, random stuff. Anything we put that doesn't exist in this list, it will actually just ignore it and then just keep asking for your position over and over again until we give it something that works. And as you can see, the O went right in the middle. So that's working nicely. Cool. One other thing that we forgot to implement in this though is, what if we put something in a spot where there's already a piece? That's an issue. So let's say we put X at 1 and O at 5. Now it says it's X's turn, and it says choose a position from 1 to 9. So let's try to overwrite this O by putting a 5 there. I hit enter, and as you can see, the O was actually overwritten. that's a problem because that violates the rules of tic-tac-toe. So what we need to do is actually put in another check here to see if the position we chose is valid on the board. We could check that here after we pick the position and we've casted it and subtracted 1 from it to get the right index in the list. We can just check and be like, if board at position equals empty, or doesn't equal empty, then print you can't go there. Go again. All right, let's try this. Oops. Colon again. There we go. Okay, so let's try this. Oops. 1, 5, and then let's try to overwrite it again and see what it says. It says you can't go there. Go again. So cool. So it actually this popped up. So it noticed that it was trying to overwrite it, but as you can see, it still overrid it. I think that's because we didn't actually implement or ask for the new input again. It continued to overwrite it. I think it just went on here. It went on to setting the board position to player anyways. So actually what we need here is another while loop. This part gets a little bit tricky, but just try to follow along. I'll explain at the very end clearly so that it makes sense. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to add another while loop around this while loop and just call it, and just run it on a Boolean called valid, or while not valid. If the input is not valid, it's just going to keep asking over and over again, and we of course need to create valid originally, and we'll just start it as false because we'll assume it's not valid. So while not valid, then we are going to keep asking for a input in this range, get it, and then check the position, and then if it doesn't equal if it doesn't equal, well, actually, would it be easier to, yeah, this makes more sense. Let's do it this way. If board position does equal an empty spot, then that means valid equals true. We can set valid equal to true to finally break out of this other loop, and then else, then we can print this. So now let's try to run it. This should work now. So let's try to put 1 and then 5 and then 5 again, and it says you can't go there. Go again. And we try to put 5, you can't go there. Go again. Put 5, you can't go there. Go again. Over and over again until I choose something that is valid, like 6, and then you can see that it puts the value in position 6 and leave this one alone. All right, so this is a little bit tricky. Let me explain what's happening. So we have this while loop that is running on this Boolean called valid, and then once we enter this, then we'll make sure that the position inputted is within this range. And then after that, then we'll change that to the board position, and then we'll check again, oh, is this board position available? And then if it is available, then we set this equal to true so that we can jump out of here and go onto here to actually placing the piece on the board. But if it isn't, then it'll say you can't go there, go again. Valid will stay false. It'll come back up here. And then it'll run this again. It'll ask for more input over and over again. And then once it gets a valid input, it'll check to see if the board is available. And then again, if it's valid, then it'll go on. But if it's not, then it'll just say you can't go again. It'll loop back up and then continue over and over and over again. So a little bit tricky. Sometimes this input stuff kind of sucks. But if you're using a lot of other frameworks when you're actually building bigger apps, a lot of this input stuff is taken care of for you already. It's not too often that you have to actually do it yourself like this. But I mean, it's good exercise to understand the logic that's going around. So and I think that's actually it. I mean, like, I haven't put comments everywhere, but I think we have a fully functioning tic-tac-toe app. Pretty cool. So let's just try to run it one last time and go through this game and then see if go through all the cases and see if everything's working correctly. So if we put a valid input in, then yeah, it puts it in the right spot. Put another valid input in, it puts it in the right spot. If we try to overwrite by putting it in position 2, it says you can't go there. Okay, let's put it in position 3 instead. Okay, now it's O's turn again. Let's put it in position 5. Okay, and then X's turn. Let's put it in position 6. And then choose a position from 1 to 9. Let's put it here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Position 8. So we can put O, and then O should win. And as you can see, O won. Very cool. Now let's run it again. If O wins, then X can also win. But let's try to put in some let's try to tie. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I memorized this little sequence here quickly. So this looks like a tying game. If we put this in here, then yeah, I'll print tie. So hey, it looks like our tic-tac-toe game is working as expected. Everything is working nicely. It is pretty robust because it only allows for certain inputs. It doesn't allow for overwriting your certain pieces. And it outprints everything. It lets the players know whose turn it is. It lets them know what to input and everything. So this is a very nice, small, self-contained and robust little application. And you guys followed along and you coded it yourselves. So good job. I would actually advise you to look at the code. I'm going to upload the code with full comments, probably somewhere, maybe in the description of this video or something, and then you can click on it and really read it. I'll try to explain everything as best I can in the comments so that you can really trace the entire thing yourself, and then things will just be clear. You could also maybe perhaps try do little exercises like change the code, like see if you can change it instead of having X's and O's as the players, maybe change it so that it's A and B or something cool like that. Little challenges. But other than that, good job, guys. You created your first tic-tac-toe app with me, and I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot. I hope you guys like me. I'm a new person on this channel right now. Kazi kind of allowed me in here after I begged and begged and begged and begged. But yeah, I'm here now, so I expect to hear more from me. Thank you all for listening, and I'll get better at this as I go. So if there's anything little off or anything, just give me a chance. I'm gonna keep working at this real hard to give all you guys as much value as I can. A lot of free value, any kind of value I can offer in programming, whatnot. But yeah, again, I am Aaron from Clever Programmer, and thank you all for watching. Goodbye.
Is that PY? Hit enter. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Do it again. Okay, so you guys get the idea. Hey guys, what's up? This is Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com, and today we're gonna learn how to create a Python. Is that PY? Hit enter. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Do it again. Okay, so you guys get the idea. Hey guys, what's up? This is Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com, and today we're gonna learn how to create a Python texting app using the Twilio API. Whoosh. Essentially, I've broken this down into 10 very easy to follow steps. And as a matter of fact, you don't even need to do the first two, which is create a GitHub account or star this at the top right. It's so easy to do this, you guys, that I'm going to walk you through each step, okay? And you guys are gonna see that within just a few minutes, we're gonna have this app up and running. So let's get started. So I'm gonna just open up a new tab here and go to twilio.com. And let's just walk through and create an account together, okay? Now, normally I wouldn't walk you through creating an account, but there are certain things that I want you to be aware of as we go along, okay? So I'm just gonna put in my name, put in some email, regular boring stuff here. Let's take SMS, which product do you plan to use it for first? We're gonna say I don't have a project in mind for the question of what are you building, and for language, let's say Python, because Python is pretty awesome. And they are telling us to make sure our password is safe and has maybe uppercase or whatever. Cool, no worries. Okay, we need to verify that you're a human being. So let's verify that we are a human being indeed. Okay, and we are in. Let's click get started here. And essentially what we wanna do is get through just their get started part so you can get your Twilio phone number, okay? That's one thing we need. We need two things basically from Twilio. We need the Twilio phone number, and we need your cell phone number or one of the cell phone numbers that you might want to text or bother, okay? but they have to verify the phone, so you can't just do it to a random person. You have to make sure that you have that phone available. So first of all, let's just get started with the Twilio phone number. Whatever number they give you, just choose this number, and we're gonna accept whatever they give us. Okay, that's our Twilio phone number. Now we're gonna send a text message to our phone number. Okay, so let's just put whatever the body we want to put. Let's say ha ha ha. Okay, and here if you request the code, it'll also like show you what code it's using to put in that ha ha ha, so to speak. Let's just hit make request, and it says, did you receive the message? So I'm gonna go to my phone and let's check if we received the message. And I don't know if you guys can see my phone, but it looks like that we did receive the message. It says ha ha ha. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's hit yes, we received the message. Now we're gonna test out responding to the server, and it's gonna reply back to us with hello from Twilio, as you see right over here. Okay, so I'm gonna message them back with something. It doesn't really matter what you send them. So I said YYYTTT. Very cryptic message, very important. And they said hello from Twilio, as we expected. Again, I don't know if you guys can see this clearly, but I hope you can. Okay, so we did receive an SMS message. That's great. Let's hit SMS tutorials, and we actually don't need to view this anymore. Okay, cool. So now let's get on to the next steps. All right, so now let's see what our next step is. Okay, so now that we're done creating a Twilio account and getting our phone numbers, let's go ahead and verify a phone number. So let's go ahead and click this link. So I have a verified phone number. I don't even need to verify a phone number anymore. I've already done that. And now we can go ahead and get our Twilio credentials, okay? So if you look at step 7, it says, hey, once you get your credentials and your Twilio phone numbers, go ahead and put it in credentials.py, which is this thing over here. So if you were to clone this program, if you were to clone all of this in your desktop and open it there, then you can just directly get access to that file, credentials.py, and put it in there. But we're gonna code this from scratch. So let's just do that together. So I'm gonna go to my desktop and I'm gonna create new folder, app. All right. So I'm gonna open up my idle and I'm gonna code the stuff up right in here. So we created the folder called Twilio app, and I'm gonna essentially throw my code in there once I'm done writing it. I'm gonna hit Command N, so it opens the part where I get to write my script. For the script, first of all, let's save this guy, okay? And let's call it, throw it in our desktop. Let's go to Twilio app, and we don't need that folder. We're just gonna save it here. We're gonna call this one credentials.py, and here we're gonna put all our credentials, okay? So what do our credentials look like? Well, we need a few things. We need our account SID. We need our auth token. We need my cell, and we need my Twilio, okay? And let's just go ahead and get all of those. I have this link here for you guys. You can go to this link. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that account SID, put it right here. I need to get my auth token. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Make sure you put it as a string, okay? So you notice the little quotations that I'm putting there. Now I need to get my cell number. So I also provided link for you guys here in step 6. So let's go ahead and get this bad boy right here, just like this. And I'm going to go and paste it here, okay? But it can't have the hyphens or anything, so I need to remove that. Make sure to have that plus and that 1. You'll need that. So basically your whole thing, if you have a one and a plus, you need that. Now let's go to manage numbers, and we're gonna get our Twilio number from manage numbers, okay? So let's click here, and that should give us the number right here, okay? Okay, and I'm gonna save it. So now our credentials.py are saved. And so I just hit Command N. You can just open a new script however you like. And this one is going to be called send_SMS. This is going to be the one that's going to allow us to actually send our text. So I'm going to save it first. First thing you guys will need is to actually install, you need to install Twilio. Okay, so pip install Twilio. So just open up your terminal. So on your Mac, you're gonna say iTerm or term, depends whatever you have. So just go ahead and open your terminal on your MacBook. And if you're on Windows, go and download Git Bash, okay? Download Git Bash. And once you download this, okay, this link here, once you download this, you can do the same thing and follow along what I'm gonna do in Mac, okay? So I'm gonna install Twilio, the library Twilio. Okay, so back to the tutorial. Let's do pip install Twilio. And this should install Twilio for me. Oh, I got permission denied. What's going on here? I need to maybe, which Python? Okay, it's Python 3, right? This is definitely Python 3. Sudo pip install Twilio. So sometimes when you get permission errors, when you're trying to use the terminal to install stuff, just put sudo in the start. And that essentially just says, hey, I have root access and now I want to run this command. So yeah, don't stop me. I'm gonna run this command, okay? Cool. So now that we have installed Twilio, let's go back to our idle here. And we were at the part where we were writing our script for sending this SMS. So we're gonna say from twilio.rest, import Twilio REST client. And I have my notes here because this is not something I code every day, so I don't know this at the top of my head, but that's not the interesting part. So what I'm trying to do now is from this file, I'm trying to just pull all my credentials. So I created one file which just stores my credentials, and then I want to retrieve those credentials from in my send_SMS. Okay, that's essentially all I'm doing. So account SID. What other variables do I have? Auth token, my cell, my Twilio. Okay. Now I'm gonna say client is equal to Twilio REST client. I'm going to pass in the account SID here to the REST client, and it also needs the auth token. Okay. Now, whatever message you want to text, your message actually goes here. So you can put in whatever you want. I'll show you guys some cool text messages that you can do. We're almost there, guys. We are pretty much done actually. Create to equals my cell, comma from underscore equal my Twilio. Okay, and then for body we want to say equal to my message. So client.messages.create is a method that takes in multiple arguments. In this case, it's taking 3 arguments, 2 from body. Okay, it probably takes in more arguments, we don't know, but these are the arguments that we passed it in. These are keyword arguments. And my cell is this variable right here, so it puts in your cell phone number from your other file. My Twilio that's your my Twilio phone number. So that puts that in. Also, it retrieves it from the other file, the magic of importing. And then my message goes here. So whatever your message may be. So this is this variable. Okay, now let's try to run the script and see if it sends us a text message. Like what I would recommend you to do is what I have written here. Okay, this way. This is the best way to run your scripts. So for example, what I want to do is I want to go to my desktop. And this is where my file is going to be, right? So I created a thing and it was called Twilio app. So I just go in there and it's called sendsms.py. That's the file I want to run. Okay, so I'm going to say Python sendsms.py. Okay, and hopefully this runs and does the trick for me. So I think my command just ran. And as you can see, the last text here, it says your message goes here, right? So that's awesome. We just sent our first text. So let's do something cooler. And rather than just make it here, I'll send the text again just so you guys can see it and see it's live. So I'm gonna hit up here so I can recall the command, and I'm gonna do Python send .py and hit enter. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Do it again. Okay, so you guys get the idea and how my terminal and all that stuff is connected, and it's sending the text messages. And let's now try to make the text message a little bit more fun. And before I get to that, just so you guys know, you guys can go to this link. I'll have it in the description below if you're watching it on my YouTube channel. And all you'll have to do is create a GitHub account, and you can just hit this clone button. You get all of this code. You don't have to write it yourself. And then you can just go and run this command from your terminal, especially if you're using a Mac, and you're good to go. If you're using Windows, no worries. Just download Git Bash and type in the same stuff, and you should be good to go. Make sure that you don't skip this part 9, which is to install Twilio. Okay, so you can see that the text messages are actually going through. Now let's try to make them a little bit more fun. So I'm gonna go to my idle here, and let's make our text messages more fun. Just so I can show you guys something. Let's see. So silly person /n puts a new line. So if I had to show you that /n is not an actual thing in itself, it just puts a new line. So here it'll say silly person, and it'll put this blank line here. So /n is used to actually put new lines. So what I want to do is I want to use list comprehension, and I want to say silly person with new line for I in range 10 for now. And if I show you silly person, you can see that it says silly person 10 times. That's your for I in range 10. And it's a list comprehension because it's all in one line, and I didn't have to do any other stuff. Now what I want to do is, since I wrote this 10 times, I want to concatenate as a string, because remember, my message does not take in a list. This variable here, this argument here, body, expects a string. So we need to convert this list into a string. So what we can do there is we can actually do this trick. And you can see what this just did. I said join X, so join this entire list here with only empty strings. So it creates this one giant string, okay? What does that look like? Well, if I print this out for you, you'll see what it looks like. It actually looks like this, okay? So let's do that. So I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna say silly Bob, new line, for I in range, I don't know, 100, and let's go like this, and then go here and say dot join, Okay, this should be good. I saved it. I'm gonna go back to my Python and simply run it. Where was I running it? Was I running it in my terminal? Was I running it in my iTerminal? I don't remember. Here, let's try it here. Python send sms.py. Let's see if we get this message. What? I'm not getting it. What's going on? Oh, I just got it. Look at that. So I don't know if you guys can tell, but that says Silly Bob like a lot of times. Right? It says Silly Bob a lot of times. So yeah, you can add some more stuff to it like that. So hopefully that gives you guys a clear idea of you know, how to create a pretty rudimentary basic Python app using the Twilio API. And in this project, the things that I expect you to learn is like, okay, how did we use import statements to retrieve data from another file and then use another one, right? For example, we used the import command and send underscore SMS to py, which leveraged data from our credentials.py. Other things that you have to keep in mind for this is, so we learned a little bit about list comprehensions, but more importantly, one big thing that you guys got introduced to are something called APIs, which are known as application programming interfaces. These are tremendously powerful, and essentially they can give you unlimited power without you having to do anything. This is you leveraging somebody else's application or an app. Because remember, we didn't write this texting app. We leveraged Twilio's API to do it for us. Twilio knows what to do with the texting, and then we just get to leverage it. I have a few apps that I created which leverage the search engine and Google Maps because I use the Google Maps API and integrated it into my own website. So it feels like I did it, but really I just leveraged the API of Google Maps. There are tons of other APIs like that, like Yelp API. You can pull local restaurants and see what their ratings is and what restaurant is hot and popping up, and you can actually integrate that data into your own personalized app or even a mobile app using the Yelp API. So APIs are actually tremendously powerful, and this was just a little hint of that. I really hope you guys didn't run into any problems and the instructions were clear. If they were not, please comment below and I will personally help you out and we will get your app up and running, because I really would love it if you guys were able to send this, you know, text to yourself or to anybody, you know, maybe your spouse or your friend, you know, just to have a little bit of fun. Now, do remember that with a free Twilio account, you only can text verified numbers, which means you can't just text anybody that you want. So if you pay, then you will be allowed to actually text whoever you want. It's not much. I think it's $1 a month, but I could be wrong. That's what I saw. Other than that, that's what this is about. I think what I'm working on now is creating a chess app. So I might actually have a project for you guys on that, and we might actually build it from creating the chess engine, so the logic, then the user interface, and then the chess multiplayer app. So that's something actually I'm currently writing, and once it's done, I'll probably have it presented to you guys. Anyways, guys, I love you so much. Please like the video if you liked it and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay? Take care. Bye.
How's it going, everybody? Hope you guys are doing amazing. My name is Nazari and I am a full stack developer who's been working with Django for quite a while now. And today I am here to teach you how to build a Django to-do app. Okay, so what will we learn today? We will learn how to create a Django to-do app that contains the backend, the front end, and the database all working together. We will also learn how to use Bootstrap and its basic structure to create beautiful looking applications. And we will learn how to create a Django model, a Django view where all your program logic will live, And then finally, you will learn how to use the Django ORM to manipulate the database. And I think overall, you will learn how to take an idea that's in your mind, divide it up into pieces, and put it into reality, because that is a very important part. Now the best way to learn from this tutorial is to code along with me. That is very important, you guys. Now if you run into any problems, I linked the code below, and you can just kind of use it to compare and contrast and see where you went wrong. Now, if you are really stuck, you can either comment on YouTube or you can direct message me on Instagram at Naz Dumansky, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Now other than that, let's get started, guys. Alright, so before starting any new project, I like to write out a very simple requirements document like this. Okay, so let's take a look at, first things first, is the goal. What are we trying to achieve with this app, right? So we want to allow users or customers to keep track of things they need to do on a daily basis. So that's the goal. The user story is what can users do on the application functionality wise. So the first thing they can do is a user can view his or her list of to-do items. So that's number one. Number two is a user can create a new to-do item. That's number two. And the third one is a user can delete a current to-do item. And so these three functionalities will tell us what we have to write in terms of code-wise, right? And so after that, I like to do a simple flow diagram because I'm more of a visual person, and this helps me out a lot, trust me. So as you can see, we start out with a stick figure, which is a user. It's a very nicely drawn stick figure. A user will load the web page. What's gonna happen next? We're going to get to-do items, because I'm guessing we will have them stored somewhere in the database. And then we will show to-do items somewhere in the template page. So that covers the first user story. The second user story is, again, we start with a stick figure. And what they can do is they can input a new to-do item, because we'll probably have an input box. They will click submit. We will add that item to a database, and we will reload. And when you reload, you see that it kind of traces back to the beginning through here, but we will get to do items and show to do items. And so that covers those two user stories. Now my challenge to you is to create a third flow diagram for the third user story, because you will see just how useful this is. Now with this out of the way, let's go ahead and get into the coding. I'll see you guys there. Let's take a look at what we're actually going to make. Now, here's the application. Obviously, it's called Let's Do App, and it's pretty simple. As a customer, or as a user, let's say, let's say I want to add a few to-do items that I want to do for the day. So I want to read my Python 101 book, which is very important, obviously, right? I need to go for a run, right? And then I'm gonna take the Django tutorial. Take the Django tutorial. Tutorial. Perfect. And as I do these things, right, I just simply click delete, 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 and that's it, and I'm done. And as you can see, that's pretty much the whole app. It's very simple, but very functional, and looks good as well. But the important thing to understand here is the core concepts behind building an application like this, right? Because now you get to learn things like backend and how the backend interacts with the front end, and how now the backend interacts with the database. All those things are very important for not just building applications like these, but building much bigger applications like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, anything like that. So with that being said, let's actually take a look at how we build this, because I'm really excited. For part one of building this application, let's go ahead and install and actually go to REPL.it. This is basically an environment that's going to allow us to easily build this app without having to install anything or anything along the lines of that. So just go on REPL.it and click sign up. And once you've clicked sign up, you should see a dashboard kind of like this. And you should actually have 0, obviously, applications, but I have my to-do app because I already built it. And so just click plus new REPL. That's the first thing. Select Django. Let's name it to-do app. To-do app. That was simple. Create REPL. So what it's going to do now is obviously it's going to install the Django environment. It's going to install the server. It's going to install all the necessary files for it, making things very simple for us. Click Start. It's creating migrations. I will talk about these things a little bit later. There we go. Hello REPL.it or hello world. Alright, now let's take a look at creating a model. Now what's a model? A model in Django is something that represents a database table. That's how Django translates it, okay? So I'm going to copy a few lines of code here, right here. I'm going to copy these lines of code just for time's sake, okay? And I want to paste it here. So what do we have here, okay? We've got a class called to-do that represents a database table. We also have something called edit date and text, and these are attributes of a database table, right? So we have an edit date, that's a datetime field, and we have a text, that's a char field. Obviously we have those. Edit date is simply when did we add it to do item, and the text field is there because obviously we need to save the text of the to do item. That makes sense. And what's Django going to do is Django is actually going to translate these models and these attributes to database SQL injections, insertions, and updates and so forth. So go ahead and click restart just to see what I'm talking about. You can see that what's going on is it's creating a model to do. Interesting, right? Okay. So with that, actually go ahead and click restart again. Just trust me, do it. Click restart. And what's going to happen is you have this migration file, right? And this is what Django uses to keep track of the database, right? It says here, create a model with an ID, that's an auto field, that's a primary key, right? With an edit date as a datetime field and text as a char field. And that's pretty much it, right? Now, obviously it gets a lot more complicated than this, but I just wanted to show you because it's very interesting to me and it's very important to understand how these things happen on the back end as well. Okay. Now we're going to make this application just a little bit more stylish. We're going to use something called Bootstrap, which is just a framework that allows you to make beautiful sites in a much faster pace, okay? So go ahead and go to Bootstrap, just type in Bootstrap into Google, or go to getbootstrap.com. You'll be presented with this beautiful site. Go to the documentation, and we need to install the following, okay? We need to install the CSS and we need to install the JS. So go ahead and copy CSS first. Okay. All right. Now the question is, where do we add these? All right. So we have the base.html and we have an index.html. In the base.html, this is where you have your base structure of the site. And obviously that's where we would add it. Okay. So go ahead and just add that to here. And let's go ahead and copy the JS files, the JavaScript files, to here as well. Once you've done that, just click restart and voila, you've got a little bit more stylish hello REPL.it. Next, we want to create a base layout for the application that does not include any of the logic so far. So our goal is to basically create HTML like this without any of the fancy logic just yet, okay? So let's go to do that. So what do we need first, okay? First, we need to create this navigation bar. The way we're gonna do that is go to Bootstrap and let's actually type it in. This is literally the process that I do with anything that I do with Bootstrap. So just type in nav, okay? And we see we have a navigation bar. It looks just like this, but we're not looking for that. We're looking, no. Nav bar, there we go, that's the one. Nav bar, and we really need a simple nav bar that is of black color. Let's see. So kind of like this, you can see right there, we have a nav bar, okay? So we can just copy that in here. And the reason why we're putting it into the body section, the base.html, is because that's where the whole application inherits the whole HTML, right? So navigation is something that's gonna stand throughout the whole app, okay? And that's what we're putting in here. So, well, why so much? I guess I don't want to copy all that. So just copy this part, I guess. Copy that. And voila. All right. Refresh. So we have just a black bar. Nothing fancy. Now we need the actual wording to do app, okay? And if you look a little bit more down, we can see that in order to get that wording, there's something called a navbar brand, okay? So just copy that right there, refresh, and voila. Obviously now this is actually called a to-do app. To-do app, refresh that, and that's it, right? So you've got the navigation bar just like you have it in the application that I showed you. Pretty simple the way we just got that. Now we're gonna look at how to add all the other parts of the HTML into the application, okay? The first thing, obviously, what we need to add here, we need to add like things like add the add item, the input box, the form, and obviously the list of to-do items, right? So let's try this. At first, we're going to be working with the index.html because that's the thing that that's the HTML page that contains the container underneath the navigation bar. All right, so preface, okay? The way Bootstrap works is it's divided into rows and columns. Think of it as you just have a lot of rows, and within rows, you can have a max of 12 columns, all right? So we're gonna create a row that will contain contain the add item and this form. All right, so that's the first part. Let's do that. So div class equals row, right? I'm gonna close that out. Oh, and then the second one is gonna be div. Oops, no, not this one. Div class equals column. Wait, no. Hold on. I just need to. I don't know why I'm doing this again. Anyways, great. So now, if we refresh this, obviously nothing is going to happen. But at this point now, we know we need to add this add item h1 tag, or no, h2 tag in this case. So we're going to do h2 add item h2. All right, it's there. But you can see there's no padding, right? It's just all the way up to the box. One thing you forgot to do is to add a container. With Bootstrap, everything kind of has a parent container, a big container that contains the whole application. So when we go to base.html, you can see underneath the navigation bar, we have all the block content. This is the block content that is inherited from here, right? You can see this extends the HTML. So what we are going to do is we're going to add a container, a class container. Class equals container. And then we're going to obviously close this out. I like to add my spacing. I'm very particular about that. Great. Now we have a container. Okay, we've got that part. Now let's go ahead and add the input box. And I'm going to show you how I go about finding or just adding an input box from Bootstrap. So go back to Bootstrap. All right, type in forms. All right, perfect. And we're just going to simply scroll and see what we can add that's similar. Okay? So I'm going to scroll. Now I know at this point I do know where I want to go because I've done this previously. But if we just keep going, for example, we don't want to add anything too complicated. I'm just kind of browsing. That's good. I kind of want to add this as well. Yeah, that looks good. But I think I'm going to just do like an inline form here. So first things first, we want to add an input box like this. And that's represented by this fancy, not fancy, just this line of code, I guess. I don't know why I said fancy. Anyways, so we're going to copy that and input type stack. Copy that and paste it, okay? So we have type text, class form control, margin bottom 2, margin right 2, all right? So we don't need the ID. There's no need for it. For the placeholder, we're just gonna do type here. And the placeholder is what's gonna be seen inside the input box, right? Next, we need to add a button. Actually, no, refresh this first. Right there, perfect. We've got ourselves an input type. Next, add a button. We're just gonna do, there's a button right there. There's some really cool button, submit button. Copy that, paste it here. Voila, you got it. But now what we want to do is we want to add a list of items, right? So go ahead and let's look for a list of items. List group or something like a list group. Perfect. There you go. Now you have a list group. We know it's going to look like this. Let's just add it. We don't want to, however, we don't want to just add it at the bottom of this section. I want to create a separate row for it because it has a separate distinction, and so that's how I like to divide things up. So I'm going to do class equals row, right? And remember, in Bootstrap you can have as many rows as you want. The only restriction is you can have only 12 columns. Div class equals column. Oop. Div, no. Why do I keep doing this? All right, perfect. And we now need to, you literally just copy this for the sake of seeing how it looks like. We're gonna format this a little bit nicely, okay? You can just select it and just click for, well, or not, or just do it by yourself. All right, refresh it. There you go. Now that has the active one, but we don't need that. Just you can remove the active portion. Perfect. You can see we have now a list of items, which is what we want to do, which is what we want. So I just took a second to see how we can move the submit button to the top so it's in line with this input type, right? And one thing I missed is that if you want to have a inline form, you just have to create a form container with a form inline class, okay? And we're gonna do that. So create a form class equals form inline, and then in here form, just like that. We'll need to close this out, obviously. I really don't like how this just formatted it. Okay, and if you refresh, it's completely gone. Where did it go? Why did it just disappear? Oh, there it is. That's so funny. Anyways, yeah, so now you got the form. Now I do want to add some padding to the top. So the way you do with padding, for example, I'm going to add some padding here, right there. So I'm going to do something called a margin top 4. So we're going to do MT-4, which stands for margin top 4. All right, so we added some padding over there, and we're also going to add padding to this row as well. Margin top dash 4. All right, perfect. All right, so it's that's a little bit better formatting. Now I know what you're saying. You're saying, Nazari, why are we learning all this HTML? Where's the Django stuff? Okay, so hold on, it's coming now. Now we're going to get into the Django stuff. What do we want to do first? Initially, what we want to do is we want to be able to add an item through this input box, correct? So let's see how we do that. Now, what happens is when you add an item, we need somewhere to catch that data and save it in database, correct? So let's take a look at this views.py file. Here we have this function called definition home, right? And this definition home actually, when I say definition, it's a function. It renders the index.html. So it probably makes sense that somewhere in here, we probably need to create a function to capture the data from this form, correct? So let's do it. We're gonna create a function called add to do, right? We're gonna have the same parameter request, and we're going to print this request for now. All right, perfect. Now you're saying, okay, well, how does Django know to call this function? Well, we're gonna find out. So go to urls.py file, and you can see that this urls.py file has all the URLs that contribute to a certain view. we have this called views, and you see this views.home, that's being called, that calls this. So we simply need to call views.addToDo to trigger that function. Let's do that. So we are going to trigger URL. All right. Oh, yeah, if I type correctly. All right. No, not E. I don't know what I said. E. We're going to now URL, but this time we're gonna say URL add to do, right? Add to do, and that triggers a function called views dot add to do. So create that comma. Great. So we have URLs in place, right? We have the logic. We don't have the logic yet, but we have the function in place. Now we need to we need to have this form call that URL. So form has something called an action. Ooh. And that action is this URL, right? We need to tell it to go to this URL. So go here, action add to do. And the method, we're gonna pass in the data through a post method. There's a get, there's a post, there's actually a multiple one, but post means we're posting something. Think of it like that, okay? We also need to change, no, this is fine, type submit, that's fine. That's pretty much it. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's broken, great. The include does not appear to have any patterns in it. No? Well, it does. You have URL. Ooh. Oh, I know why. Because it probably got stuck. So if we just simply restart. Restart. Yes, restart. All right, there we go. Now it's working. Let's type this in the row. Yeah, it's broken. So there's something called a CSRF token. But what do we know now? We know that it's hitting this URL because when we hit this URL, it broke, which is great. Now we need to solve this issue, right? CSRF is just a way for us to protect the form, to make sure that there's no spam form submissions. That's what Django has to protect its form, okay? For the purpose of this video, we're going to unprotect it, I guess you can say. Because I've tried it with trying to protect the CSRF here in REPL.in. For some reason, I've always have not been able to. And I think it's due to a virtual machine issue. But in order for us to be able to go through and not have it be CSRF protected, I guess, here's what we need to do. So we go to use.py file. And so I'm going to search in CSRF exempt. CSRF exempt. There we go. There it is. So we're gonna copy this, paste it in here, and now we do CSRF exempt, and that gives us an exemption. That way, if we go ahead and simply just type in here anything, submit. What? Then return erase. Oh right. Yeah. In this case, we are going to redirect back to the home page, okay? We can literally just simply do it like this for now. Return and render the same home page. That's it. And if we refresh that, okay, boom, you see? Now, obviously nothing is saved, but all we have done is we look here, we have printed this request, right? We now have this request. Great. Now I want to print I want to dig a little bit deeper into this request, okay? If I go to the documentation of Django and I type in request, all right, request object, HTTP request object. Here is what the request object contains. It contains things like cookies, method, right? In this case, however, what we want to look at is this post, right? So this post is dictionary-like object containing all given HTTP post parameters. So if we print that out, request dot post, right? And if we refresh this, let's type this in, refresh it actually, type this in, submit. You see that's an empty dictionary. Now, why is it an empty dictionary, you might be saying? Well, okay, let's take a look at it. In order for it to post something, every input has to have a name, right? A value. To have a value, you have to have a name attribute. So in this case, the name attribute will be content, okay? Let's refresh this again. Type in Python 101 book, right? Click submit, and voila, you got yourself a dictionary that with the content from the input provided by a user, right? Now we can see, and obviously with this, we can actually use it and create a to-do item in a database. Great. That's awesome. So let's go back to the views.py file. We now know how this request.post works, all right? Now what do we do? What do we do now? We need to capture two things. We need to capture the edit date, and we need to capture the content, right? So let's do it. In order for us to capture the edit date, what we're going to use is we're actually going to simply create an edit date, like the current date. There's something called a time zone that Django has, and so we're going to import from Django.utils import time zone. All right, time zone. And what we're going to do is we're going to create edit date equals time zone dot now, and that is simply a time zone object of the current, literally just the current time that we are creating this. All right, so that's great. Now we need to grab the content of the actual this request.post. So let's go ahead and do that. We can say content equals request.post, and inside here we'll say request.post content, and that will give us the content of what we typed in here. Okay, let's try this out. So we're gonna print the date. This is literally the way I'm teaching you guys is literally how I develop. Okay, I print things out, I test things out, because the last thing you want to do is you want to write a bunch of functions and then you realize that you did it all wrong, right? Because you didn't test it. And so as I go along, I test things, and that's what you should do too, honestly. I'm not the only one who does this, trust me. Print content. We don't need to print this anymore, right? So refresh it. Okay. 101 book. Click submit. Let's see what happened here. Ooh, got a ball of mine. Right. So I'm gonna highlight this, okay? This was our request, okay? Here is what got printed. This is the date, an edit date. It's a time zone date, 2019 08/15, and this is the content, 101 book. Perfect. And then we obviously refreshed. Okay. Great. Now, with this data in here, we've captured this data. We need to save this data somehow. So what Django has is remember those class to-do items? That's what we're going to use. We're going to import from Django.models from I think it's main.models from main. So you see this main.models import to do. We are importing literally this class. Okay, import this class. And so let's go ahead and actually create a model, right? So Django create object, right? In this case, we're gonna create a model instance, and there should be a create function. All right, perfect. Yes, we have that. But I want to do this. There we go. if you look at here, what Django gives us is gives us this, every class has an instance called objects, and there's a lot of functions that that class has. And one of those is a create function. And that literally creates a database actual entry, right? So if we use this is my model objects that create, for us it's going to be to do, right? To do dot objects dot create. Now what are we inputting into here? Okay, we need to input a few things. If you look at our models, we have the edit date and we have a text. Okay, go back to use. The edit date equals, actually I'm going to change this date. This is current. I'm just going to change this date, current date. Okay, edit date equals current date. Then the text, that's another attribute, equals content. Perfect. Text equals content. To the objects that create, edit date equals current date, text equals content. With this, when we run this function and we click submit, now it should create a database object or a database entry. Let's try this. Python 101 book. Submit. Good. Why can't you reach? Configure the okay, let's restart this. That's why. Restart this. If this happens, you just restart it. Perfect. All right, so let's try this again. 101 book, just for manager object has no attribute dot sorry. Obviously I can't spell. Create. Perfect. So let's try this again. 101 book. Submit. Great. Now you're probably like, well, hold on, I didn't see anything. How am I supposed to know that it has been created? Well, un momento, por favor, okay? Here's what we'll do. This is created object, and we're going to print created. We're going to print this created object, okay? Created object, print, and we're going to print another thing. I'm going to print created object.id, because if we know it has an ID, that means it's a database instance. Oh, I'm sorry, a database entry. So let's try this again. Add item 101 book. Submit. There we go. To do object 2, the ID of it is 2. That means it's created. If we want to, actually, there's another way you can do this, is we can also print, so list of let's see, length of to-dos I'm doing this because literally I'm trying to get you to understand how this all around works. It's an object relation manager. Okay, so it's just a good way for you to understand how these things work. So there's a to do object dot all dot count. That will get you the count of all to do items in the database. And if we know, hold on, object, if we know it's increasing, or if we know it's greater than 0, that means it's being inserted. So to do objects dot all dot count, and we're gonna print that. Boom. Length of to-dos. Voila. It's doing a lot of its fancy stuff. It's always, there we go. Perfect. So now we'll go ahead and number 2, just to try it out. So here's what we got. This is a to-do object 3, right? Because we already had 1, we had 2, this is the other one. And the length of the whole table, I guess you can say, is 3. That means this is working, right? All right, so now that we have confirmed it's working, let's erase this. And the second part is actually going to be listing this. Now we need to list the actual to-do items. To list the to-do items, we have to do a couple of things. First is we need to grab the items from the database, and then second is we need to transfer those to-do items to the HTML page and loop through them, okay? So let's see how we do that. We have this function called home, and this function home is what brings us the home page, right? Now through here is where we'll be able to actually take to-do items and transfer them to the front end page. So let's do that, okay? We're going to grab to-do items from the database. And again, we're gonna use the same type of functionality as we did when we added a to-do item, right? Or to list a to-do item, right? So here we have to-do objects.all, right? And that will grab us all of to-do items in the database. The second thing we're gonna do is we're gonna order the to-do items by the added date. So there's a function called order by, and this takes in the parameter that you want to order by. So the attribute that you want to order by, like which attribute you want to order by text, you want to order by the date, and so that's where we specify added date. Okay, right. And within this, we need to now transfer these items, this list, to the index.html. And so this render function right here has a third parameter to transfer data, okay? So we can specify an object here, and we can tell, okay, so to do items, right? And the object to transfer is to do items, right? So it's gonna take to do items that's from here, and it's gonna be inside this object, okay? So we've transferred that, great. Now let's see how we can use it, okay? We have an index.html, and you can see that we have just a bunch of fake data. Now we need to replace this fake data with actual looping of the items. So Django has a templating language that allows you to use a lot of Django functionalities within a template. In this case, we're going to use a functionality called for. So the way you do it is you have a bracket syntax, and you do for to do item in to do items. And again, this name right here is the name that we specified in here, so just keep that in mind. If you have to change this, you would have to change this name, okay? After we're done for, in order to close this for loop, we have to do and for, okay? And inside here, we're gonna lose that. This is where we will display the list item. So we have this list item, and obviously we need to replace this text here. Okay, great. Replace this text. Now, what do we replace it with? We have to use this to do item, right? It's going to loop through each to do item, and so this to do item is going to be an individual to do item. There's a syntax where in order to use the object, you use a double bracket syntax, and then you do to do item dot the attribute you want to use. So in this case, we want to use the text, right? Because that's what we have in the models.py. So we have text. Okay, so we have that, and let's see if that actually brings us something. Let's remove this. Okay, remove this. Restart, just to restart. Let's see what happens. I hope it doesn't break. I really hope it doesn't break. I don't see why it would break. All right, so this is this is just a random text that we had inside the database. Okay, with that in mind, we are now looping through to do items, right? So let's test it and see if we add a to do item, if that will actually display anything. If we go ahead, test 2, submit. Oop, nothing's working. So now, why is it not working? Let's look at the views.py file. You see here when we add a to do item, that takes us to this function, and this function renders again in index.html but doesn't pass in the to do items. So what do? Instead of rendering, we can actually redirect the page to a home page. So there's something called HTTP response redirect. So if we go to Google, response redirect method. Oh no, I don't want Microsoft. Jingo. Hold on. Jingo. There you go. Let's type in. We don't need this. Just right there. Response redirect. HTTP response redirect. And the way you grab that from Django.http, right? This is Django.http. That's where you grab it from, and then we can redirect it to a certain URL, which in this case will be the home URL. So let's do that. Let's import it first. So from Django.http import HTTP response redirect. I hope that I spelled that correctly. No, I did not. Copy this. Spelling sometimes, you guys, I swear. HTTP response redirect. So that shouldn't break, I hope. Let's use this function, HTTP response redirect. We're gonna use this function and we're gonna redirect to the home page. And if you redirect to the home page, it is now going to use this function after you add a to do, right? Let's try this again. Oh, this is our test 2, by the way, right? So we submitted it. Okay, let's try it again. Test 3, submit. Test 3, test 4, submit. Voila, it is working, you guys. That is awesome. Now, one thing I don't like, however, is as we are adding these test 1, test 2, test 3, you see how they're going all the way to the bottom. We want to reverse that, right? Because obviously we want to have the newest item to display first. So in order to do that, we simply have to put a minus. That's it. That's literally it. Because this takes us from the newest date to the oldest date. If we did it like this without the minus, it's going to take us from the oldest date to the newest date. That's where this minus comes in. Now let's try this again. Let's refresh. Well, no, we need to refresh the actual database or the actual server. Do that. There we go. You test 4, test 3, test 2, and then it was GG. Perfect. And now you pretty much have the list of do items, and we're getting really close to the end now. The only thing left is to you have a delete functionality in this as well. So let's get to this next. Alright, so the final step we need to take is to be able to delete a certain item, which as we saw before was to have a delete button here, okay? First things first we're going to do is to actually insert or add a delete button to the right side of every to-do item. So let's go ahead to the index.html and we'll do that here, okay? We have the text here, okay? This is the to-do item. Within here, however, we're going to add a button. We'll do a button that's basically much the same as here. So we can copy this button, just like that, and we'll paste in this button right here, right there. Perfect. Now, that was not going to work the way you wanted. First things first is you see how there's like a margin here at the bottom. We'll remove the margin. So MB-2 is just margin bottom. So we're going to remove that. That's one. If we refresh it, okay, so that kind of removes some of the space there. But now we need to do is we need to float this button to the right side. So if we create a class or a div around this, okay, close this div. Oops. Okay, so that's the button, and we're actually going to where the class is equal to. There is a float right bootstrap class. You can do this in CSS as well, but if you type in float, for example, and you do float right, okay, float right there. Now it floats right. One other thing I want to do is I want to center this text, but we're going to worry about this a little bit later. And I also want to change the button to be button small. There's a class in Bootstrap which is button-small, which just makes it a small button. See, there you go. We've got a button now. Literally, that's pretty much it. One main thing actually, is now we have to have this button do something, right?
And obviously it's also going to be a delete. That's the text for it. Right. And one other thing we want to do is, instead of having it be a primary button, so if we go back to buttons just really quickly, you see this danger. We're going to use like a danger one, because we don't want people to delete on accident. You want it to be kind of like a warning, I guess you can say. No, a danger. So we're going to make it a button dash danger instead of the button dash primary danger. Right there. Perfect. Awesome. Last thing, okay, we need to create a form, because we want this button to do something. Just like we have it here where you have a form action, we need to have the same thing for every single button that displays there. So create a form. Okay, just for now, just a simple form, just like that. We're going to, inside this form, we need an action item. All right, so where is this, what is this going to trigger, or where is this going to lead, or when the button is clicked, where's it going to lead? We're going to name a URL just called delete to do, and we need to pass something, because when you delete a certain item, obviously we don't want to delete all of the items, right? We want to delete a specific one. And so as a result, we need to pass the ID of every, or of an individual item, to know which one to delete on the backend, right? So if we just simply use and we specify, okay, delete to do, and the ID of the to do is to do item dot ID, right? And remember, that's the unique ID of every single item. Add a slash, and now we know that that's what it's going to do. Action is obviously post, just how we had it before. Perfect. And refresh. Now obviously if you do this, it's not going to get you anywhere, because we actually need to create the URL and the view for it. So let's do that. So just refresh it for now. Perfect. We have a delete to do. That looks good. That looks good. Now let's go to the URLs file. We have this add to do. Now we need to do the same thing for delete to do. All right. So delete to do. But with this, we need to capture one more thing. And that thing is the integer, or the primary ID of a specific item. So what you, in Django, which you can specify, you can literally specify a parameter, a type parameter, and name it. So to do ID, like this, slash. And so Django will actually map this and know that, okay, so that there should be a to do ID here, and I'm going to pass this now to a views.py file. No, well, obviously we don't want to pass this to add to do. Now we want to pass it to delete to do, which we haven't created yet, but we're going to right now. So let's try that. So let's go to the views.py file, and we can create the same function. Delete to do, right? Again, request. But one other thing is the to do ID, because that's the second parameter that's going to be passed in through here, int to do ID. So we're going to pass this in through here, right? One other thing I want to mention is, just for the sake, is we're going to do CSRF exempt as well for this one, because this is a form, and just for the sake of the video, we're going to include that in. And we're going to print the to do ID. Which ID are we removing? And then we can go ahead and return the same HTTP response to redirect to the home page. Okay, let's try this now. Refresh this, or should it not refresh? Restart this. Again, if you get that error, just restart it and you should be fine. Perfect. Let's try this again. All right, when we click delete, nothing happens. This error is because of the URLs. The URL function right here is actually a deprecated one. So this one came initially with kind of the Django setup, but it's actually deprecated. If we look at the URL dispatcher, you will see that Django now, the latest version, uses path. And so if we go ahead and import from Django URLs.path, right? And you're gonna run these problems sometimes, so that's okay. That's a learning opportunity. So with a path, I can actually just specify it like this: path delete to do. We use a delete to do, And now this should work. So if we take it like this, perfect. You see, that was completely okay. And you can probably even do the same thing here. So path like that. There you go. Path like that. And you can leave this alone for now. All right, we've got that working. And when we click delete, this is the ID. The ID is 4, and that's what. So if we do it again, right there, you can see that it printed out 4, which is the ID of the to-do item. Now, what do we do with that to-do item? Once we have that ID, we actually need to delete it. And again, we're going back now to the Django ORM object relational mapping. Well, and the way you delete an item within Django is you do to-do dot object dot get ID equals to-do ID dot delete. And literally that's it. Let's test it. Let's see how this works, guys. Let's restart it because obviously we got some error right here. All right, now let's go ahead, delete, 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 and it's delete. And you can see it is working, guys. So let's do a test run fully with this. Let's go ahead and, like we said, read Python 101 book. Go for go for a run. Perfect. Let's make some lunch. Make some lunch. Perfect. And that's what you guys got now. You have a to-do item, a to-do app with complete submit functionality, with complete delete functionality, and you have the proper logic behind it, and that is awesome. You guys have done it. If you guys followed along, that is amazing. I want to congrats to you.
Alright, that is it for the tutorial, guys. I really hope you enjoyed it and that you took away something from it. That is the most important part. If you have any questions whatsoever or any problems, feel free to comment down below, or you can message me on my Instagram at Naz Dumansky. And if you did complete the app, I want to see it. Share it with me. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Other than that, I hope you guys have an amazing day, and I'll see you later.
What's up, guys? I hope I'm live. This is Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com.
This is Aaron from cleverprogrammer.com.
This is Frankie from cleverprogrammer.com.
In this video, we are going to be making a Craigslist app clone. Okay, it's gonna look like this. I'm gonna do this quickly so you guys can start seeing this. This is what it's gonna look like, what we're gonna build. We're gonna be doing it with Python and Django. All right, so we're gonna be using Django, we're gonna be using Python, we're gonna be using Beautiful Soup and web scraping, and the end result, instead of something looking like this when you type in ping pong, which looks like garbage, it's instead going to look like this. Okay, another thing, when you type in something like a Python tutor, it looks like this, which is not very pretty. Here, when you type in a Python tutor, is going to be much, much, much prettier. Okay, like this. So which one do you prefer? This one or this one? I think we all prefer this one.
Probably, but people are going to say the other one just out of spite.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's what we're going to be building. Ooh, did I do the shortcut? I hope so. That's what we're going to be building. What is up, everybody? People are excited. They're jumping on. Epic Code is on. Tech Boilers is on. Made, More Gear, Abdullah. All right, guys. We're going to be building this live together. I hope you guys enjoy it. And then, yeah, if our mic or anything is off or whatever, just let us know. Is the chat... are you able to go into the... What did you do?
By the way, guys, any questions that you guys have, just drop it in the chat. We were more than happy to answer them.
Yep.
And we're looking for really cool questions as well. So
yeah, make your questions great, guys. Don't ask stuff like Python versus Java. I'm gonna ignore it. Like brain dead questions, don't ask them. Ask more beautiful questions, and you'll get more beautiful answers. Right up here with Kazi and Aaron
and Frankie.
and Frankie.
Frankie.
That's right.
Frankie.
So we got code. Okay, so now we're gonna switch the thing, and we're gonna go here. All right, I'm gonna go and do that fancy stuff now. Hit me. Yep, and you gotta double check if it's working.
Oh yes.
Oh god. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sweet. Ooh, the marker just came out. That wasn't what I wanted to happen. Okay, so basically, I think you guys get the idea. It's gonna be, you can open that up again so I can see. Craigslist app. I'm just gonna put it here so you guys can see it. It's gonna have a search functionality like this. Okay, search functionality like that. It's gonna have a bar. Okay, and then when you type something in, it's gonna spit back out the end results right here, like this. Okay, that's what we're doing. But there are multiple technologies that we're gonna be using in this. Okay, so there's gonna be like multiple different things. So for example, we're gonna have, Frankie, what are we gonna have? What's one thing we're gonna have in here?
Images.
Images, cool, but what technologies are we using? What programming language are we using? Python. Aaron, I want you to jump in this too. What other technology stacks are we using?
Not C++.
Cool. What else?
Django.
So we got Django and not
Django.
C++.
Yeah.
What else?
HTML.
Yep.
What's the other one, Frankie?
HTML.
And JavaScript.
Okay.
Little bit, right? I mean, we're not actually gonna be coding.
No JavaScript actually.
Oh, I see.
We're staying away from JavaScript completely.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with JavaScript, but we're just not using it.
Don't need it.
And then we have databases, so we're going to be using like something with databases. This app is also going to be hosted online. So which one of you knows what we're going to be using to host it online?
Ooh, do you know?
No, I don't.
Starts with an H.
Heroku.
Oh, holy crap! Frankie knows his stuff besides just camera stuff.
Hell yeah. There we go.
I love you.
So we got Heroku as well. And that looks pretty good, right? Or are we missing something?
Bootstrap stuff.
Oh yeah. So for front end, we're actually going to be using Materialize.
Yeah, which is like Bootstrap, but not.
Yeah. It's a CSS by Google, and it's pretty nice actually. It's very beautiful. So we're gonna be using Materialize, and then we're gonna be using obviously things like Beautiful Soup to do web scraping.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful Soup. I guess I should probably just write web scraping because everybody gets that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else?
Other libraries.
I think that's it. Besides Craigslist itself, but that's just the website.
Yeah. Yep. So that's pretty good. Cool. So that's what we're gonna be building.
Yup.
Beautiful. We'll check here. What is happening? Okay, we got a bunch of people jumping on here. That's great. All right. So let's go. And now we're going to start coding this thing up, guys. Now, one really crappy thing that actually happened recently with Aaron and I was we were working on this application and we spent about 2 days recording. We have about 12 hours of footage with the camera and 12 hours of screencast. And between 2 days, we spent probably 15 hours building this application for you guys. And what ended up happening was the hard drive that we had got messed up.
Yep.
And so what did you end up doing?
I had to take the SSD. It was an SSD actually to the shop. Went to several different ones. It turns out that SSDs are a little bit harder to maintain and to fix. So at the end of the day, we figured out that we probably have to spend about more than $1,000 to get the data back, and it takes more than a week to do it as well.
On a $200 hard drive.
On a $200 hard drive. So
Yeah, so we thought just doing it again on live stream in 2 hours would be much better than doing all that. So.
Yeah, so we're just gonna do it on live stream.
Yup.
And yeah, let's go. So you guys can follow along. Okay, so for anybody who's gonna wanna have replay value out of this, is We're gonna drop the code, the GitHub repository or whatever, like in the description, so you guys can have access to it whenever you want, and that way you'll have the code. And for now, you guys can just try to follow along with us, okay? Okay, so we're gonna build out a new project in PyCharm. So I use PyCharm, guys. You guys can use really whatever you want.
Yeah, I'm tried as guilty. I've never used PyCharm in my life, but now that Kazi showed me how jacked it is, like, oh my god, I'm gonna be using that all the time.
Never used PyCharm, but it looks a lot like VS Code, actually.
We know, Frankie.
Reminds me a lot of it. For people that don't know, Aaron.
VS Code. They don't even know what VS Code is.
VS Code, no, a lot of people know what
I
VS
love
Code
it.
is. Everybody knows what Visual Studio is. Yeah,
It's so minimalistic. That's why I like it.
Visual Studio is really great.
The debugger is next level.
Yeah, and Visual Studio is very light and beautiful, but it's not like a full-on IDE, you know, because they're just like editors.
Yeah, this looks jacked.
Yeah. Okay. So let's open up and start a new project. So I'm gonna go to my command line. Now let's just make sure that it's showing the right. Oh, whoops. Yeah, those are the little mistakes I want to watch out for. There we go. Yep. Okay. So if I'm coding on this screen and there's no code, let me know.
Got it.
Okay.
How long is the delay? All right, I'll take.
Yeah, the delay is gonna take a second. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my GitHub and I'm gonna create a repository. We'll call it, what should we call it? Code Daddies list.
Yeah. Yep. Did we introduce ourselves as the Code?
Yeah, so this is the Code Daddies, guys.
up?
This is the
Yeah.
Code Daddies series. That's what we call it. We're gonna kind of go either live or create applications together. We are the Code Daddies. This is Frankie. This is Aaron. This is Kazi. Let's go. Okay, so I just created the directory. Just in case you guys don't know how these commands are working, we'll open up the Finder so you can see. But basically, I just created Code Daddy's list right there, like that. Okay,
You following, Frankie?
Yep.
Cool.
cool. So we got this. Now another thing I'm gonna do is I have Conda, so let's create a virtual environment. Oh, I'll make this bigger so it's easier to see for everybody. Okay, so now I'll make a virtual environment. I'll do Conda create name, and we're gonna call this. Generally, I like to call the virtual environment the same as the folder name, so we're gonna name it that. And I'm just gonna install Python 3 in it for now. I'll hit yes. I like to create virtual environments so everything is nice and packaged in one place. Okay.
Going good. Just be aware this part is blocked. Yeah. This part of the screen.
Why?
At all times because of us.
Oh, the right,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
right
so
side.
Just be aware.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So that they can see it.
I'll kind of stay out of there. Yeah, if it's ever getting blocked, like let me know from there, and also they'll let us know in the chat.
Yeah. Martin. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Yup.
Okay, so now I've activated the virtual environment as well. Cool. Okay. Now let's go inside of that directory. CD. Are you kidding me? What are you doing? CD Code Daddy's list. Okay, we're in there. And now we're going to start creating. Actually, I just lied to all of you guys. I'm going to delete that list. Because this is a Django project, so we actually need to run a Django command to create that folder. So all I did right now is I just removed that folder, okay? So we're gonna use a Django command. Now I have to see what's the Django command that we use here. Django admin, there we go. It's like Django admin start project. I just did something called reverse search, which is super useful. It's Control R. So do that. Like if you guys are watching this, actually write that command down. It's super useful for the command lines. One of the most useful command lines to know. Control R. Okay, Control R. All right, Django admin start project, and we'll call it Code Daddy's list, like that. Oh, let's install Django. Pip install Django.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you just run Django code on the CMD? I was like, what?
Yeah, you can just like run that.
So that's how you import it. You import it.
What the hell's going on? Django admin command not found.
Is Django installed in the virtual environment?
Is it?
When you create the virtual environment, it may or may not be installed.
I did install it just now. Pip install Django.
Oh, I missed that step.
Yeah, Django admin start project.
You're running GitHub. Django.
Running into problems very early on.
It might be Django admin might be one word, or Django hyphen admin or something.
Is that what it is?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
How do you start a
Django admin start project.
Boom.
Oh, it is hyphen. You're right.
Oh.
Misspelled it.
There's an equal sign now.
Django admin like that. Okay. So now it got created. We'll go to code daddies underscore list. Okay, now there's some kind of Django admin. Is it start app or something like that? There is another one. These are ones like you always kind of look up. These are just to kind of kick start off the project, and then once this project is started, you can actually just focus on the coding part of it. Does it start? It's something like start app, I think. Start app? Is that what it is? Django admin start app name. So that's what it is. Okay, stop the back search. Django admin start app. And we'll just call it my app. All right, now we're going to open this up in PyCharm. This will also help you guys learn PyCharm pretty well. So let's open up code daddy's list. We'll do a new window. All right, so this is what your guys' directory and everything should look like as of now.
Can you make that any bigger? It looks kind of tiny, the UI.
Okay, good point.
Yeah.
Thank you for actually pointing that out, because on the live stream it will actually look tiny
And blurry.
and blurry.
Yeah.
So I'll go and get 20. I think this will be a lot better, right? I just made it huge. Okay, now few things for PyCharm. We're gonna go into project. I'll go in project interpreter and I'll pick this code daddy's list environment that I made. So PyCharm's pretty smart. It kind of detected it already. So it already kind of has it selected to that. And then I'm gonna go into build and not build, languages and frameworks. I'll go in Django. And it also knows it's a Django project. It knows the root of the project. It has Django support enabled, and this is the script. Cool.
It's looking good, yo. Nice and clear.
This is great, actually. That's awesome. Yeah, I love it.
Production quality up the roof.
Okay, let's add another one. Move this here. Let's move this guy here. Okay. So because we just built this app recently, we're going to be referring to a lot of code on our end. We're going to be referring to a lot of code from the app that we built, but we'll try to walk you guys through it step by step so it makes a lot of sense to you as you're watching it. Okay, so let's kind of build, let's run the, let's just run the server and see if things are up and running as of now. So go into Python terminal, and I'll be like python manage.py run server.
What is that command doing? Python manage.py?
Uh,
It's just running the manage.py is just something in Django that
that file.
it has a bunch of useful tools in there, and then you just like call it, and then it does a bunch of Django stuff for you. So right now we're doing run server. So now that we created the Django directory, we can just run server, and then it just starts running. Like it's like the basic framework, as you can see right there on the screen. Like it's just working. Like our website is already up and hosted and all that.
Yeah,
Or
not
hosted on the
host.
local-
Yeah,
on the local machine. Yeah, yeah.
machine. Exactly.
I use that term too loosely.
Yeah. So it says the install works successfully. So at this point, that's the screen you should be seeing. Okay, if you're not seeing this screen, then something is off. Okay, so make sure you're seeing that screen. Okay, so we have this up and running. Now let's go and create. Pretty soon what we want to do is we want to create templates, so then we can actually render like a basic template that when we go to the home page, that's the template that shows up. So the way that those directories work is, I believe you want to create your templates file. If I look at the project, it should be in the root folder. You should have templates. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go to my root. I will right click here. I'll create new directory, and I'll say templates. Okay, so we have templates. Now inside of templates, I'm going to have my app, and inside of my app, I'm going to have other stuff. So in templates, I'm going to do new. First, I'll create a base.html. Base. And let's call it the code daddies list in the title. And then we'll just say h2. We'll give it like testing to see if this works, like that. Okay. Now this is not just going to render automatically. We have to create a view, map a URL, and like really make sure that it's working. But few things we want to do in settings. Whatever app you guys have here, you want to register it in your settings. So you got to go to your settings and you got to register that app. So installed apps, we want to install our app that we created, like that.
Yeah. And the cool thing about Django is if you have an app already in a directory fully made, you can literally just pop it in and then add it to the installed apps, and then it's pretty much
That's it. Yeah.
99% done. You might have to tweak a couple things here and there. There's like I don't know. So I don't want to say 100%, but I mean it's pretty much 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like Django does a lot of stuff like automatically, so that's what's cool about it. Okay, there are a few things that like you should just literally copy and paste that you should have. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. So we're gonna go into settings from my previous project, and you want to have like this templates line and this you might not need the project root line, but let's get this template line and we're gonna paste it here, because you want your Django to know where your template is stored. Okay. This is how Django will know. And all this is saying is like, hey, just join the base path with template. So now it's able to find where this template is. And then we got to add this template dir to, I believe, here. So I got to do template dir like that. Okay, so that's one thing you got to do, template dir. And then another thing that you want to do is you want to kind of add static as well, because later we're going to need static. So I like to just take care of this in the start, because this is one of those things that's like super freaking annoying if you don't get it right. So I got that static line. I got my template dir, base dir. Static is going to be my style sheets and things like that. So when I'm creating graphics for my web app.
Yeah, static files go in there. Things that don't really change much. Like as the code is running, it's just like, oh, resources you can go grab. That's what it means by static.
Yep. We're going to create a home view. And all this is going to do is going to return, render, and request. And it will render the home page. So, or the base.html. So I'm going to do temp. Is it templates, or do I just do... I think I can just do base.html. So this is where, you see, this is where PyCharm is really jacked, right? This is a string, but as I'm writing it, and because it can detect it through Django, it's coming up, and it's also telling me what the argument is, right? So I can also like name these
Can you
arguments.
click on it and does it take you to the file?
Yep.
That's what blew my mind about Python.
So right here.
Oh my.
So I can actually go to that file. If I hold command, I can click it. That's a great question.
See that I've wanted that in coding for like the longest time. Like even I just like wanted to know like where a variable was assigned or something instead of like searching. But I want to see like where things are happening. If I can just click on a variable, be like, oh, this variable is set to 4 up here or something like that. That's pretty much what that is. So PyCharm is
Pretty beastly.
yeah, it's making me. I won't say it.
I like it because everything is very organized, like
Yeah.
the views and everything. Because I was about to tell you, do you just actually put visual things there, or what's up? Because in Android, it's a little bit, you kind of have to do it more manually.
Yeah.
And everything here is already separated for you.
Yeah, there's like one
Right.
file for everything, and every file does something different.
With
It's
Django,
very
it's,
organized.
so Django, it's kind of cool because you as soon as you do that Django start admin command or whatever, it kind of structures the stuff for you right off the bat. So you don't have to do a lot of work by yourself. Okay, so we got our base HTML. Now we gotta map some URL stuff to it, and then we'll be good. So under this thing called my app, I will create a new Python file. It's gonna be called URLs. Okay, so you should have 2 URLs. You should have one URLs under CodeDaddy's list, and you should have one URLs.py under my app. Okay. Let me go to our URLs in the test app, or sorry, the my app version of this. Yep. Okay, URLs. Cool. So basically all this is saying is if somebody goes to the home page, just route the view to the home view. Okay, so if somebody goes to a path that's empty, so for example, this means like cleverprogrammer.com, that's it, not cleverprogrammer.com/something. This just means cleverprogrammer.com. So if somebody's going to just cleverprogrammer.com, well then what I want you to do is go to this view that does this stuff. Okay, so that's kind of all we're doing here. So I'm gonna copy this, and then we're gonna paste it here. We're gonna say from import view, so we can have our views, and then I'm gonna say from Django.urls import path. Okay. All right, and then we want to do URL patterns. URL patterns is equal to there. So this should be looking good. And then what is in URLs here? Kind of like some similar stuff. Include my app.urls. Okay, admin site. Cool. So this is another important one. We'll add that one right about now.
You following along, Frankie? Do you know any
just,
Django at all?
Just the second one, no.
You know
I don't.
zero Django,
I know
right?
Zero Django.
Do you know the idea?
Oh,
though?
that one is there
Do you know how to create,
already.
like a website, like
I-
all the different parts of a website.
What were you saying right now?
Yeah, I was saying I didn't understand the admin part of it. Like, you were calling what of the admin? Like admin, what's it called?
So yeah,
Permissions or?
so I'll show you with the admin I'll show you. Django comes with a built-in admin.
I see.
Okay, so
Oh, okay.
So I'll show you what that means in just a second. So we're gonna do Python manage.py create super user. Oh wait, hold on. Python manage.py make migrations. Python manage.py migrate. Cool. So now that we have migrated, now let's create. So this is the initial migration, right? You see 0001 underscore initial.
Mm-hmm.
So now we should have this thing called migrations over here. Now we can create a super user. I will call the username admin, email address, this, and then admin again. Sure. Cool. So now if I go run server and I go back here and I go boom and I go /admin, you'll see it takes us to an admin. And if I log in, it takes us inside on the back end. And if I go users, there's one user that we just created called admin.
Dope.
But we don't really have anything else.
What's up with this database? Like, what's running this database or what? Like, how is it saving and storing all of this data?
This kind of comes built in with the Python Django built-in stuff. This is what I like about it.
This is pretty cool.
Now, if I go to models, right, and I build like a basic thing. So what is it? Class models.model. Okay, so we'll create like something called search, and we'll do models.model. And okay, and basically we'll copy these two lines. Whoops. Okay, so basically all I did is I'm like, hey, so I'm going to create a database I'm going to create a model called search. And then I want you to call one of the fields in there like search, and I can even call it like search field, but let's just say search. And I'm saying make all search takes in. So search, imagine, is like that bar right there. Mm-hmm. So all it does is it just takes in like some input. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's it. And then we should have like one that like timestamps when it was created. Okay, so I'll go here. We'll grab this one and I'll paste it here. Okay. So now whenever you add new stuff to the database, what you want to do is you want to make sure that you migrate it to the Python database. Otherwise, it doesn't get stored. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Python manage make migrations. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to do, so you see, create new model created.
That creates the migration object thing you filed.
Yep.
And then you actually make it.
Now the migration is done, right? So we're going to go run server like that. I'll hit refresh. Oh, okay. So now we're going to go to, you see admin py, right? Mm-hmm. From import models. And then I'm going to say, it's something like admin.register import models.search, something like that. Hold on, how is this written? Admin.site.register, and then from .models import search. Yeah. Okay, so now when I go here and refresh, models is not defined. Literally, it's right here. Oh, my bad. So the server stopped running. Let's run it again. So now you see it says my app is here because I integrated it into the admin interface. So we don't have to create an interface for it if we don't want to. We can just use Django's like built-in.
But an interface for what? For your app?
Yeah, so it's like showing us that database that we created of searches. So now whatever you search, it'll get stored in here.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yep. So it's just kind of getting stored in there automatically. And you see how it says searches like that, which is kind of wrong. Because if it has multiple searches, it'll say like that. Because what it's trying to do is just trying to put an S in front of it.
Oh, okay.
So for certain things, it won't work. Like for search, it searches with the ES. So then there's a little trick we can do, which is called, we go here, we click class meta. And then in class meta, you want to do, what is it? Verbose name plural. And then you just say searches like this. Go back. It's going to be searches.
So models is kind of like a method they're methods or what? Like they're kind of like static methods that you can use from
Models in Django, you mean?
Databases. It models are like what's in your database.
Yeah, you can like
Think of it
structure
like
your
an
data.
Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this searches that I just put here, it's a column in an Excel spreadsheet called searches.
Oh, okay. I see.
It's
So
this is
you're literally
actually
populating the.
this is a really good thing that you just brought up. So we can actually show it visually. Right, so we can actually model our database. Code daddy's list database, right? Searches. And then what was the other field we put in there? You remember? Search and what else?
Created.
Yep. So there are two things that go in there. So this sheet is going to be called like search. So this is like the search database. And it contains searches and it contains when it was created, right? So for example, a search might be like ping pong. And then it'll store and say like it was created on August 7th, 2019 and
a time
then the
stamp or
specific time, right? Whatever time
something, down to the second.
down to the nanosecond, like it goes crazy.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah. So that's how you do searches and you got created and every time somebody like makes a query, it'll get stored in. Okay. Few things. When I add in something here, blah blah, and if I hit enter, you see it says search.
Added successfully.
So I go here and searches. It says search object 1. You click into it and then it tells you what that object contains, right?
Oh wow.
It even has these breadcrumbs, like searches. And then when I click into this, it goes deeper. Search object, like right there. So these are called breadcrumbs. So what we want to do is we don't like where it says search object. We want it to just show us what that is
Direct and search.
in English.
You kind of like skip a director or something.
Yeah, so I'm going to do this and I'm going to say return what was it? Dot format self dot search. Okay, let's see if that does the trick. There we go. Okay. So I'm just saying whatever the search was created, like return the search field of it, and then it goes, okay, got you.
Oh, you're returning the string of
Yep.
the search.
Yep.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Instead of the actual where it was contained.
Yep. Instead of like it saying some weird thing like object. How's the chat going, bro? Like keep me up. Tell me what's going on. Is anybody asking questions? Like what's happening?
What language is required to be a web developer? Python and Django is enough.
Yeah, I just want to know general like.
Yeah, there's not too much. I've been
Okay.
answering the small ones.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, nothing's going on, chat. Okay,
Not really.
cool. So this, okay, so this is what's creating that string now. That is looking good. The next thing we want to do is let's add. Wait, what should we do on the next thing? Oh yeah, let's render the front end now, like the basic template that we made. Remember we made the base, this thing. So let's render this. So now it should render testing to see if this works. So we'll go to views. It's saying it's gonna render it. And then our URLs are looking pretty good. So let's give it a try now. Nope, that's not working. Views. I want to do include. And then how do you... Yeah, so I want to say something like this. From my app import views. And then I want to say if the path is this, then I want you to include the URLs from my app.urls like that. I think that should work. There you go. So we're saying if the path is like empty, just refer to the URL mapping that I did in my app /urls.py. So now anytime I go to this, so here's how it works, right? When I go to this empty thing, it goes to this view and it goes, oh, the path matched is empty. So then run the home function from views. So now let's go to home, and home says render the base HTML, and base HTML is this. Okay. So that's how would I, if I had to draw it?
You gonna draw it on the whiteboard?
Yeah, I think so.
It's pretty simple, really. I mean, you just basically like the very basic idea of a web framework is just you specify your URLs,
Right.
and then specify your model, your data first, like what kind of data you want and how it's gonna be, and then you have your URLs, and then
Right.
the URLs just go to some code, and that
Yep.
code renders some front end stuff like HTML, JavaScript, CSS, whatever you need.
Yeah.
So URL to code to front
Yeah.
end code.
So basically like URL to code, and then something happens, and then front end.
Yep, and that code calls the front end code, which like displays some HTML. But like you can like,
Right.
oh, you go to this URL, run this code, do this stuff, call these libraries, and then display all this stuff.
Yep.
And then that's really it. You're
Cool.
just like a website just consists of a bunch of URLs, right? So it kind of makes sense.
Okay.
Just start there.
So now this is rendering. That's pretty good. Okay. What other functionality should we add now? Let's compare to this. Should we add more of the front end?
Yeah, let's start with that. You started with your to-do list app.
Okay, so let's start with the front end, right?
The
Cool.
to-do list app stuff.
There is no to-do list app. There's no to-do
Scratch
list
this
app.
time?
It's just Craigslist app. There's no to-do list app.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're pretty much going to be doing it. So now we're going to just build out the front end of this app. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so you're going to need a static folder, okay, which contains your CSS. And then you're going to need some front end stuff in your index and in your search. All right, so let's create our static folder now. And we're going to have this style sheet in there. And your static, if you notice, it has to be created at your root directory, okay? So we're going to create static for ourselves in that root directory. Like that. And inside of the static, we'll add another directory we'll call CSS. And then inside of here, we'll have a style sheet, and it's going to be called style. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and steal my style sheet, because otherwise this tutorial will literally take 20 days. Okay. I'll explain some of this stuff. But yeah, other stuff is actually not that necessary for you to know. There's actually, you don't even have to do a lot. You actually can pretty much leave your style sheet empty as of now. Okay? Like, I'll actually say for now, you could, if you're following this tutorial, you kind of leave your app style sheet empty. So as we're building it, I'm just going to leave it empty as of now. Oh, and then one thing, always kind of do this, always like sync your project with GitHub. So I'm just going to do it. You can follow along. You don't have to like do everything, but you should do some of it, okay? So I'm going to create a git ignore file first. This is important. git ignore. I'll add an idea in here so it removes any JetBrains stuff, and then I'll write Python, and then I will hit generate. So now it won't add any like dumb stuff to my Git. I'll go create a GitHub repository. Repository, new, and what should we call it? Code Daddy's list. Like that. Cool. I'll initialize this repository with the README, and we'll do create. Cool. Now I will go like that. I'll say git remote first I gotta do git init. Huh. What the hell? That's weird. I had Xcode.
An update or something?
Okay, this is super annoying. If you keep tapping enter really fast and then it asks for a yes or no, and if you miss it, then you gotta start all over again. This is fun.
If you get all the way to the end with the spaces, then it kicks you out.
Yeah, because it knows you were trying to skip it fast. So you have to hit enter. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so if you're watching this in replay, just skip this part probably. Fuck. There goes my monetization.
There we go.
Type print to print anything else. By typing agree, you are agreeing. Great, agreed. Okay, get in it. There we go. See how easy that was? If your Git doesn't look that cool like mine does, it's because you're on the poor version. You have to get ZSH. ZSH is free, so you can get ZSH. But if you're on Windows, you're going to not be able to get it, which most of you are. So Windows command line sucks. It's pure garbage. Throw your Windows laptop out. Get a fucking Mac.
I think they now updated it.
You're going to have so much. No, it still sucks.
Really?
It's garbage.
Sucks by
Pure
default.
garbage. Unless you're a professional developer, even then it's going to give you a lot of pain. So just throw your Windows computer out. Make your life easier. Or learn how to use Vagrant, and then you'll be in a much better position, okay? Learn Vagrant. It'll help you. But in between answer, use Baboon. Like, get a good command line for Windows, and then you have a chance, okay? Otherwise, every tutorial you're going to try to follow, you're going to have so much trouble, you're not going to be able to follow it. So that's why I say that. All right, let's continue. So we did git init, and now we want to make sure that, let's see what's happening here. Okay, so .idea should actually be ignored. Like, this should be being ignored. So now I'm going to try again. Yeah, now the idea isn't showing up. Now only the good stuff is showing up. Great. So I'm going to do git add dot git commit initial commit. And then we will do git pull or git remote add origin, and I will paste the URL. Here's the URL. Okay, so now if I do git remote dash v, you will see that the repository is linked, the one that we just created, remember? So now it's linked. Right now it's empty, right? Once I push the code, all of my code should be here. That's in the Code Daddy's list right now. Dude, this is so annoying. Stop showing me this stupid error. Okay. Git add. Nothing is being blocked, right? Oh, dude. Aren't commands being kind of blocked?
Yeah, I guess they are on the bottom right a bit. Yeah.
Should I make-
Can we move this on OBS like a little bit up or?
Or make it smaller, maybe?
Yeah. Do we know how to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, we should have done that from the beginning then.
There.
Dope.
Make sure it still looks good whenever. Okay, git. So that's looking good. Now what we want to do is git push, git pull origin master.
Still probably getting blocked there.
Refusing to merge unrelated histories. Okay, how about git push? Because it's giving me a problem with basically this readme.md, which is almost empty. So I can literally go and delete this. I don't need this right now. Okay. Git push origin master. Git push. I'll force the issue. Git push force origin master. And now when I refresh, all of my code should be here, just like that. Now I'll create a readme as well. And all it'll say is this is a, let's do that because it's a markdown file. This is a Craigslist clone called Code Daddy's List. Okay. Now we'll add it. Say add readme, git push origin master. So now when I refresh this, you will see the readme file get rendered here soon. There it is. It says this is a Craigslist clone called Code Daddy's List. Okay, I don't know why I didn't register it as markdown, but whatever, I don't care. All right. So let's go back to what we were building. What part should we add now, Frankie? You tell me.
So we said just front end things, right? All right. Maybe the banner on the top, or maybe we can start getting images.
So start with the banner?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start with the banner.
Did you shift something over, dude? There's like a black bar at the bottom. That's blocking all the commands. I don't know if that was there before.
Huh.
There's like a black bar at the bottom, so like it doesn't matter what happens to the webcam, but it's blocking all the commands that you're typing in because it's always popping up on the bottom line. Yeah.
Even if you go full screen.
I don't know if it's
I don't know what Aaron's talking about, dude. This is YouTube.
Yeah.
This is how it looks on YouTube always.
There's a little black bar at the bottom there.
Dude, there's no
Yeah,
black
it's
bar.
not there.
We got
You know what I'm talking
I never
about,
use
right?
full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the scale of the thing.
Okay. All
We're
right.
good, we're good.
Cool. So let's add this nav bar, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Where do we go?
So what's better in your opinion? So, like, because we do add min and max values, all of these things, right? We add them to the search. Is it easy? Like, what do you like, preferably yourself, to do all of these things, all these methods and callbacks that get the min and max value, or actually start doing the visual stuff first? Because you know sometimes you start doing all the functionalities and then you get wrapped up in that, and then you get a little bit confused when adding the visual parts of it.
Right.
Like, what do you do?
I personally...
Something's still getting cut off, yo. Look, it's cutting off right there on the screen. So it's blocking all the commands. I don't know what's going on.
By all the...
Yeah. See, it's cutting off like right on that word. It's getting cut off like right up here.
Right, I know why. Because we have it zoomed in on OBS.
Yeah, let's zoom out then.
So what I can do is just move the screen.
Oh, because they don't need the top. They don't need the top menu bar, do they?
Oh yeah, a lot of the
Yeah,
bottom
there we
is
go.
getting cut out.
That's
A
what I
lot.
thought. But the black bar is still there.
Now it should be better.
Should be.
No, now it's gonna be completely better.
Yeah.
You'll see.
Yeah, it'll come up in like a few seconds.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, that's a good question. My answer to that, to be honest, and you might have to come here a little bit because now we're right.
Yeah,
You're not gonna. You're not. You're gonna cut off.
Okay.
So my answer to that is, I generally like to do the back end stuff first. I hate the front end because, like, okay, think about this, right? On front end, you're putting like a pretty button and then you're trying to change colors for like 8 hours.
Yeah, true.
Right? Like you're not making that much actual progress. Whereas on the back end, you're like actually making all the progress. Like that's where all the functionality. So I like to just do the back end and then front end, like you can do it anytime. That's like the easy part.
And then start
That's not real
tweaking
development.
it or whatever.
Front end developers are gonna get triggered.
Yeah, I don't care. There should. That's easy work. Okay, so I'll just hire out front end developer.
Frankie,
From
you want a
Upwork.
job?
Sounds fun.
Okay, so we got. So let's build out but I want to build like the front end so people can see it.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's watching it because they'll find it cool. So let's build out like basic front end functionality here. All right. So in our base.html, what we want to add is the materialized theme. Okay, so I'm gonna add that in. Okay, so I'm gonna basically copy a lot of this code. Like you need static files, you need load static. So that stuff just does some basic stuff. I'll go here.
That stuff just does some basic stuff. Got it.
Yep. We're gonna call it Code Daddy's list. Okay. So a lot of these commands kind of just like come. These are boilerplates. I am here. I'm linking to my style sheet, which is here. Here I'm adding materialize CSS. So materialize is pretty cool. Materialize. Okay, materialize.css. So when you do get started, it'll tell you the CDN code that you need to write, okay? The CDN code is this code right here. Okay.
You know what materialize does? Frankie?
Kazi said it was like the CSS of.
This is what gives the style.
I see.
Yeah, it's
The
like
color and,
there's some like pre-coded boilerplate styles you can use in there.
You see how it looks like this? Ugly as fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, once you have it styled, the materialize, it won't look like this anymore. You can add cooler stuff. And you don't have to build things from scratch. You know, I hate building things
It's
from
like
scratch.
a library of CSS type of thing.
Right. It's just
Yep,
like
that's
somebody
all it is.
spent a lot of time writing CSS and like stored it as a library and
We
then
can all
made
use it.
functions and stuff like easier for you to call.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's one of the big problems beginners have, that they try to code everything from scratch.
Yep.
And they don't
Yeah.
use libraries.
Like,
Yep.
Damn.
Oh, not just
long it
beginners,
takes-
dude. A lot
Oh,
of
yeah, true.
developers do this shit. Like
even
I've
us, yeah, like CSS, like how long does it take to remember all the little syntax, and if you're off by one little space and this and that, and then you have to remember like the arbitrary name of the field, and then it's like, oh, was it character size or
You
character,
Google your life away that way.
or
Yeah.
character hyphen size, or was it character dot size or character space size? Like what? Or like you waste all this time for nothing, and
Yep.
then it's just useless.
ginger
Wasted
beer,
time.
by the way, guys.
Yeah. Plus, there's like five ways of doing the same thing, so it's like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah,
Especially on CSS.
It's the stupidest thing. I think this is why most developers are not actually good, even when they're good, because they're doing stuff.
Yeah.
Like I built better apps than some of my like mentors who I was paying, and they had 35 years of experience in coding, and they were fast as fuck. They were amazing, but the reason why I built better things is I just used libraries. Like
Yeah.
I just used better resources.
Better
Whereas
tools.
they kind of got off on the fact that they could build it from scratch and like write the algorithm for the CSS, and I'm
Like
like,
it feels smart, yeah.
or just use Flexbox. You know,
Yeah.
you could get a PhD degree in math and like figuring out how the you know,
Yeah.
remember we were talking about how the
Yeah.
sizing works of the images, or you just use Flexbox.
Yeah,
and
just
it
use
just
these
makes it.
libraries because then it actually allows you to be like,
I never use don't use your brain when you're coding. Like unless you absolutely have to. Like copy paste, Stack Overflow it, like literally
Stack Overflow hose.
Obviously, you know, there's a joke. It says there is like beginners copy paste or something like that, and then they're like pros know what to copy paste and where to paste it. You know what to copy and where to paste it.
I see.
So you still have to be smart in like where you're copy pasting it and how it's working. But I don't use my brain power until it's a new problem I'm solving. I don't like to use my brain power for just random stuff. So like all of this stuff, like this, what we're gonna be building right now, most of it is like, okay, I have a design in mind that kind of looks pretty, and I just want to move on, follow it, and then move on. And then where I really want to think and problem solve is where there are unique things. Like the web scraping part, you actually problem solve. Outside of that, you don't need to keep problem solve everything from scratch. So there we have it. These are our style sheets that we're going to be needing for this. Let's just run server for now and see what's happening.
Oh, real quick, one guy is
So
asking,
style sheet's working.
One guy's asking, how long does it take to land your first client as a web developer if you just start today? How fast did you do it?
I did it. I got my first client in 3 months.
3 months. Yeah, 3 months. But you were busting your ass off.
Yeah. So for normal people, you have to do like 10 hours of coding every day for 6 months, and maybe you'll get a client. I just did 15 to 18 hours a day for every day.
Every day
for a
for
really
3
long
months.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that helped me improve a lot faster, like.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's move on to the next portion. What's the portion we should move on to now? All right. Add in the bar, right? Okay, cool. Let's add in that nav bar. So luckily, the nav bar code kind of comes with this app. I'm just going to copy paste it from here. This is the nav bar code.
It's just a nav tag.
So
Thanks,
there's a
HTML.
container class and then a nav wrapper class. Okay, so these are 2 classes we're using. And then what this is saying is that write code daddy's list. The URL, the link is just home. The link is root.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. On mobile, move it right, and then just write home on the right hand side, and then the link should just take you to the home root. Cool.
Isn't that a little bit of JavaScript? Or is that just
HTML.
That's HTML?
Yep.
The href.
Yep. All HTML.
Oh, I see.
So there it is. When I click it, it takes me to the home page. Click it.
Click home. Takes
The
you-
reason why I added container here, guys, is because, whoops. If I remove this, right, I have it like this. When it's not in a container, you see how it's just wide. Container just contains everything. You want to put everything in a container because you want to be able to manage it later.
So it's more interactive that way? Like it makes it interactive?
Well, it's still interactive. It's not that it's not interactive. You can
As in,
still
like
click
the
it.
size of the window or no?
It's just all a container does is like, this is the container. And now everything that goes will go within here.
Yeah,
Like,
so you can be like, oh, I want this
like
container
from
to be a little
here.
bit wider. I want this container.
yeah,
to,
you could make the container wider
Yeah,
too.
you can like, if everything's in a container, you have control over that container. You don't have control over like this, like every single screen and whatnot.
Yep.
Are we gonna upload the source code of this app on GitHub? It's already up there, right? We're gonna make it public.
Well,
Like,
you,
clone it or
okay. So guys, here's the if you can't wait for the source code, here's the one that's already up there. So if you go to Craigslist scraper, it's here. But this one you're gonna have trouble making it work. But yeah, go ahead and use this one if you want. If you can't wait, this is the link. Just look at the link in the URL up there. That should be fine. Okay.
he's probably listening. He heard it.
But just wait for us to make this one that we're working on right now, because that's gonna be the clean one. Wait, somebody already started? Oh shit! Stewart is on it.
Muyombi.
Uganda. Hello, man.
Uganda.
Okay, cool. So we got this. Now what we want to do is we want to add. You want to add search bars and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're gonna add search bars and stuff like that. Okay. So you got a container. Okay. we got this container right here. This container should really be just all the, so like this code should actually be better. The container should just be at the top right there. And then everything else should just be underneath it. And then this should just not have the container like this. So basically the change we're going to make to our app right now is we're just going to remove this container. And we're going to add one container right here. Okay. Whoops. Like that. Okay. Let's just double check this is working. Oh. That does not look like it's working. Bad idea. Let's add this container here anyway. And we're probably going to have to remove this container at the top. Yep. Boom. Let's remove that for now. Boom. There we go. Back to where we were, guys. Okay. So there we go. Now okay, so I'm gonna copy paste this part and then I'll explain it as I go. Okay, what we're trying to do here is I'll put 1 just so you can get the idea. Okay, so I wanted to write, what do you want to search for on CodeDaddy's list? We don't need that line that says testing to see if this works. We're gonna need, we have body right there, we have body ending here. Why is this complaining? Stop complaining. What does it say? Element div is not closed. Okay. There we go. Cool, refresh. Okay, that's gone. So all we've done is we've added this and then we've added this, okay? Now for this, what we're using is something called Flexbox. Flexbox allows you to add images where they don't get like, here, we'll go to CodePen.io on our Flexbox. Just so you guys can see the demo of how Flexbox works. You see how it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but here's what's cool about Flexbox. Watch, when I close it up, it's like automatically changing its size. Automatically. And when I close it more, automatically it's figuring it out on a mobile device. And it's keeping each thing equally separated automatically. So instead of having to do some complex math, Flexbox just makes it super easy.
Yeah, like literally coding this yourself would probably take days and weeks to get it all correct.
Right.
So just use it. Kazi. Daddy 1, Daddy 2, Daddy 3.
Okay. So there you have it, right? And now when we're doing this, it's automatically changing. Everything is working. Now what would happen normally here is like these will be images or whatever. So if you're having images, you want them to be in a Flexbox, contained, not super messy all over the place. Because if we don't have any styling and we start adding images and...
So Flex is a container. Flexbot is a container?
Yeah, it's kind of like a container, yeah. It
Yeah.
contains and then it makes it just... It understands how bullet points work and images work and things like that.
Yeah.
So let's get out of there. So that's why we're using Flexbox, okay? So what I've done here is this part right here, right, where it says div class row. So for Flexbox, what you need is you always need one... Everything that's like in a row here, this is one row. Then you can have another row, so then the second row will be like below this one. Okay?
Whoa. Doesn't need much code on.
Yeah, so we have one row, And then in that row, you want to put like what's the size of the thing that you want. So you could have like S4 or you could do S12 and that'll change the size. So if I go here, it'll change the size of it. Or if I go 4, it'll know what to do. Okay. So like if you keep changing the size of it, you could have like 10 images in one row. Or if you change the size of it, you could have only 2 images in a row because each image is going to be huge.
Oh, I see.
See what I'm saying?
To the number that you're.
Right. So you want to make the column based on that, right? So I chose S4. What's happening over here is the following. This is what I did. So I wanted to get this. I want to get this icon. Okay. Well, how do I actually get this icon? So when I go on, they're gonna
Probably get the URL of it or something.
components, icons. Okay, icons. Cool. So it's like, yeah, I'm like, how do I get these icons, right? If I go to lightning, or it's called flash_on.
Wow, these guys have their own pictograms, dude. Wow,
Yep.
that's insane.
And when I do inspect here, it kind of shows like what they did to bring it. So they did material icons, medium icon demo.
Insane.
Right?
Pictograms are so important in design, like hugely. I remember in my design class, we had to just Google search so many pictograms, like oh this for that, this for that.
Yeah.
It's crazy that this already has it.
They just have the pictograms / like icons like built in, and you can just use them. So for example, I can just pop this icon in, go to the code and hit refresh, and like it's there, right? So that's the really cool thing about it, which is awesome. You can just use, but these are materialized icons, so I don't even have to do anything extra. I don't have to go to like there's this website for icons for front end. You don't have to go there. You just get them from here. And then what I did is I gave that icon a color. So I gave it the specific color. That's why it looks like this
Instead of black.
instead of black, right? And then it's called flash on. Okay, and then I wrote some copy, Craigslist web scraper, and then I wrote some more copy right underneath it that says scrape away right here with the beautiful GUI. Cool. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna copy one more guy from my app that I created earlier. Okay. Filter your searches. We built in functionality, filter based on pricing. And then I'm going to copy one more guy.
Oh, you might want to. Oh, that's not that bad actually. You can kind of see everything. It's getting cut off a tiny bit, but you can still see all the code.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, just please make sure that it's
If
good.
you zoom out a little bit, it'd be better, but they can still see everything.
Just make sure it's good. If it's not good, then let me know.
All right, then zoom out because like it's half of the top line's getting chopped off.
But I'm not coding there, right? So it's
Barely.
okay.
Yeah. So that you can see the GoDaddy's list directory, and that's where it cuts off. So it
Yeah,
should
but
be
I'm
fine.
not touching most stuff up there, so it's okay. I'm fine. Because otherwise, I would have. I can't zoom out any more of the screen. So something has to give. Like the bottom has to give, or the top has to give, and I realize bottom is more important most of the times. Okay, so we got. So I added all of those in. Now let's refresh. We got all the icons and everything. Cool. So now what we need is the search bar. Okay. Another thing you want to do, guys, is the following. We also need this script, by the way. And right before body tag, right? Cool.
Materialized script.
Yep, and then we want to put everything in a container starting from here. So I'm going to go here and I'll say div, say class equals container. Boom. paste, boom, there we go. Okay. All right. And now what I want to do is I want to turn base.html into something we can keep using in all our other templates. So we want to create like a base.html, and then we want to be able to just use it everywhere. So we're going to create this thing called block content and end block content. So we don't have to, it's according to like the dry principle. Do not repeat yourself. There. Okay. So I'm going to go in templates. We will create another directory. It should be called my app, I guess. And then inside this directory, we'll create a HTML file, and it'll be called new search.html.
So every time you search something, it's going to open up the base HTML.
Base HTML is going to be the home page.
And then you're going to
And then if you create a new search, then the new search page is going to
open it up there.
yeah, open up somewhere else. Yep. But because even the new search page should inherit a lot from base HTML, we're gonna do something in a little bit. Okay. So we have the new search.html. Now we want to be able to create a view for it, so then we can actually go to it at some point. So you see how the container brought everything in? Yep. That was why we did it. Okay. So let's go to views. Define, what did we call it in this app? New search. Search. So request. And then we'll say return. Okay. And we'll say my app / new search. Okay, now we just need to create a URL for it. I'm gonna go here and I'll say if anybody goes to new search, like this,
So dope.
this,
Yes.
yeah, you're getting it, right?
Yeah.
Awesome, I love it. We're gonna say go to the new search function that we created, and we're gonna give it a name of new search. Okay. So now if I go to /new search, it's being rendered
A blank, a blank page, right?
blank.
Bulk.
Okay, let's refresh. It's all here. So what we want to do instead is we want to inherit from we want to extend base.html new search, and then outside of that we want to say new search. Okay, so now what you're gonna see something cool happen. Where the hell does it say new search? Oh, yep. We're gonna create we're gonna do start, or wait, what is it? Start block content or block content, like that, and then we're gonna say end block, and we're gonna put it in there.
That's the templating stuff, right?
And now
tend to forget
boom. Okay. So you know how in the base we said block, end block? So what's happening is it's inheriting everything from the base, and anything that goes in between here, it's added on. Right. So for example, if I show you the code, it's pretty much going to be the same code except for whatever is sandwiched in between block content and block content.
And that's where everything in the new search is going to appear to keep the base HTML template going.
Yep. So, okay, now if I do view page source, probably have to come more this way. If I go into page source, you see how the code is the same as base HTML?
Yeah.
Even the script part is here. The only thing that's new is this.
Oh.
That's because of this sandwich right here. Okay. Okay. So that is looking great. our new search template is working. But now what we want to do is we want to create like a form. So people should be able to type stuff in there and then hit submit on it. Action is where, once you submit that form, what URL it takes you to. So we want to do is like, how does it work? URL, new search. Like this.
Yeah, it gotta be a string.
Like that, I think. There. Okay. And then we got to have a method, and the method is going to be post. Okay. When you do forms, you want to do not get method, but post methods. We will have some input, and the input will say type text, and then we'll say name is search, and then we'll say value search, something like that. Actually, we just need placeholder, I think. Okay. So now search with the placeholder. You see the placeholder?
Yeah. So search is a placeholder. I see.
Yep. I don't need this guy anymore. I can just have this. But now we need a button. Okay. So we are going to do input, type submit. Okay. And then we'll give it a name of submit. There. So CSRF verification failed. All that means is we just need to add a CSRF token in Django security feature, and then as soon as you add it, this should go away. Okay, hold on, let's try again.
That's it? You don't have to add a functionality to the button?
What the hell? CSRF token is missing. Interesting.
Did you type it correctly? It's lowercase with an underscore, right? Okay.
CSRF or CSRF, yeah, CSRF token. Hold on, what? Templates, new search.
Yeah. Huh. CSRF token.
Content.
Is it supposed to be inside, is it supposed to be inside the form?
That's what I had earlier.
And it still didn't work. Weird.
Oh, maybe I just need to like start the server again.
Yeah, that might be it.
There, it's fixed. So now it's sending. Okay, now it's sending the actual post request. I think what you can do is like you can go inspect, and you can go in network, and I think if I hit submit, it shows you new search, like what was submitted, preview. You can do headers, and it says it was a post request. 200, it got sent correctly. Like if I change it to a get request and I hit it, you know, and I click it, it'll show me like preview what it was. It shows me what it was, and then it says I'll probably have to refresh it or something, but whatever. But you get the idea, right? Request, remote address, and then it tells me all this other information with it. Like if I did hello and I hit enter, then you'll see not only will I get this, but I'm sure that I will also get the value that was in that field search.
Okay.
So I wrote hello, right?
Yeah.
I just got access to that hello.
What's it? I see. Wow.
So that's how you will pull this data out.
So by just putting a button on the actual form, by default, if you Like, did you actually put the method to submit it, or you can just choose it to submit it?
Yep, you just choose it to submit it, and HTML comes built in with that
But in
functionality.
Android, it's so hard to make it.
Oh, dude.
You have to literally call.
Because Android sucks.
Yeah, you have to literally call that method
Just kidding.
from the Java class, from your Java classes that you made. You know,
Yeah, we know.
it's insane.
Android sucks.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Dick. That's what I
it's pretty complex.
Damn, that's painful, dude.
That's why Flutter exists.
Oh, we got to do some Flutter stuff too at some point.
Yeah, what do you guys think about that?
Okay, so we got this. We're just gonna keep search functionality for now. What does this look like? Okay, it's got a container, right? So that's probably why it looks like that. So our base HTML, there's a container here, and then it ends right here. So I'm gonna end the container here. That way everything is wrapped inside of that container. There you go. Looks better now. Okay. So we have the search functionality. We have the ugly submit button. I'm sure we can get a better, prettier button. Let's look. Oh my God, these look juicy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's use these. Fuck the one we were using.
Yeah, just use the top one.
The cloud with the cloud.
Oh, you wanna oh, there we go. Yeah, the airplane's actually pretty cool. Yeah, like Craigslist. Like, throw it. Thanks, Materialize.
Yeah, it is. Nice.
Dang.
Even goes with the color
Yeah.
palette.
Let's just make sure that it's working as expected. Let's go network, hit this, new search, post. Oh, wait.
Fifi.
Ah, there we go, Fifi.
Cool.
Cool, got it. Man, that's nice. Send. What if I did
Send it.
flash on? Would that work?
Hey. Nice.
I like that.
Embedding,
Wow.
embedding the little icons.
That's
yeah.
insane.
See? Because like
Yeah.
within the button, you can like add stuff because the button is like a container itself. It's like a little container.
How cool.
That's what it is. It's just a box, so you can put whatever you want inside.
Love that. Okay. So that's great. What else do we need? Oh man, I love this. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Damn.
What's happening here? Kazi, man, you the man. Yeah, it'll be recorded.
Yeah, I've already answered that.
Guys, just do me a favor, guys. Our YouTube is fucking dying for some reason. I don't know what's happening. It's sad as shit. Like, here, I'm gonna pull up some Social Blade. I don't know what the hell is happening, guys. Like, we're producing more content than we've ever had, and YouTube is about to die. Look at this. I have zero idea why. We're producing so much content. Just so if you could just do us a favor, please give it a like or share it or something. But like, we really need your help because YouTube is just choking us. We're producing original content. We're working our ass off to make really good content for you guys, but YouTube just keeps choking us. So if you could just like it and then share it, that'd be awesome. Let's continue making this fucking app. I'm pumped.
It's fucking app.
Okay. Materialize have any nicer search functionalities or whatever?
Like a search box, I think.
Yeah. Or it's fine, I guess.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Unless it was like a little bit shorter, maybe.
Yeah, it's not bad, right?
Yeah.
It's fine. Preloader, what the hell's preloader? Ooh, when it's
Ooh, for when it's searching. That's pretty cool.
yeah, but then how do I stop it?
When the result is found.
Yeah, but how?
Uh,
I'll have to think about it. Okay, guys, but let's just focus on what we were working on. What's collections? That looks fun. Components and buttons. All right, so we have a good looking front end over here. Somebody just said they liked it right now. Thank you so much. Appreciate your face. Appreciate you in the face.
Europe and Africa,
buddy.
No. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that was great.
Very informative.
Okay, so now we got this form button. Now what we need to do is when somebody types in, should we just now get to the part where somebody types in, spits back some kind of result or something?
Yeah, we should do that. So we got to start pumping it in the Craigslist, right?
Okay, so let's create the front end for it too. We'll just do the front end part right now. So let's go to, how did we, okay. All right, so let's go into views and what we're gonna, oh, whoops, wrong views. Views. What we'll do is we'll just pull data out of the search bar for now. So whatever you put in the search bar, let's pull that out.
Okay.
Okay. So what we'll do,
Begin with the test.
yeah, so we'll say new search is equal to, oh, let's not call it the function name because it could get pretty recursive up in
Yeah.
Okay.
Search term or something,
request.post.get.
New search, right? Oh no, just search. I think it was just search, right?
Yep. So what we're doing is we're pulling out what happens when I go like this.
Thank you, Frankie.
So we're going here and we're getting this. Okay.
Yeah, because we named it search.
So this is request because it's a request. And then we do dot post because it's a post request.
Yeah.
Fuck.
When you hit the button, right? It's a post request.
So it's a post request, right? That's why we do dot post and then we do dot get and then we're like search. Okay. This get is not to be confused with the post method and get method. This is get as in Python dictionary get because request.post returns a dictionary.
That's confusing. Request.post.get.
Yep. It confused me too until I just taught it. That's why I like teaching.
really?
Yes. Because you don't really like actually think about it.
No, well, I know for HTTP requests, it's always all caps. So when I see get, it's just get. When I see all caps, then I think HTML.
Yeah.
I mean HTTP.
Makes
requests.
sense. Okay.
But yeah, good point.
All right. So we're getting this. So I'll do print search just so we can see it in the console. If somebody types it in, I'll do this and submit. And few. Right? Python tutor, hit submit. Python tutor. So we're getting access to it. Now we're going to send this to our front end. Okay, so I call this variable stuff for front end.
Oh, wow.
I make it real easy. So we're going to call it, we're going to say search was the variable search. Okay. Later we're going to be adding more stuff to it. So let me just make the dictionary look like this. Okay. And then we're going to send this to our front end. So we'll say this is going to be our context dictionary. So I'm going to say stuff for front end. Then I'm going to go into new search and I'll just say that this form should be rendered in base. This should be getting rendered in base, I'm pretty sure. Because base needs to have the search functionality, you know, otherwise it's like silly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the original web page needs to have the search form in it.
Yep. And so now what we're gonna do is
where was it before? It was in new search.html?
yeah,
So like you could never get there without searching in the first place.
right. You would have to like hard code type in new search at the top, which won't make much sense. Okay, so we're gonna say what are we gonna say? Oh, yes. So we have access to that variable. So let's just print it out, search. And now when I go here and I hit refresh and if I go back to the home page and I go hello.
Prints it out there.
Yeah, it's like actually writing it in the HTML. So now what I'll do is I will add a H2 here, like this.
I'll do it.
I'll add another H2 right there.
Make it pretty.
And now it'll look big. And now what I'll do is style text align center. So now it's gonna be centered. And now another thing I want to do is if I'm writing like this or whatever, right? If I'm doing Python tutor, it looks silly, right? So what I want to do is pass it the filter called title. So then what that does is that no matter how you write it, it'll title it.
It just forces
So
capitalization
like
of the
Python
first letter of every word.
tutor, like that, right?
That's it.
I'll still do it. Okay.
Sexy.
Making it
So
pretty
this is why
even
it's
though
so
you don't want
jacked. This is why I like.
We're so fast, dude. Who's making apps this fast? Nobody.
it. Pretty apps, by the way.
Me 3 years ago. Broke. Who is web developer here? Oh, okay. Yokazi, since you like Python a lot, I'm gonna make it a YouTube.
1,000 playbacks.
Dang, nice.
Dude, if we hit 1,000 in the live stream every time playbacks, that's pretty good. It's really good. And then concurrent viewers, I guess we can solve this problem too at some point. Because if we just keep coding, people are just going to keep coming in.
Yep.
You know? Oh, I guess we could have told our Instagram to like swipe up or something. Who cares? All right, let's go. All right. All right. Tiny Rick.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
any
way
Rick and Morty
up
fans?
there.
Any Rick and Morty fans out there? Drop a comment.
Okay, so now what we're gonna be doing is I'm just gonna make a simple card for you guys right now, so you guys can get the idea of what we're about to do. Okay. A lot of this code, before you start freaking out and start panicking, this is coming from a little bit of here. Okay. What we wanted to do is we wanted to make, like, when we get the results back, we wanted to get them in like card format. So like the Craigslist picture could show up here, and then the text could show up right underneath it, and then the link could show up right underneath that. You know, that would look really, really cool.
I see.
That's kind of what we wanted to do.
So it's like a grid of cards type of thing.
Yeah, so that's kind of that's all we're gonna do right now. We're just gonna like add that grid of cards. That's it. Okay. Except nothing will be, all of these will be, you know, just right now we'll have it be like this. Okay. Say test. Everything will link just back to the home page for now, and then it'll be like test price. Okay. So if we go back, hit refresh. Oops. Okay. So we don't have an image. But if we were to add another one of these guys, and then another one of these guys, this is how it's looking right now, right? Well, that's because we don't have
Flexbox, right?
no, we don't have row yet.
Oh, row in the.
So we need a row above this. Class equals row. Okay. Okay, here we go.
So in rows, you don't have to specify, like in columns as for rows, you wouldn't have to do that.
What's up?
You know, in columns you use S4, so in rows you don't do that.
Hold on, let me just see what's happening right now. Something is awfully wrong. Okay, so div class card Card image, div class card content. Okay. So now this needs to end right there.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go. We're missing a closing tag.
For almost all of them, I think, right?
Probably.
There.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
There.
There we go.
So this is what it's gonna look like. We're pretty close. We can add some dummy images in. So let's just go get a puppy image. We'll go here. We'll grab this. I'm gonna do copy image address. So if I do paste, it should take me directly to it.
The URL. Didn't know that.
Directly
That's
the
pretty
URL.
jacked.
That's cool, right?
Copy image address. I was always like, oh, open image, a new tab.
I
copy,
used to do
paste
that
URL.
too. Yeah, I used to do that too.
Thanks, Chrome.
Yep. So we're gonna go here, paste it, and delete this. Then copy this, and then paste this and delete this. Go here, paste, enter. Okay.
Hey, puppy trafficking.
I'll do dog. We'll do puppy. So it looks like we actually searched it up, even though we didn't. Okay, now we actually need to add the real functionality. We've added the front end, and let's add functionality for the code, for the beautiful soup part of it now. So we're gonna go views. I'm gonna go right here and I'll say from Django, from BS4 import beautiful soup. So what's cool about PyCharm is it recognizes what the hell is giving me an error. So it's not even recognizing the module. So I can just hold option, hit enter, and it tells me, it's like, you want to install it. I'll be like, cool, install it.
PyCharm.
Okay, just got an error. That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Okay, no module name BS4. All right, so let's go GS. So I'm going to do pip install BS4. So clearly there's a module named BS4.
Beautiful soup.
Yep. I'm also going to need requests library. So I'm going to do import requests. And it doesn't know what it is. So I'm going to do install requests. Please don't give me errors. Okay, good. Installed. Okay. Great. So now we have a bunch of things installed. I'm going to create pip freeze requirements.txt. So I just created a requirements file right here that has all my dependencies that I just installed. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to just do git add. I'm going to do git commit, and I'll say add front end and requirements file, requirements. And then I'll do git push origin master. So now this code is here. You guys can go to this code at any time and, you know, see my requirements file that we just built. You guys can go and see the templates, what we're doing in here, base HTML, everything. Okay. Okay, making good progress so far, guys.
Beautiful. We're so generous.
Yeah. Okay, so let's add some beautiful soup functionality now. So I'll do, what was the URL for the Craigslist thing that we had in the other thing? Oh, don't actually need
It was
this.
like query or something. It had like triple letters and weird stuff. Yeah, just copy paste it.
Okay, so let's build it out, guys. So here's, okay, so if I go to homepage of Craigslist, this is what it looks like. If I type in Python tutor, it builds out this query. if I remove this from this ampersand argument,
Yeah,
it
that's
still works.
Yeah.
And if I actually remove, so this is like a really tricky part, but I'm making your life a lot easier. We're making your life a lot easier because we went through this pain. If I actually even remove this BBB part, and I just hit slash and I hit enter now, it still works. Okay. So that's the base URL we're actually going to use. Now, you're not going to use this losangeles.craigslist.org one. It's obviously going to be for you, whatever is local to you. Okay, from us, Los Angeles is local. So that's why by default, it's Los Angeles here. Okay, for you guys, it's not going to be that. So build it out how it would be for you. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call it like base URL or something. I'll paste it here. Base Craigslist URL, I guess I'll call it. And I'm going to remove the query because query can change at any time. So I'll do this. So then it's dynamically generated. Okay. And now we're going to do, what is it? Data is equal to request.get. What the hell is it?
Search, right? The search term?
We're not going to worry about min and max price right now.
It's search, right? Are you trying to get the...
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. I just want to get yeah, so we have to, I guess, build it out.
Oh, you already have search.
But right now, let's just do Python tutor. So let's go Python tutor and I'll hit enter. So let's just copy what we have here and paste it. And we'll call this response. Okay, then we'll have data is equal to response.text. And then I'm just going to do print data like so. Okay. And now let's go here. Let's hit refresh. Oh, because it's probably not request dot. Oh, it's requests dot get because we're using the library. So there. We got the HTML, CSS, as you guys can see here.
Cool. So it automatically updates your code. You don't have to be refreshing it every time.
So look at this, okay? You see where it says Ivy League tutor exclamation mark calculus algebra?
Doing the search already.
You see Ivy League tutor. See that? So it's finding it so we're getting that data right now.
Yeah.
Now,
it takes a search term and then it pops it into that URL that we did up here. It just pops it into the query, and then it goes to that URL, which is that Craigslist URL, and then it's just getting all the HTML from that page that has all the Python tutors, and it just dumps the HTML out. And then from there we can get all the
parse
data,
it.
and then we can go further into further links and stuff from that HTML because everything's listed there.
Oh man, it's so good to be a programmer, bro. Like, so crazy. Do people even know how to do this stuff?
Apparently, not.
All right. So so I hard coded this query, except now we're going to use the dynamic one that we have here. Okay, so we'll build it. Ooh. Okay. So I'll just call it final URL, I guess. And what it's going to be is it's going to be the base URL. And also, guys, this is kind of a cool thing, so you should get it too. It is
Quote plus.
Yeah, from request.compat import quote plus.
What does that do again? I forgot already.
From request.compat import quote plus. So what this actually does is if you write something like this,
Oh yeah, I remember. But keep explaining it.
it'll put automatically plus signs in there.
Yeah. So
Because-
that it turns it into a URL.
Because if I have this here, right, and I do Python tutor, you see how it like automatically puts a %20?
Yeah.
That's what you want, something to build at for you. So when we get it from the search term, like when somebody types in something like Python tutor here, you want this effectively to turn into %20.
Yeah.
And quote plus will automatically handle like all these cases for you.
Yeah. So don't manually go into the string and search for all spaces and then input a %20 because that's just silly and there's a lot more cases than that.
Right. So if I do print quote plus search, you'll see what happens. I'll unprint this. We'll do blah, 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 like that. Or wait, that wouldn't work. We'll do Python tutor on the loose.
Scroll. Zoop.
See that?
There you go.
Python tutor on the loose. And then there's like probably not dots, right? Because that's not part of.
Well, actually, I don't know how it would handle it. I'm curious.
So you see, so it's like turning it into something that'll work as a actual. You know what I mean? Like, look, right? It'll actually work. So that's the beauty of quote plus, and the final URL is going to be, we're just gonna do we can just use a join method. Okay, URL dot, oh yeah, so we're just gonna use string concatenation a little bit here, and I'm gonna say this comma oh yeah, this is gonna be base Craigslist dot format. Then I'm gonna do quote plus search. Okay, the print final URL. So now you're gonna see what it does. Are you on it already?
Yes. So the search
Will be that.
So it concatenates both the URL, the base URL link, and what you searched.
Yeah, that's what those little brackets. If you put in a string in Python, you have the
I
ability
did
to
not
put
know
everything
you
in there.
knew this much, bro. Get your ass over here.
Smarter than he looks.
You know, you're faster than him, and he wasn't picking this up as fast, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was also 18, so.
All right, so let's so now it's a clickable link. That's how accurate it is. Okay, so we're getting our final URL. So now to response, we don't need to send this. We just give response our final URL. Okay, then response will get that data, and then we can print it out.
Which is just HTML, and then we're free to scrape that data for the images, for the prices, the text, everything. Yep.
I see.
Yeah.
Crazy.
For every single
So
one.
when you scrape, is it like, do you actually have to import something else to scrape, or is it just like like you're looking for keywords and then like using the limiters to get out of to take off the things that you don't need? You know what I mean? Is it just
You kind of get the general idea. Yeah, Beautiful Soup. What it does is it just takes a fat web page of just raw HTML, and then it just creates an object, so you can go into HTML and just be like, oh, find this tag with this name. Boom, spit out the text. Find this image tag with this class name.
I see.
Boom, just print the image out. So like Beautiful Soup takes just a bunch of HTML in, and then you can dig through it using Beautiful Soup. You could do it by hand, but why would you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to like parse. You'd have to like parse the HTML. It's just like you just don't do it. Yeah.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, just don't Just don't do it.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it, Frankie.
Just don't do it.
It's like Nike, but better.
Yeah.
So one basic functionality of a database that I'll
It's like Nike, but better.
yeah. So basically, I'll add basic functionality of the database, so you can actually go like, oh, cool, we're using a database. So I'll say from import models, okay. And then we'll just do here, every time the new search happens, we'll do models.search.objects.create, and then we'll create it search is equal to search. Okay. So what it's
Okay.
so what it's doing is it's going to this models here.
Mm-hmm.
It's creating a search object
Okay.
where the argument is search, and this search is what's gonna be fed into that
So it
object.
creates an object of search.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
puts the search inside the column.
Yep, that's it. That's it. So now here's what's gonna happen, okay? If I do balloon, I'm gonna do puppy, I'm gonna do Frankie,
Okay.
and now when I go to 127./admin,
It's all
searches, all of it is here. So
sexy.
ta-da! The power of a database.
Yeah. And now you can do like autocomplete and stuff based on what most popular search is because you have all this data available to you. Almost 1200.
This is good stuff, man. I want to start streaming 24 hours a day.
While sleeping. Like literally nobody can keep up unless you're watching it 24 hours.
Oh man, we'll be creating one app a day
In the gym.
in the gym while we're at the gym. Okay. So yeah, that's looking good. Don't need this anymore. All right. Now what we need to do is we need to now start doing stuff with the data that we're actually getting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's see here. This, we inspect. We select this tool over here. Zoom in so everybody can see. This tool is called select an element in the page to inspect it. Please use Chrome. Never use Safari, everybody. Very important.
Aaron.
Click, hover, and it tells us that this is actually result title class. Okay. And
Ooh. That's why it's capitalized like that.
see that result title.
Mm-hmm.
So now, I have to first of all create a soup object. So I'm going to do soup is equal to beautiful soup. I'm going to feed it the data, and I will say features is equal to html.parser.
Yeah.
Cool.
All that's doing is just parsing the HTML data.
Yep.
Into this object called
Yeah.
soup.
A beautiful soup object, which kind of just like encapsulates all the HTML data into its tags. So it's like in a bunch of like nested parts in code though, instead of just a raw string of HTML. Yeah. It spits it into the HTML parser, and then it just creates a beautiful soup object
I see.
to easily access everything.
So I'll go soup.findAll, where it's an A tag, and then the class is actually result-title.
So A class is
A is
the link. Or
A is link.
Dope.
So I'm saying find all the links where the class is result title. So find all of that. And now I'll do print post titles. Okay. Let's go and go Python tutor. This is crazy. Like doing everything in first try now. It's like going fucking ham. Like making it look way too easy. That took us like 5 hours to figure out, bro.
Yeah, but now that we have the code to like help reference
Code and also just like
we've done it before.
Yeah, like I've solved this problem before because it took so freaking long to figure out the patterns. Because you gotta like study the patterns and like drilling down on that is like tricky.
And that was our first time using Materialize and everything, so like it took a lot of. So yeah, so we're not actually this good. Like the first time
No,
around.
we're pretty fucking good,
we
but
are,
like, but yeah.
The second time around,
But this is just like it's even faster now.
yeah, ludicrously fast.
Not as much Google now.
Yeah. So now what I can do is we're getting the title. So now what I'll do is I'll say print out the 0th one. Okay. So it's printing out only one of the items from that list. So what we're getting back is actually a list of tags. Okay. So I'm saying just print out one of them, the first one that you get. So you can see we're getting here result title. This is the data ID.
Link.
This is the link. Okay. Cool.
Yep. So we're trying to get the
So we know this is the title right here. Okay. How do we get it? Well, I think we can just do text because it's just a text.
Text just picks out everything between the tags.
There it is.
Yep.
Okay. Which is really where it says statistics, tutor, Excel, SPS data, or Python undergrad and grad level. That's that. Yep. So this is how we find all the titles. Then we'll do something similar to get, what else is there? So result title.
The link, right?
Well, the link is easy because I think we literally have access to the link. So, for example, if I undid this stuff and we...
Oh yeah, it's in the href, right? You can just call like .get href or something.
So yeah, we can do .get href like that. So if I refresh this and I go here, it's right there, so I can click it.
Ding ding.
It'll take me to that post.
Yeah, so we have access to the title and the link. Cool.
Yep. That's easy. So there's result info, which is another thing that we need. Because we need the info of... Okay, we also need access to the result row. Because...
Results row.
Yeah, result row.
What is that?
That's gonna have, I think, the images and stuff in there. Gallery empty. Okay, let's go here. Result. Okay. So we're gonna need result row. Okay, so I'm not gonna do a lot of the filtering crap because that's where it gets like really complex. And for this live stream, I just want to keep it like simpler because otherwise we're gonna be here till fucking 2 a.m. explaining what we did because it gets pretty involved. So we're gonna just make the simpler version of the app, and
Got it.
the final version you can get it from. Okay, so we also need access to the listings. Where else do we use it? Yeah. So we need access to the entire listing so then we can go through it and get result title and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, this is the most important part. Remember where we had to go through all of it at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
And that epiphany, we kind of understood it like a lot later, like hours and hours later. So, but just to put it in simple terms, when we're querying through this, we want to go through it like the entire thing at the same time. Hopefully that probably doesn't make that much sense to people, but that's okay. Just take our word for it. You want the project on your portfolio or not?
You shut up and code it.
All right. So okay, here are the post listings. Now what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to get the result of a listing. Okay, so if I did post listings of 0,
Oh, Sam's here.
and you'll be able to get the URL. And you will be able to get the price. Okay, I'll explain this in just a second. And you'll also be able to get the post text. Oh man, the image ID part.
Image ID should be okay, but we're not gonna do any of that regex scraping.
No.
That's too much. So you actually, you just
New
need text to
soup?
display it.
What the hell?
New soup, beautiful soup, data, HTML parser. Yeah. Why did you create a new soup object? Let's see.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
when we're doing the regex thing, you don't need that anymore. It was only if you didn't find the price. If it didn't exist, then we created a new soup object, got the text, and then
Oh
ran
yeah.
regex on that.
Yeah. Delete that. Hey bro, let's scrap it. Hell yeah. I think he meant to say let's scrape
This
it.
guy, how fun? Not.
Fuck you, DJ Harden.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Go code in C++ or something.
Yo, Sam, block him. Delete him from the chat.
Bad.
This is not a democracy.
No, this is a monopoly.
Yeah.
Monopokazi.
Okay, so post listings of 0, and you'll see what it all does. Okay.
Yeah.
Print. Post title. Whoops. URL. Price. Okay. So I'll type in ping pong here and you'll see what I mean. Okay, look, you got the title. You got the URL. Man, that's way too easy now.
And you got the price.
And you got the price.
Dope.
Okay.
All you need.
Oh. Just so you know what it actually looks like on Craigslist.
Ping pong.
Here, see? This is what it looks like.
The different search results is strange, but whatever.
Yeah, we're not here to question it. It's the will of...
Craigslist gods.
Yeah, the Craigslist guys. Craig himself.
Yeah. This is the will of Craig himself.
Let us see what you got, Craig.
Show me what you got. All right. So basically what we're doing, guys, is we're getting the post listing. And then from the post listing, we're getting the post title, the URL, and the price. Okay. Because whatever we're getting the post listings from the result row contains the information of result title, the link, and the price. See what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Now
You learning, Frankie?
Yep.
Free coding lesson
Like
for you.
Python, man.
Yeah, we're gonna charge you $5 later.
I know.
Now the part that gets a little involved, guys,
Is the image, right?
is the image part. So
Let's do that last. Let's do everything and make that last. Just leave the dummy image for now.
okay, fine.
Yeah, and then like add it in. Cause it.
Fine. Cool.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. So now that we get the post listings, all we got to do is just like store that data, send it to the front end, loop through it. Okay. So let's just do that for now. So we'll create a, basically, we're going to start, as we go through it, we're going to start appending it to something. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to create a thing called final postings, which is going to be an empty list. Then I'll say for post in post listings final basically what I'm going to do is post title is equal to post.find. So there's just going to be this line basically. Only difference is that it's just going to say post. Okay. This is going to say URL. This is going to say price. And here it's going to say make sense? So I'm just going to loop through each post, and then I'm going to print out its text, get its other thing. Not print out, but like post title is going to be the title. Yeah.
You're storing all of this inside final
Yeah.
postings.
And I'm in the... Dude,
Making
you're
a
really
loop.
good. How much have you coded?
A couple of years.
What the fuck, man? Why are you guys so nonchalant, bro? Like,
know,
you're
yeah.
good. Like, you're good.
Yeah.
No,
A
no.
little bit out of
fuck
practice,
that.
yeah.
Fuck you. You're good.
Smarter than you look.
He's really good. That's you guys need to like
Just let him
own
take
it
over.
more. Like you
Let
guys
him
need
take
to go crazy. Because other people don't understand. Like when you say it like that, everybody thinks, "Oh, you're an idiot." That's what Aaron thinks.
When I say what, like what?
When you're like, yeah, yeah, code, not that
okay,
much.
okay.
Like it's like, I think you're an idiot. Like you probably don't know shit. That's why I never talked about coding with you in my whole life.
It's because if you know the basics of like a language, you pretty much know
Right.
code all around.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
just have to like catch up to it.
Yeah.
So it's dope.
Okay. So I'm gonna delete all these because we don't need these anymore. And then I'm just gonna go here and I'm gonna say final postings dot append post title. I think I created a tuple, right? So it's gonna be a tuple. You'll see why. It's gonna be a tuple of 3 right now. Post URL, and then it's gonna be like post price. Okay. What the hell is happening?
Fucking he's good. Like what? Fucking he's good.
What's he saying?
Roll. It's just some dude named Roll past me. He's like just in time to watch it live.
These guys, because these guys want me to flex on them, you know? Like, I didn't want to code. I just wanted to give them some advice. How do you make money?
Yeah.
But
more
but they just, how do they get, but like, they just really want me to flex on them.
Yeah, like coach,
So I'll flex on them.
like you're playing a freaking organ.
yeah. And now I got my Vim. Like, look at what I'm doing to everyone. Okay, all right. So we have our final postings. Now, in our stuff for front end, we need to actually pass it like this.
Wait, I can't.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Don't say it out loud.
No, wait, what? I can't here.
Just give up, dude. Your ears don't.
Mexicans.
Dude, your ears don't work. All right, so let's just do this. I literally yelled it in his ear.
Not even.
I did.
I only heard like.
It's much louder for him, dude. All right, whatever. So we got final postings. That's pretty good. Show me what you got. Man, this stupid stuff is stuck in my head.
Good morning, guys.
So now I'll go to the new search folder. Okay? And what I'm going to do here is pretty much right here for now. I'm going to write a for loop. This is going to look pretty ugly. But it's going to be like for post in final postings. Okay? Then I'm going to have end for like that. And then I'm going to say post dot 0
Post dot 1, post dot 2.
Okay.
Bing, bang, boom, easy, done. Or yeah, I guess you gotta put in tags. Good practice. You actually don't have to, right? But good practice.
You kind of have to, but otherwise it's all going to be on one line and look ugly.
You are right. You're right.
Okay. There we go. Man, everything is getting done in one try. I'm loving this.
What API are you using to web to it?
Don't worry about it. There's no API. We're beautiful souping it.
Beautiful scraping it.
All right. So here we got boom.
All the posts.
Yep. All the title, right? Okay. Well, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, because there's no price
Yeah.
on the tutors.
I gotta fix that code. Okay, so tutors don't have a price, right? So basically, we're gonna say if post
Dot fine. You just gotta make a check first.
if
Post dot fine. You don't need the dot text. Get rid of the dot text.
oh yeah, good call.
Yep.
So basically, if it has a price, because certain things don't have a price. So if it has a price, then do this. Otherwise, price is equal to n/a.
Yeah.
Or I mean, should I say post price?
Yeah.
So you don't actually have to put the L's.
You forgot the else bit. No, you do.
I'm like,
You do.
Oh
This is
yeah.
just gonna
My
get
phone's
overwritten.
jagged. I'm like,
No, you have to.
No, good catch, dude. You're my God,
basics.
dude. No.
Basics.
No, but that's the
Break
thing.
you.
But that's the thing, dude. Basics is where people don't have any intuition. Anyways, let's try Python tutor.
There we go.
NA for any of them that don't have price, which is all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But if we do ping pong, we'll have damn, bada boom, right?
Damn. They're expensive, by the way.
What?
Ping pong tables.
Yeah. What? Seriously?
It's
What?
like a car.
Because the dude's giving his entire balcony plus a ping pong table plus the underground parking lot. Jesus.
How is he selling that? He's selling an underground parking lot. Like what?
All kinds of stuff.
And a balcony.
Man, I need an Advil. Okay. Let's power through it, boys. Almost there.
Almost there.
We should have some music, man. Some like epidemic sound, like legal. Don't worry, don't put it now. These little coders freak out when you put on fucking music, so don't put it right now. We're gonna do it a little bit without the music right now.
He's the beatboxer. Frankie also knows how to beatbox.
Sometimes when I'm inspired enough.
You know what's cool about this?
What?
Look, dude. it can read PyCharm and Django. So I can hit fucking play and it'll like run the code.
That's insane.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Oh, the laptop little touch bar.
Yeah. Dope.
You're a little touch bar.
What the what?
See how it's working? Boom.
Integrity error.
See how good it is? Python tutor. Okay, there we go. So now what we want to do. What is this weird error I'm getting, bro? Forget this.
500. New search.
I'm just gonna stop this one because I wasn't getting any errors when I was running it from here. Java tutor. Okay. Yeah, that was a weird error. Cool. So we're getting all this data to our front end, which is what we needed. So now all we do is we just have to render it in a pretty way. Okay. So we're going to write the same type of for loop, except now what we'll do is we'll go from here to here, paste it, okay, remove post 0, post 1, right? And what I'll do is for the link is going to be actual link of the post. That's in position 1. Position 0, position like post 0, post 1, post 2. Okay. So this is going to be post.1. Okay. That's the URL.
Oh, I see.
Okay. This is the source of the image. We don't have the image right now. So for image, it's just going to be puppies for now. They're hard coded in. Again, URL. So this is going to be post.1 again. And then here is where the price is. Like that. So the price is going to be post dot two, and this, since this is a title, is going to be post dot 0. Okay, like that. Now another thing we need to do is we need to wrap it in a row. So we're going to paste a row up here. After the for loop ends, we're going to end the row div. We can remove all of these lines here. Okay. And that's it.
Nice.
Okay. Now what we want to do is some of their sizes change. You see their sizes, like some are bigger, some are smaller. So what we kind of did is we kind of have like this crappy solution, which is pretty much fix the height of the card and the card image. So pretty much forget all of this stuff down here. You don't need that. But just take this stuff from up here. We're going to take it. We're going to go to our style.css and paste it in here, okay? And this stuff doesn't just render right away, so we need to actually do a hard refresh and all kinds of weird stuff. Need to stop running it. Ooh, we're getting a weird error. 304. Huh. Fuck you. So it's finding it. Get is 200, but it's still not showing it. So this is the thing with the static websites. Like sometimes it just won't show you. When you make a static change, sometimes it just doesn't render until a lot later.
Thief.
Ping pong.
Thief.
All right, I'm not going to worry about it too much right now because it should be working. It isn't.
Oh yeah, our style sheet. Yeah, that was. I don't even know how we fixed that. Do you remember how we fixed that? There was like a weird.
Yeah.
It just took a while to. Didn't you like stop the server and start it again, and then it updated or something?
Right. It has to like stop, and you got to start it, and then it has to, because I know the code is correct.
Mm-hmm. But then it takes a while. Let's see if it updated right away. No. Yeah, it took like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah,
For
the
some
first
weird
time
reason.
it took forever. Okay, whatever. That's not that important of a part.
Agreed.
So now we got to get images, right? For this, the image part is the most complex. It's the most complicated. This is where web scraping, this is where problem solving comes in. This is where you actually need to use your brain.
This was the most rewarding part of the whole project, actually.
Yeah, it really was. So I wish you guys get to see our full video like a month later once our hard drive is fixed, because all of it got deleted. 15 hours of content got deleted. But we'll try to show you what we can right here, okay? So, some funky things. There were some weird findings that we made. It's almost like we had to figure out some really weird hacks.
Yeah. If you want to start with Craigslist, let's go to Craigslist. I think a better way to approach it is go to Craigslist and then show them that there's multiple images for a post.
Yep.
So when you're
So
on
like,
Craigslist
look
here,
at this. Each
post has multiple images. And we thought it'd be as easy as like, oh, these images are hosted on a URL, just like the puppy image, and then just have them like all listed in the HTML, but they weren't. Like these image tags didn't even exist in the HTML web page for some reason.
Yeah.
And we don't know why. We couldn't find
they
it.
exist under this class called swipe, which you
Yeah.
can't
To
can't
swipe through the
access.
images.
You can never access this class from Beautiful Soup directly.
No, like Beautiful Soup like skips over it for some reason.
Yeah,
so
it
like
hides it.
literally, like you just don't. It's impossible to access it with Beautiful Soup. Like it doesn't exist. So we're like, okay, well then how the hell did we get the images? And we had to find out this really convoluted way of getting it. But there's like a little trick we're gonna show you of how to get it. And we're only gonna get one image, so we're just gonna ignore all of them. We're just gonna get the first image to keep it simple.
Yeah.
But even that, it's still like it's this little trick that we had to figure out. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. Okay, so now, all right.
The data IDs, right?
Holy shit, dude! This image is just right here. Oh yeah, obviously they're all right here, but you can never access them.
No, because Beautiful Soup ignores that entire div of swipe.
Okay,
It doesn't
so
exist in Beautiful Soup.
So this is the first thing we noticed about Craigslist images. They're hosted on this pattern where this is some ID, and then they're all like underscore 300 by 300 hard coded. Okay.
So boom, right there.
So this is why they all have the same size on the page. So that was like the first detective thing that we noticed. Also, this needs to be at the bottom.
Oh, some might get chopped off on the stream a little bit.
Not from the bottom. Oh yeah, the right side is.
Yeah, just drag the bar over a little bit so they can see.
Wasn't it getting chopped off even more when it was actually on the right side like that?
Because the CSS isn't important. It's just the HTML. We're
Okay,
worried
let's
about.
see. Sorry guys, we have a little bit of a delay, so we just want to see you guys are seeing the right things.
Should be good.
It's pretty good.
You can see most of it.
Yeah, you can see most of it.
All right.
All right, so this is the URL. Now, what we noticed, the craziest thing we noticed, we'll save you the long story. We'll make it short for you, okay? There's something called data IDs, and you'll never associate that with an image. Like, why the fuck would an image be under data IDs? Like, that's the last place you'll look for an image, right? So it doesn't make, so you can't actually access this image link from Beautiful Soup, which is super annoying, but you can access the data IDs. So what's a funky, like if you have to pause it here and see if you can see a pattern here with images and data IDs, you should do that right now. Here's a pattern we noticed. Everything has multiple images, right? So data IDs, since this has 3 images, notice that there's 1, 2, and 3 data IDs, right? Another thing I want you to notice is for this first image is the same as the first ID, except there's a 1 and a colon here, which is not present here. right? But then everything else is the same, okay? Also, there are these commas that we got to get rid of because there are no commas in the actual URL, right? So we're like, okay, let's actually take this guy over here, from here to here. Let's copy it. Let's go here, double click, go here, paste it, hit enter. Boom.
That's the second. Should be the second image, right? On the Craigslist. Let's double
So
check.
if I go here,
And
should be
boom,
the second image.
right there.
Nice.
So that's actually where the image data is. We're just given these IDs. We don't actually have the full URLs.
Yeah.
So at least.
So given the IDs, we're like, okay, we can generate the actual images. So we've had to create a base URL for the images.
Yeah, just like we did for the Craigslist query.
Yeah.
Very, very similar thing. We got to construct the URL ourselves for each image.
Wow.
Yep.
It's crazy, right? So it's going to be 300 by 300 like that.
You haven't seen our dot splits yet, man.
Oh my God. Yeah. Wait till you see that.
Parsing the string to get the ID out, the correct ID. That part's cool.
Okay. So we got our base image URL. Now what we want to do is get the image from the result, get the data ID from the result row. Okay, and we don't want to get multiple, we just want to get the first image. We don't really care about all of the images. So what we'll do here is something like this. So we want to say, if it has an image.
Yeah, if the data IDs exist.
Okay, so in the result image class, if the data IDs exist, then what I want you to do is the post image is actually going to equal to like that. Okay. And now we don't want to get all of the data IDs because that might be like 4 image IDs or 5 image IDs. We just want to get 1 image ID. Okay. So what I'll do here is I'll just print this for now. I'll go like that. And we're going to go here and we're going to write ping pong and hit enter. And we'll go down here and what the hell?
One.
What am I doing wrong here?
Let's see. Wait, let me see. So if post.find, if the data IDs exists, then you want to find result image dot get data IDs. No, get data IDs is a string. So when you call
It's a
you get the first
string.
data IDs is a string. Yeah. So
Oh, that's the annoying part about it.
Yeah,
This
you
is the
got
annoying
that.
part about it. It's not so like it
not
doesn't
even a
give
list. It's
so it
just-
doesn't give you a list of multiple IDs. It literally gives you
string.
one
It's-
data
it's
ID.
a CSV file. It literally gives
It's
you a
like-
CSV file.
yeah.
That's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Smart. Okay. So that's what we get. So now if I actually print post image, which should be fine, I think. Well, since I'm going to be printing it so many times, let's just go here and print it. Okay. It's doing it every single time. So there it is. That's one string.
A lot of images there.
Right. So it's like I got lots of post listings. So like the last post listing probably has like
It's like 12
many images,
Yeah.
like 12 images,
15
8
images.
images, something like that, right? So what I want to do is I want to just get the first one. Well, how do I get that? So what I'm going to do is we're going to do dot split on this, and we're going to split it by commas first.
Yeah,
Right.
commas first, because you want to split the string into a list of the things separated by commas.
Yep.
So now we have a.
So
now
then
we have
it actually turns into.
a list.
Dude,
a
this
Python
guy's
list.
fucking crazy good.
Oh.
Like he's good.
Yeah. Have him code.
Wait till
Stop
you watch
touching
me
the
code.
computer.
What?
Wait till you watch me code.
Oh dang, Flutter.
Yeah.
content
So
info.
once we do comma, then what happens is that we effectively get a list that actually looks a lot like. We actually get a list that looks like this now. So then we can actually index it by the first item and the second item and the third item. So now if I do 0,
Oh, and that's how it works. That's how you actually make it work now.
yeah. So now what'll happen is if I go here and I hit refresh. Advert.
I got your goddamn advert in your own video. Perfect. Dang.
Fucking Python tutor on the loose. What the hell's going on? So look, now for each of them, it's just giving me 1. But I still got to get rid of the 1 and colon.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to now,
So use regex or what?
we're going to now dot split it by 1 and colon.
No, just colon.
Oh yeah, split it by
Actually,
colon.
no. You could do 1 colon and then, but it would act the same way
Yeah, it would act the same way. So we're going to split it now by the colon. So now
I mean,
it's going to create that into a list. So like, for example, first it was doing this, right? Then we said, okay, give us just a first item from here. So then what it ended up doing was it said, okay, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
But now what we're going to do is we're going to say, yo, give us,
So after the column,
yeah,
That's where it
it
splits?
splits on the colon and turns everything into a list.
like that, 1
Oh,
colon,
okay.
and then it's going to give us,
oh,
Yeah.
okay. So
Like
since,
that.
Since before the colon,
It
doesn't
turns all the
matter.
colons into like commas of a list.
like how, yeah. So separated by colons. So now we're going to do that, but we're going to say, give us the second element from that.
Mhm.
Because the 1 is
Oh, it's
the
the
first
first
element.
element.
Yeah. I mean, we could have just shaved off the first 2 characters of the string. We could have done that. But I mean, we want to be more robust because what if there's like
So
1
there.
colon, 1 colon?
So now we're getting
Shaves it
all the
all.
IDs, right? And now the post image URL is actually going to be the base image URL formatted with the post image URL. Oh, wait. What? ID, I guess. So here's what's another cool thing about PyCharm is if I do FN Shift F6, I'll change it everywhere, in every file, every project, but like
Yeah.
intelligently.
Mhm.
So if it's the scope is here, it won't change it out here.
Mm.
I think you already know these
Yeah.
things.
It handles scope
That's
too.
fucking good. All right, so
What scope is Frankie?
Actually, don't.
all right, hold on, we're almost there. Okay, so this is happening. So now let's just print it before we go on to the next step. Print, click, ooh, click.
Well,
Is that a bigger bed?
Right, so this is freaking awesome. Oh wait, I'm calling both of these post image URLs. This is actually the post image ID. This is the URL. Okay, so now I have to actually append this to the list. So if we find the image, this is what should happen. But if we don't find the image, we also want to give it an image. Okay, so the image that we want to give it is, we saw this. We saw Craigslist gives this to anything that doesn't have an image.
the logo.
This like
Ah,
this type of thing.
cool.
Okay, so then we do that. So then we say, yo, if you find it, then give me the image. Otherwise, give me this garbage.
Mm.
Where did these spaces come from, bro?
Weird.
Okay. no image, or actually
Post image.
post image your, whoa. Okay. What the hell is happening? Oh. So then what we say is append post image URL. So now there are 4 things that the final postings has as a tuple. Title, URL, price, post image URL.
Oh, how cool.
Okay.
Yep.
So now it's sending it to the front end. So basically we go to our new search, and now anywhere there's that dog crap, right?
Wow, that's so sexy.
That is, right?
Yeah, it's
You're
crazy.
gonna put the first image.
You guys
of
created the URL. Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Sexy, right?
Love it, love it.
This actually pays everything off now that he appreciates what we've done. Post dot 3.
I still screw up the influencer post.
There we go. So now when we go back, we refresh.
Hey.
There you go.
Boom.
Now if you click here, it'll take you to the thing.
Oh man, better than Craigslist.
So much
Way
better.
better
Right?
than Craigslist, dude. It's Code Daddy's
They
list.
should hire us. Yeah.
We just coded
you're
it up
right.
ourselves from the scratch
Why haven't they done this, huh?
because Craigslist is untouchable.
Too many.
Craig the God.
All right, now we're gonna host it on Heroku.
Oh god, this is the worst part. That
Git add, git commit. Add Craigslist search functionality. Git push origin master. Okay, kids, now what we need to do is we need to create this proc file. Okay. So you copy, so basically we go to the root, we create a file, we call it proc file. We paste this, we change this test app to code daddy's list, like so. Then we go to settings and we do the following. Settings. We go here and we add this line of code, and we go here, and then we add this line at the top. Okay, like this. Now it's gonna need you to install pip, so you got to do pip install Django Heroku. Okay, now you're gonna run into this ugly looking error. How do we fix this error? Oh man, I'm not okay, hold on. Pip install Django Heroku. Wait, where did my PG admin go? I literally installed it a few days ago. Okay, so what I recommend is you go and install PG admin or something like this from the GUI. This is the part where you're going to get fucked up the most. So go, here's, I wrote a blog post on this on Medium. If you do how to host a Django Heroku app, you're going to run into my blog post, which is incredible. It has a lot of claps on the left-hand side, as you can see.
Nice photo.
Thanks, bro. And basically, what you want to do is you want to do all of this stuff right here. Okay? So we're going to do that. So install. So this is what I said. To do this, the easiest way is to install PG admin on your computer, okay?
It's like 4 days ago.
yeah.
Where the hell does PG admin, man? Open it.
You can go into properties now and see its location.
Copying PG admin. So I'm going to open PG admin. Until then, I'm going to pip install Gunicorn. Pip install Kern. Done. Pip install Django Heroku, which still shouldn't work because I'm waiting on the PG admin, which is taking its sweet ass time. So yeah, we'll just wait.
Damage and can't be opened. This is the part where you lost me. I still don't know how to deploy a Heroku.
Yeah, well now it's gonna be recorded so everybody can watch it.
Oh boy. I'm gonna go read that blog post.
Man, we need more Advil, man. There's only one Advil left here.
Oh, dang. We're on the Walgreens later, bro. Take some of those green tea mints. They'll suffice for now, right?
Some green tea mochi.
Yo, hook me up with the whiteboard, dog.
Dude, number 3, right?
Flex. Oh my god, are you serious?
Go to OBS. Go to OBS.
Dude, hold on. Hold on, dude. You're gonna blow up everything. This guy, man. We prepared for this moment.
We did. The one time I wanted to switch to the whiteboards. Oh, it did work. Look, before you even did it, it already worked.
What's up? Because I pressed it.
No,
You
now
just
you
pressed
pressed it. It's already there.
Okay, fine.
And then you're like,
Alright, we need
Okay, fine.
Heroku. And for that, you need PG admin. Basically, what you need is Postgres. Okay, if you have Postgres, you're good to go. But it's a nightmare to install it. It's a nightmare to install. Pip install Psycho PG2. You're not going to be able to get it right. But if you just download it from a GUI, it makes your life so much easier. Just go install like a free Postgres database tool that exists online. And that's going to make your life a lot easier. Okay, and then we're going to install everything else. I'm using Anaconda right now, which also makes things easier. This is the longest verifying I've ever seen in my whole life, dude. This is crazy.
verifying PG admin.
Yeah.
Rated
so
R.
we have done all of these things. Okay. Create a search functionality. It does this. We have web scraping, beautiful soup. We're using Materialize. Pretty much done with the app. Now we just want to host it on Heroku.
Yeah. You forgot the dog pictures.
Yeah.
Doggies.
I can't draw. I don't know how to draw doggies. Right, guys, so we're almost done. Okay, we're waiting for this thing to install because it's just taking its sweet little time. Which
It's so good. Sorry, we're admiring our own live stream.
yeah.
Yeah, we're forgetting something.
Oh, somebody left for lunch. Priorities are out of order.
Bruh, what is this? Bruh.
Bruh, hello.
What? Everyone needs bread.
It's probably bruh how. He was like, how? Like, bruh, how? Because the L and the O is next to each other on the keyboard.
Alright, Tatsumi, bye. Roshan, hello. Monkey Bender, hello. Goob something, glub. Goob glub.
Blub-a-dub-a-dub-dub.
Yeah, I was gonna
Glub glub. Come on, Marty. We gotta go on adventure, Marty.
What's the fuck?
Verifying
The
taking
purple light
forever.
was off the whole time?
No, just like
You
Oh, it
got-
died?
You got concurrent
somewhere
viewers.
between the.
Yo, 1,500 people.
Yeah, playbacks, that's crazy.
Holy crap.
But the concurrent viewers are like... crazy.
Secret key?
Yeah.
Probably because of the camera. The CPU. is
Are you
working hard.
serious, dude? Like, are you actually fucking serious? Let's look up other Postgres GUI Mac options. Postgres app? Downloads. All right, guys, I'm gonna say fuck you to PG admin, and I'm gonna install Postgres.app in the meantime. Hopefully, it'll work a lot faster. God damn PG admin, shame on your verification. Post. Is it open already? Wow, it was installed and opened and initialized. Boom. There we go. Rafik Hazi, Postgres template. You click into it and it'll do stuff. This is awesome.
You terminated it?
Yeah, just a session. Okay. Okay, I guess Conda install Psycho PG2 was the answer. So that worked. This is why Anaconda is freaking awesome. Now let's try pip install Django Heroku. Because pip just sucks sometimes. And like you need to do something to get past it. Okay, so this should be working now. Great, stop. Okay, what else do we need? Now we need to freeze our requirements. That's important. We need to Heroku login. So there we go. We're logging in. I'm logged in now. And then what we need to do is Heroku create. And after this, what I need to do is add a database, create a new Postgres database for your app that's hosted online on Heroku. So then it can store all those pieces of information. Now make sure you run migrations. So let's do that. Okay. Heroku run Python make migrations. Can't open file. Huh. The hell does that mean? Oh, committed the file. Okay. Git add, git commit. What are the changes? Git add, git commit. Get ready for Heroku. Git push origin master. There are no migrations to make. Oh, meta. Add meta class push origin master. Huh. That is a really weird error. Scaling dynos. Couldn't find that process. Should be logged in already. Oh, I don't think I even did get push Heroku Mastery yet. But that doesn't come first. I don't think so.
Man.
We're trying to host it. Once it works, we'll be able to link you guys so you guys can actually see this app. We're pretty close.
Yep. Hold on, Divya.
Divya.
Divvy up the dough. You know just as much about Heroku as I do, Frankie.
You've never hosted anything?
Nope.
So we're live. This app, guys, is actually live as we speak. It's on Heroku. You can actually go to this URL right now, which I don't think they can see yet. Can you just type that URL in? Can you do something? Okay, yeah, just add it in the
What's
chat.
the URL?
Just look at it.
Genite?
Dude, gentle-c, man.
Alright.
Wait,
It's not gentle.
yeah, gentle C 49. What is it?
49783.herokuapp.com.
Boom.
There it is. You guys can now actually go on it, but if you type something in, it won't work because I'm having a problem with the database. Heroku run Python. Some problem happening with the migrate command on Heroku, which is super weird.
So you're trying to migrate the database to Heroku? It's not working?
Yes. Oh, there.
Nice.
What command did you run?
So now migrate works. Okay, so basically if it doesn't work, you push first and then you migrate after.
Oh.
So this app, guys, now should be working perfectly. If you hit Python Tutor, it works.
Wow.
It's online. Anybody can use it from any computer in the world.
So do you think that's the sequence? Like make it host online first and then put the database in? Or is it always like that? Or is it just, you know? Oh yeah.
Works for everything. If you look up Borderlands,
3. They released a new DLC. Did you
Borderlands 3, and like if you go here, $360, right? If you click into it, it'll be $360. Yep.
Nice.
All right, guys, there you have it. This app is completed. The link is in the... Can you add the link in the description as well? Or not right now?
Yeah, after it's...
Can you pin that as a comment or something? No, you can't.
No, you should be able to somehow. I don't know how though.
Cool.
Just spam it in the chat.
Okay, guys, camera. Woo. Guys, we hope that you enjoyed it.
We do.
It's pretty fun.
It's really, really fun. Thank you guys so much for watching. We love your face. The link is going to be in the description. The link to The GitHub repository is going to be in the description, and I'm going to go eat some food and Advil. My brain is about to explode. I love you guys. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe, share the video before our YouTube channel dies. And that's it. We love you guys, and we'll see you in the next video.
Good.
Bye. Hey you, how's it going? This is Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com. In this video, this is gonna basically be the ultimate guide on how to become a successful Python freelancer in 2019. I sat and I thought a lot about what were the exact steps that I took to be able to get there, and how a lot of other successful developers went from complete zero to being able to even make 6 figures and beyond as a Python freelancer. And I try to put them in this video for you in a step-by-step process. So this video hopefully will serve as like a manifesto that you can refer back to from time to time on your journey to becoming a developer. Now, this video will be really helpful even if you're a complete beginner with, let's say, 0 months of experience coding, the 0 to 3 months of experience coding. I will also show you how to improve your income and become more successful as a freelancer, even if you're more advanced, all right? This video will also answer some really important questions that people ask. Like, people often ask me, Kazi, I am a beginner or intermediate in Python programming. I have no prior work experience. How do I actually start earning an income from coding? So I want to address that question head on as well, because I think that's very important, especially a lot of people are students in colleges, so they don't have work experience. How do they get their first internship? How do they get their first freelancing job when people want to see prior experience? So this video is gonna help you obliterate that excuse and help you start earning an income in your first 3 months of coding. Now, this is not like some get rich quick type of thing. This is going to be a very detailed process that I'm going to lay out for you. This is going to require a lot of hard work, but this is the clearest step-by-step process that I've seen anyone ever explain. So I want to do that for you and put it in this video. Now, before we jump into the content of this video, if you could just please do me a favor, because we put a lot of time and effort into making these videos for you guys. So the best help we can get is if you could just even like the video and subscribe to the channel, and make sure you hit that bell notification next to the subscription button. So then anytime we make a new video, it'll come straight to you. Also, I have something really incredible for you at the end of this video, and I'm gonna reveal to you. So definitely you wanna stay tuned in this entire video, because that gift that I have for you, you're really gonna love. With that said, let's jump right into it. Hey, this is Rafe Kazi from cleverprogrammer.com. And on this channel, we help people become a successful Python freelancer, and we help you go from 0 to earning your first 6 figures as a Python freelancer. Now, this channel, we help you break out of your 9-to-5 job, work remotely, and live life on your own terms. So if that excites you, again, click that subscribe button and jump on this journey with us. Now let's jump into this video. So I'm gonna actually break it down in 4 steps on how to actually become a Python freelancer. Step number 1, master the fundamentals of Python. What does it look like to master the fundamentals of the programming language Python? I look at it like this. You don't have to be able to solve like super complex problems, but you want to have some level of competency. So what are the things required there, and how long does that actually take? So let's break that down. What that looks like is you start off by learning coding, all right? So you spend, let's say, 30 to 60 days learning programming, and you learn the fundamentals of the programming language for example, the basic structure and the syntax. What are variables? What are strings? How do if conditions work? What are conditionals? What are functions? What are classes? So like object-oriented programming as well. Now, once you cover most of the basics of programming, you should be able to solve problems like the FizzBuzz problem, which almost every interview will ask you. This challenges your, a little bit of your critical thinking, but it also challenges you in terms of, okay, do you know how conditionals work in programming? You should also be able to make games like tic-tac-toe or rock, paper, scissors. Even if you can't make them from complete scratch, that's okay, because most developers aren't making anything almost ever from complete scratch. You are actually referencing material from online, but basically, can you actually use every resource in your brain to put together this app by yourself? So you should be able to put these apps together. Now, once you can do these types of tasks, I believe it generally will take you 1 to 2 months. And the reason I say that is, even if you have just a few hours a week to spend, you can actually learn these skills really well. All right, I have a free Python course. I'll pop that up over here. It's called Learn Python Programming by Building Projects. And in that course, we actually teach you how to actually learn programming from complete zero. And it's a 5-day course if you go really intensely into it. So you can actually shorten your 30-day or 60-day cycle in as little as 5 days. But that does mean that you're putting in probably 5 hours or 10 hours a day. Now, if you can't put in 5 to 10 hours a day, then just understand that it'll take you probably 30 to 60 days as a realistic time frame. So within 30 to 60 days, you should be able to understand the fundamentals of Python, master them, and be able to build simple applications. Now, once you've learned that, let's move on to step 2, where you actually start earning an income. So what does step 2 look like? Now let's break it down into something tangible. Now this actually came from when people kept asking me, and I also kept asking myself when I was starting to freelance in my days. I kept coming across this problem where I was a beginner in programming or intermediate. I had like a few months of experience, but I couldn't get freelancing jobs because they were really freaking hard and required a really difficult level of high level of expertise. Like if you go on Upwork.com and you try to look up freelancing jobs, and if you're a beginner or intermediate, you're gonna have a lot of difficulty being able to actually complete those tasks or complete those jobs. Also, even some that I felt like maybe I could do, those people didn't hire me because I didn't have relevant work experience to show them. So I'm a beginner, I don't have relevant work experience, which meant then I couldn't actually go on to land these jobs. That was a huge problem. I thought, how can I actually start earning an income? Is the only way that I have to wait 3 or 4 years of college, get a degree, and then start earning an income? However, when I actually looked around, a lot of my friends who had gotten degrees, even they weren't landing jobs. And a lot of my other friends were quitting their CS majors because professors went from teaching you hello world, and then next week you were making like a fucking stock trading app. So the jump in the level of complexity was way too difficult. So most of the people who were even graduating from college are essentially self-taught developers. They're teaching themselves. So first, I thought, okay, I can rely on college or the educational system to teach me programming, because most of the people graduating are actually not relying on the school system. They're teaching themselves, and then they just come and ace classes, and then other people cheat off of their homework. So that's what's happening most of the times, right? So I thought, okay, if these people are teaching themselves, I gotta start teaching myself. But I gotta be able to find a way to earn an income before I actually start applying to places like Upwork.com. And then I came up with, what if I start teaching people what I know so far? So with my 30 to 60 days of experience coding, what I realized was, majority of the people by definition are beginners who are trying to learn. Most of the people have very little knowledge of coding, and there's a mass market looking to learn programming. And if you have 30 to 60 days of experience, you're like 1 or 10 steps ahead of most people. Most people who would pay you anywhere between $25 an hour to $100 an hour or more for you teaching them programming. So that's where I actually started. I went to a platform called Wyzant.com and I actually made a profile on there. And I also went to a platform called TakeLessons.com and I made a profile on there. Once I made a profile on there, what ended up happening was over time, I actually got clients right from Wyzant.com and TakeLessons.com that started hitting me up and started scheduling lessons with me. I set my hourly rate at $35 an hour. And my first lesson, I believe I got in 2016, December, something like that. I'll try to put a screenshot here so you guys can see and follow along. And that was actually freaking mind-blowing. I'm like, okay, this is insane because this is possible and people are paying me that much. When I walked into that lesson to teach this person programming, because he said something like he's working on a final exam for coding. So when I came in, I was actually really intimidated. I thought I couldn't help this person. But then I thought, okay, if I can't help this person, what I can do at least is I can try to help this person. And if I really can't, at the end of the day, I'll just refund him. So that's what I did. I just went in, the lesson took place at Starbucks, and we just casually sat there and I helped him with his assignment. And there were some parts which I couldn't figure out, so I told him I'll actually work on it in my own time. He thought that lesson was super helpful because we were trying to figure out things together at the same time. And then once I left, I actually figured out the rest of the problem on my own. And it ended up being not so complicated. What I realized was those 30 to 60 days that I actually spent learning on my own, most people aren't ever learning programming on their own. They're just doing the college assignments and they're spending bare minimum amount of time learning coding, which means that most of the times they can regurgitate information, they can regurgitate or just get through their homework assignment, but they don't actually understand how most of these things work. Whereas when you teach yourself, you're really able to actually do these projects because you learn how to think critically. My mind was blown that I was actually able to help this person and charge $35 an hour for my first student in under 2 months of experience. Then I asked myself the question, can I repeat this process? I started repeating this process and I started landing multiple clients. So if you do the math, if even one student is doing 2 hours with me every week, that's $70 per student, and me actually learning programming. Over the course of a month, that comes out to be $280 per student. Okay, over the course of a year, now that comes out to be, over $2,000 with just one client. And then I thought, okay, what are some levers here that I could change? One, I can get one client. That means if I can keep them for a year, that's $2,000 plus, maybe even $3,000. The second lever that I could change and play around with is increasing my hourly rate with each client. So if I doubled my rate with the particular client, or I got a new client at double rate, then that would mean I double my income by the end of the year. So I'm like, okay, let's test some of this stuff out. So the first thing I decided to do was, instead of doubling my rate with a client, I got a new client at $50 an hour. So now I had 2 clients, one at $35 an hour and one at $50 an hour. So with the 2 of these clients, now my income went close to like $400 or $500 a month. Then the next client I got for $75 an hour. Because at this point now I started to get reviews and testimonials on my profile, which make you look awesome. I had a great profile as well. And more of these clients started working with me. So over the course of a month, my income ended up going from, when I started, it was $280, and then it ended up going to my first $1,000 a month. I increased it to $1,500 a month. And now another thing that I want to tell you that's really important to understand here is that not only was I actually increasing my income, but keep in mind that I was doing only a few hours a week working with the people that I really enjoyed working with. I didn't have any boss. Bye. Oh, no, that's okay.
I'd love to know where I stopped. Everything's good. You didn't miss anything to this point.
Perfect. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I didn't have any boss. I was actually able to work by myself. Some of the clients I would meet in places that I loved going to, like Starbucks, or some of the clients I met online, so I didn't actually even have to travel for them. I got to choose my own schedule. I can travel anywhere I wanted, and I was still earning an income. And one of the most important things I'm gonna mention here is that it was the fastest way to grow my skill set in coding, because every project and every student I was taking on, everyone had assignments that would challenge me and grow my skill set. So I was improving at a rapid pace while earning an income. And over the course of 6 months to a year, I actually was able to scale from just having a few clients to having over 20 or 30 clients, and I was able to earn over $30,000 to $40,000 a year. And eventually I scaled my just my coaching and tutoring all the way to $70,000 to $80,000 or beyond every year. All right, now this took time and effort and a lot of systematic work, but it was definitely worth it. And it made me go, if I want to freelance, I can choose to freelance, or I can actually be doing this, earning a great income and having massive and deep impact in people's lives. Because there were students who were going to coding boot camps that needed my help. There were students who were, going to high school or college that needed my help, or there were people who were developers that came to work with me so they could actually get help in their own jobs. So the demand for this was massive. So this is step number 2. I know we went really deep into it, but I want to emphasize how that this is the secret sauce, the secret step that just nobody ever mentions. I firmly believe this is one of the most important gaps that'll take you from having no experience being a beginner to then going to that step of becoming a freelancer. Other benefits of this I want to mention are you're going to have testimonials. You're going to learn how to reach out to clients. You're going to learn how to land clients. You're going to learn how to retain clients. You'll learn how to work with clients over the course of 3 months, 6 months, a year. These are incredibly powerful skills that once you become a better and a stronger developer and you actually start going out to freelance, either with local clients or you go to upwork.com to freelance, you'll be able to leverage all of these skills. Also, you'll be able to leverage the fact that you have so many testimonials and experience in working with Python, and you can actually share that, and that will qualify you to be able to work with other people. All right, you have experience now working on multiple projects that other people were working on. You have testimonials from people who are learning Python, and they give you these testimonials that you can show off to a potential new client or a prospect. Again, this was just step 2. Now we're gonna move on to step number 3. Step number 3 is build real world projects. All right, now before we get to step 4, which I'm going to talk about how to actually freelance and earn an income, in step number 3, we're going to talk about the power of building real world projects, because before you jump to becoming a freelancer, you actually now need a lot more technical aptitude when it comes to coding, and you need real world projects that you can then show to your future clients. All right, so you have developed the skill sets of, so far, okay, if you're following on this journey, you have developed the skill set of retaining clients, of landing clients, of negotiating with clients, of being able to charge premium pricing, of learning how to deliver value. You have testimonials, you have experience working with Python, with other people. So you have all this at this point, but now what you need is you need to be able to actually just increase your skill set and have a portfolio that you can show to people. All right, so this stage is actually going to take you this is going to be the most difficult stage, so to speak. Okay, the transition between going from, a Python instructor into then freelancing with Python. But what this requires is for you to build practical projects and build lots of them. Okay, so you're going to be constantly learning programming. So I would say 20% of your time will be learning new skills in programming, and 80% of your time will be actually building projects that you can put on your portfolio. So you're just beefing up your portfolio and project base here. But what I want you to keep in mind is you don't want to just work on random ass projects, like going to a CS50 course and taking it, which by the way is a great course. If you want to take it, like, go ahead. CS50 is awesome. But what I mean is try not to have a shotgun approach, because you're not going to be able to do really well when you transition over to freelancing, because it's much better to get really deeply technical in a certain skill set rather than have like 50 different skills in programming and then just be mediocre at every one. But it's better to be more niche and more jacked, in a specific skill set. So what I would recommend, for example, is go on Upwork.com and look at the jobs that are there. Okay, so go on Upwork.com, go to the search box and type in, Python, and then scroll through the jobs. So go and look at the different jobs that exist. You want to look at jobs that have a skill level of, let's say, easy to intermediate. So that's something you should be able to do within, in your between your 4 months of coding experience, 4 to 12 months of coding experience, okay? So you wanna look at those types of tasks. So what do I mean? Let's say you go online and you see something crazy like build a application that has a redundant storage and it can serve to over 1 million users every month, and it has a difficulty rating of expert. For now, that's a no. That's a type of skill that's gonna take you like 5 years to develop or more. So you wanna focus on something like, maybe it's a $300 freelancing task or a $500 freelancing task that actually requires web scraping abilities to go to a website and get all of the PDF links from there. Or it requires you to go to eBay and get all the feature deals from eBay and put it in an Excel sheet. Now that's a much more doable project, and that actually doesn't take that much time for you. You could literally go to one of our YouTube videos on web scraping, learn that specific skill set, practice it over the course of a few weeks or days, and be able to land a client, with a freelancing job. You want to make sure that as you're in this phase 3 of building real world projects, research on Upwork.com what are the types of projects that you can see yourself doing, what are the ones that you could see yourself doing in a shorter period of time, and then plan your learning around what's actually relevant and what people are paying for right now. So if you constantly see these web scraping jobs and it interests you, then what you want to do is you want to come back to the drawing board and you actually want to spend your time learning web scraping skills. So you want to develop deep web scraping skills, go through web scraping tutorials, build web scraping projects. So then when you go to that specific client in the future on Upwork.com or another client on Upwork.com that requires you to do web scraping, you can just refer them back to your work on web scraping and be like, look at my portfolio, I'm a web scraping expert, and I can help you with your task. If you're interested in doing stuff with regular expressions, or you're doing stuff with data mining, or you're doing Python stuff with web development, you're interested in the web development jobs on Upwork, then go back to the drawing board and practice all your learning around web development. Okay, we even have a course called Profitable Programmer that teaches you how to be a full stack web developer with Python. So practice and go through learning those web development skills. And then once you develop those web development skills and you build, let's say, Python projects using Django, then you host those projects with Heroku and you learn how databases work like Postgres and stuff. Now you're becoming better at web development, right? And you're building a portfolio. So then in a few months, you could go right back on Upwork.com and actually apply for that job and show them your experience, show them your testimonials on, let's say, Wyzant or TakeLessons.com, and go, look at this. I can offer you the skill set I have of building these projects, and look at what my clients say about me. That's everything a person who's looking to hire you needs to know. Once they see that, it's a much easier sell on your end, and you could position yourself in a really premium way and charge anywhere from $50 an hour to $300 an hour, okay? If you're more advanced than 300, but going from $50 to $150 an hour might take you 1 to 2 years, okay? It's a doable step-by-step process, especially if you laser focus on the skill sets that are in the job market currently right now. So this is very important in terms of you look at the relevant market and then you go and plan your learning around it. all right? Spend a lot of fucking time around looking at what kind of jobs exist. Because think about this, how backwards is school? Think about the school system. The thing that determines your whole life, your major, they only spend a few days on it. When I was going to college, I had meetings with my counselor like probably once or twice a whole year. But those meetings determined 3 months or 6 months of my life. How absurd is that? That the thing that's gonna determine the 3 to 6 months of my life is essentially just 1 hour long or a 30-minute long quick meeting with a counselor that hasn't figured out their own life and are here and are handing out advice to every single student, like thousands of students with back-to-back appointments, and they're determining your life over the course of like a 20 or 30 minute or an hour-long meeting with you. And that's all the time that gets spent on it. But then all the other time is spent actually going to classes and putting in the grunt work, where I think it should almost be the opposite, because your future is the most important thing to plan for. It's almost like you're on a conveyor belt, okay? There are multiple conveyor belts. One belt leads you into the depths of hell. The other conveyor belt leads you into heaven. Now, if you actually spend a lot of time thinking about, okay, this one leads me to hell, this one leads me to heaven, you quickly do a quick Google research, which one is more pleasurable, and you find out it's heaven, then you get put on the conveyor belt and then you keep going, right? But you have to put in the work to do that research. But oftentimes, if you don't do the research correctly, then you actually might get put on the track that's gonna put you in hell in a lot of pain and, you know, a major that you never really wanted. And that's where you're gonna get on the conveyor belt and start going, okay? And then it determines the rest of your life. So the school system is really backwards. I think they should spend like 20 or 30% of the time planning your future and showing you specifically what kind of jobs will you be doing? What kind of skills do you need to learn now to be able to get the jobs you want? Okay, they don't actually focus on the jobs, which is the ultimate outcome that you want. So you need to focus on that. So how can we fix that broken school model and fix it in the Python freelancing world? Here's what I would suggest, okay? Here's what you need to actually do. You need to look at the relevant projects and spend 20 to 30% of the time, you know, on your freaking iPhone, okay? I don't have my iPhone with me, but on your freaking iPhone, get the app Upwork.com. Put it on your fucking homepage, right next to whatever other, like the text messaging app that you have or the phone call icon that you have, okay? Put it on your homepage. Make it something fun, make it something exciting. So then you click on it, and while you're in the bathroom or you're waiting for someone in line or you're just hanging out, you click on the Upwork.com app and you just see what kind of projects and things that people are offering real money for. So once you develop that habit and you get excited by it, automatically you're gonna be spending 10 to 20% of your time actually looking at what skills you need to develop, and then you wrap and map your skills, the skills that you need to develop around, right, around the real world job market on the things that you need to be able to do, all right? So this makes your learning hyper relevant and it makes your skill set hyper relevant. Whereas, for example, if you go to a college for 4 years, they have an outdated curriculum. They don't focus on what's in the job market. And so oftentimes when people graduate after 4 years, they have $60,000 or more of debt with outdated skill set that you can get freelancing jobs for, and you often can't get full-time jobs for either. Because in the software development world, things move fast. So wouldn't it be cool if you were just on top of it, right? By being able to see what's happening in the market all the time. So that is step number 3, which is massively, massively important. Just to wrap it up, step number 3 is build real world projects around real world market. Now, we're gonna get into our really exciting part, step number 4, how to start earning an income as a Python freelancer. Up until now, what have we done? Step number 1 was mastering the basics of Python so you can get ready for tutoring. Step number 2 was tutor with Python, and you can actually scale your income from, and you can actually be a complete beginner with less than 2 months or 3 months of experience, and you can start scaling your income from $0 an hour to $60,000, $0 a year to $60,000 a year or more. I know tons of tutors myself. Well, one is me, one is my friend Tenzin, who actually made over $100,000 a year just tutoring, all right? And I know other tutors online that are making over $100,000 a year. So you can make 6 figures from just tutoring if you really wanted to. Again, it's not easy. It takes a lot of work. It takes discipline and effort and consistency. So please understand that it's not something that's easy, but it's a simple process if you follow it. All right, now, so those things you did in step 2, right? Step 3 was about building real world projects around real market. Now, step 4 is this step that we're talking about right now, freelancing with Python. So now that you've done all of those things, you have the testimonials, you have the reviews that you need, you've completed the real world projects and put them on your portfolio, and you've niched down. So instead of like doing a web scraping project and a data mining project and like a data science project and a tic-tac-toe project, like instead of spreading yourself thin like that, you've actually worked on like maybe, let's say, all web scraping projects. Okay, so you've specifically went and took web scraping courses on, let's say, Coursera or Udacity or whatever. You specifically went and learned web scraping techniques from, YouTube. And now you are ready to go and start as a web scraper using Python on Upwork.com. Now I'm gonna give you guys tips that are gonna be helpful for the people who are getting their jobs the first time. And these skills are also gonna be massively helpful for anybody who is a more advanced developer who is ready to actually start freelancing right now. So please pay attention to this because this could be a gold mine for you. All right, so number 1, you need to have a solid profile. Now, I'm not gonna go too much into details about profiles. I'm just gonna hit on like the top parts of the profile. One of the most important things you need is an epic headshot. Now, I'm not giving this to you as some bullshit generic blogging 101 advice. All right, this is coming from experience, and this is coming from looking at some of the best developers in the world. And I'm trying to share this with you because from a lot of a position of pain too, because when I didn't do this right, it literally cut my income in half, and I doubled my revenue by just having a right headshot. What does a right headshot look like? This is what a not right or a wrong headshot looks like, okay? Most people's pictures are gonna be like that, or they're gonna be like something weird, like only their forehead is showing, but like the rest of the thing is blurry. You have no idea how many potential clients you're gonna turn off by that, because people are trying to work with human beings. They don't just want the job done, they want to work with a human being that they like, who can then do that job. So your skill set is almost secondary. The first thing they see is a human that they like or not, all right? So this is a pretty important step. So a normal, like, that's it, all right? That's it, that just a little smile. Okay, or you could even have like the person who's taking your photo with the iPhone. Okay, on an iPhone, you can actually use this mode called portrait mode, which is fantastic. Just have a little bit of light on you. You could take your own photo, or you could give it to somebody else. They could take your photo, and done. You have a professional headshot. Just go outside, you have a sunlight hitting your face, take a freaking headshot, okay? This is one of the craziest, most important things for a freelancer, seriously. Okay. Now that you have that headshot, that's important. Other things you obviously need are what value you can provide to people. So have your portfolio and your projects there, and have your testimonials there if you can. If you can bring them from Wyzant and take lessons, or some people you've met in real life. If you can get their testimonials on this platform, that's gonna be phenomenal for you. Okay, let's say your profile is complete. What's next? When you reach out to people, one thing to never, ever, ever do, which I see almost every freelancer out there, a lot of freelancers out there doing, because I have a lot of experience hiring freelancers. I worked with or probably 20 or 30 people in just the last 1 or 2 years of running my business, Clever Programmer. So I've hired lots of software developers to do consulting or to help build stuff at Clever Programmer. I've hired people who do our Google Analytics, our Facebook Analytics, who run Facebook ads, graphic designers, virtual assistants, software, I've said software developers, video producers. So I've like worked with the facet of people. So I have experience looking through resumes. Who do we need to hire? Who do we not need to hire? And I can tell you from personal experience, the biggest turnoff is when I get a generic response that I know somebody's copied and pasted. So it'll oftentimes on platforms like Upwork.com, it'll look like, "Dear sir, blah, blah, blah." Maybe they'll just have your name and then they'll be like, "Your project seems very interesting." And then they just rant about what they do, okay? And it'll be like, okay, why are you telling me that you do WordPress and Squarespace and Wix and all this when I specifically wanted help with Google Analytics, let's say, or I specifically wanted help with this Python project. Don't copy paste ever. It is not a numbers game. Let me just fix that for you right now. Reaching out to people is not a numbers game, okay? You are an idiot if you think it's a fucking numbers game. It's not. So let me just solve that problem for you. All right, if you wanna, you can reach out to 100,000 high-level people with just some copy-paste answer, or somebody else can reach out to like 10 people with a really solid, customized and personalized message, and they'll get back more responses that'll actually lead to something epic. All right, so please don't do copy pasting. Big mistake as a freelancer. What you want to do instead is actually send a personal message. Let's say somebody's project is, and I'll give you something specific right here on the fly, because I do this a lot and I do this in my business a lot, and I personally send out email newsletters to 70,000, 100,000 people, and I know what gets more opens and what gets less opens. I reach out to prospects and I reach out to people and I know what they like and what they don't like. So we're doing a lot of testing here. So for example, here's something you could do that would be really helpful. Somebody's project is web scraping PDF links. Okay, you want to reach out to them, use this thing called useloom.com. This is an epic resource, so write this down or go and install it right now in your Chrome. It's called useloom.com. And you can just click it and it allows you to make a video right away. If you send a video message to someone, you're automatically like 90% more likely for them to actually see it. If you send a written message, which is totally fine as well, but automatically your chances are just so much lower of that person speaking with you, because in video, you can tell so much about that person. Like I can immediately tell whether I like you or not. I can immediately tell your level of reliability. If you're a person who I would like if you're humble maybe, or if you know what you're talking about or how friendly you are, I can immediately see those things. So use that to your advantage, and it also requires less work on your end. You could sit there and write this letter that'll take you forever, or you could be like, hit the use Loom button and just go, "Hey, my name is John, and I can help you with I saw that you have a web scraping project where you want to get PDF links. That's really cool because I've actually worked on a project like this. Let me show you real quick." And then while you're screencasting, you just quickly show them your project for 10 seconds and just be like, "Yeah, it seems similar. I can definitely do this for you, sir. And it would be awesome if I could just have 10 minutes of your time and we could just chat. Looking forward to it. Thank you, John." All right, now this video message, okay, you could link it to them in your initial outreach of your to the prospect. Okay, so you could say, in terms of typing, because the first thing is they're gonna see is a written message. So you could just say those things. "Hey, I put this, I saw your project, the web scraping project you have for getting all the PDF links, and I've done some similar things to this. And I've actually put together this personalized video just for you and whatever the client's name is. Let's say the client's name is Bob. I've put together this personalized video here for you, Bob. Put the link to the video and then just go, and if you have like 10 minutes to speak, I would love to chat with you. But here's my resume, here are my testimonials. I've done similar projects. I can definitely help you with this. So make it very precise and then do something with low commitment, right? If you do 5 minutes or 10 minutes, that's really easy. So for somebody to just get on a 5-minute or 10-minute call. Personally, in my experience, I hire usually like almost every 2 or 3 or the 4th max almost interview, that person I'll just hire, because otherwise it takes way too much time. So most of the people that are even posting jobs on Upwork.com are usually these solopreneur business owners that are trying to hire a contractor to get shit done and move on. They're not actually going through the regular full hiring process that, you know, a company that's looking for a full-time developer goes through. That's gonna be a much more rigorous and a systematic process. It's maybe gonna require multiple interviews. There's gonna be a technical screening. There's gonna be a culture fit screening. Then there's gonna be like a negotiation phase. That is what like big companies will do. But somebody who's looking for an independent contractor, they just wanna get on a call with you. They just wanna see your face and quickly make a decision whether you're gonna be able to do their job or not. So the more you show of yourself, the more personalized you make your message. And if you put a video in there and you show in a relevant way, you're gonna fucking kill it. Like, it's not even gonna be close, the amount of responses you're gonna get versus some other random person, all right? Somebody else who's just doing the same thing every other freelancer is doing. This is also what's gonna allow you to be able to actually charge a much higher income and command much more premium pricing than everyone else, okay? Because people constantly ask, how do I compete with somebody in Indonesia charging 69 cents an hour for coding, all right? That's how you're gonna compete with somebody in Indonesia charging 69 cents an hour, by being more premium, by being reliable, by being somebody who the other person can look at and go, this person will actually help me complete this project, right? You can also show your communication skills, because most other developers, their communication skills lack, okay? And people, I can't emphasize the soft skills part of development enough. That's the most underrated part, which is actually gonna bring you the most amount of value. Even if you look at statistics online, they say 80% of your success in your career comes from your soft skills and how likable you are, because you're working with human beings. And 20% of your success in your career is actually gonna come from your technical aptitude in any given field, especially in programming. So now those are some tips on how you can actually get these people to respond to you, okay? And if you've completed the first 3 steps that I've outlined for you, then going into step 4, freelancing phase, is gonna be much easier. Other tips I'm gonna give you on freelancing is start with smaller projects and then build up. So don't immediately start trying to do like a $5,000 contract or some like really big challenging project that you're like, oh man, maybe I can't do it. Start with $100 project or a $300 project, then move on to a $500 project and a $1,000 project. And then something really smart that you can do, right, is let's say you are working on a project where you are making $50 an hour and it's a really challenging project that you don't think you can do. Now, this is gonna be the majority of the scenarios. When it comes to freelancing and all this type of job related stuff, especially when you're not as advanced as freaking Raymond Hedinger or, you know, Rusam Guido, the guy who made Python, if you're not as advanced as them or really high level developers, most projects are gonna be a challenge for you, right? What you can do is if you're making $50 an hour and you feel like it's gonna be a challenging project, you could hire somebody on, let's say, codementor.io, which is a great platform where you can hire developers on demand to mentor you. And you could pay that developer $25, $30, $35, $40, or even $50 an hour to help you on certain tasks and for you to understand how it works. So maybe you will work with that other developer for the first few hours or maybe even a week. And for the first week, let's say you don't make any money of working on this project, because all the money you're making, you're essentially giving it to this other developer to learn these skill sets and to internalize them. But then week 2, week 3, week 4, and over the course of a few months or a year working with this particular client, now you're just making full-on profit of $50 an hour. You see what I'm saying? So initially you're making an investment to hone your own skills. The company's paying you, you're putting that money into a developer who's then teaching you these skills. You're breaking even, and then after a few weeks of learning from that developer, now you can help them completely on your own because now you have internalized those skills. So understand how to actually use help, right? That's what made Henry Ford so incredible. he was in a court once and the lawyers were asking him all kinds of crazy questions to make him look really stupid, like trivial questions, like when was the United States created, or who was the president at a certain time, or what's the capital of some other, you know, country. And he got fed up and frustrated at one point, and then he just looked at them and he said, I can't answer these questions for you, but I can pick up the phone in 5 minutes, I'll find somebody who can. That's the level of resourcefulness you want to have, because one of the ultimate forms of procrastination is actually not asking for help, trying to do everything yourself. Most developers fall victim to this. They take some weird kind of pride in doing everything from scratch, not leveraging help. And this is very, very selfish. And this is the highest level of procrastination, because they're doing this to build their own low self-esteem that they have about themselves. So if they actually can do something from scratch completely, then it will fulfill their very low self-esteem and their very low self-image. All right. Whereas if they think about the client and the results that they're bringing the client, you shouldn't give a fuck about how you end up doing it, as long as you can get your client the results that they need, right? So if your client needs a completed project, I personally don't care if I have the ability to complete it from scratch or not. I can hire like a developer from Philippines, I can hire a developer from freaking Indonesia, I can hire a developer from America. As long as I'm profitable, I'll put them together and make them complete the project, and I'll deliver it to my client, or I'll get help from them to learn these skills myself and then be able to do it and then deliver the end result to my client, right? Ultimately, that's all that matters. Nothing else matters. The end result for your client is what matters. So understand that you're not as alone, because what will stop you almost always, you'll look at each project and you'll be like, this is too hard, I can't do it. Every project is gonna feel like you can't do it. That's why you have to apply for it, get accepted, and then if you can't do it, hire help from platforms like codementor.io, or even Upwork, or even Wyzant. You can hire a tutor for yourself, have them teach you the skills on the job, and then be able to complete the job. So this is some really deep level stuff, which is gonna help you break past that barrier of I'm a beginner or I'm an intermediate. How do I actually start getting clients as fast as possible? How do I start earning an income? What's the path for me? Because if you start earning an income quicker, it'll allow you to actually spend more time learning the skills, so then you can eventually get a full-time job if that's your goal, or you can actually become a really high-level freelancer or a really high-level consultant. And eventually you could even turn it into your own freelancing business, where you have other developers under you, and then they work for the clients that you have, and you're the middleman and you keep the profit, they do the work. All right, so you could turn it into a freelancing business for yourself as well, but that's a really, really advanced level step. We covered a lot, all right, in this video. I'm gonna stop right here. Now, let's just come back into our bodies and come back here. So we covered a lot. I hope that you really enjoyed what we covered. I do hope that you leave a comment letting me know kind of what you thought about this video, and maybe what were your biggest takeaways, and if this was even helpful to you. Because I honestly don't know if this is helpful, but I try to give it my heart and give you guys everything you would really need step by step to get to this process. Please also, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe to the channel so you can get more tips on how to become a six-figure Python freelancer. With that said, thank you so much for being on this channel. I love your face, and as always, this is Kazi, and I'll see you in the next video. Real quick, before we continue, smash that like button. Help us beat the YouTube algorithm by literally going and smashing that button. We're trying to get to 10,000 likes. If you could help us do that, that'd be fantastic. I do want to let you know, if you want to become a freelance developer, I have a 3-part masterclass for you. It's absolutely free. It's one of the best. It's in the description below. It's free. Go enjoy it. You have nothing to lose. Sign up. Once you put in your email, we give you all 3 videos. Go enjoy it. With that said, let's jump right into it.
What's up, you guys? This is Aaron.
And this is Frankie.
Get rid of that. And thank you for watching the Python 2020 course. What we want to say is that we'll be having another Python course hosted on Teachable, which is a cleaner and better platform for learning things. I think YouTube's kind of just like, you know, the YouTubes. It's a free private course, and we released it just so you could further solidify your Python fundamentals. So all you have to do to access to the private course is just go down to the description, click on the link, pop in your name and your email address, and you'll be good to go. So definitely check it out.
Yeah, guys, we have more than 62,000 students registered in that course already, so it's helped a lot of people. Everything's going to be condensed into one particular website, so it's going to help you a lot knowing what classes you already took from this course and whatnot, and you can just access it whenever you want. Just click the link below and register with your email, and we'll see you guys there. Peace.
Peace.